Chapter 1, This system has a bit of a threshold. Shanghai City, inside a Starbucks cafe. What do you think, Zhang Yuan, is the matter? I just mentioned not too much. My brother still needs about 400,000 yuan to buy a house, which is not a lot. Besides, we'll all be family in the future, so why bother caring about so many things? Zhang Yuan lowered his head and stirred his coffee without responding. The one speaking was Zhao Xiaolin, his girlfriend, and they had been dating for over a year. Although they were boyfriend and girlfriend, they had only held hands at most during their relationship, and there had been no more physical contact. 400,000. For Zhang Yuan, who had just graduated 3 years ago and did not even have a proper job, it was undoubtedly an astronomical number. Zhao Xiaolin saw that he was taking his time to respond and her eyes revealed her impatience. You keep saying that you love me, so you can't mean that you don't want to pay this little amount of money, can you? Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and said slowly, Xiaolin, where am I going to get 400,000 yuan? Don't you still have a house in your hometown? You're not planning to go back there anyway, so just sell the house. Zhang Yuan's face fell. The house in the county town was the only inheritance his parents had left him, and it was his last resort. Zhao Xiaolin's patience was running out, and her tone became sharp. It seems that you don't even consider my brother as family. You know that there were so many people who were after me, but I chose you, Zhang Yuan. You have let me down so much. At that moment, a phone rang, coming from Zhao Xiaolin's bag. She quickly took out her phone and walked to the corner to answer it. However, she didn't realize that a folded A4 piece of paper had been brought out of her bag and slowly floated to the ground. Zhang Yuan picked up the paper and placed it on the small round table. Originally, he didn't intend to read the content, but the corner of the paper that was lifted up let him vaguely see the words hospital. This made him unable to suppress his curiosity, and he unfolded the paper completely. Shanghai City Maternal and Child Health Hospital Test Report. Zhao Xiaolin, female, 27 years old. Test item, progesterone 18 ml. Serum chorionic gonadotropin HCG, 4220 ml/UML. Diagnostic result, 4 weeks pregnant. Zhang Yuan couldn't understand these professional indicators, but the words at the end of the test were like a bolt of lightning that struck him hard. Zhao Xiaolin is pregnant. Usually, he wasn't even allowed to touch her, and when they did occasionally hold hands, she would panic and run away like a little rabbit. Zhang Yuan felt a green cloud over his head. His anger rose. Why? This is obviously taking himself as the one to take over. And he had to sell his house to help her brother raise money. How could he do that? Zhang Yuan was furious, his whole body trembling. During their relationship, he had taken on several jobs, worked himself to death, and spent most of his salary on Zhao Xiaolin. He was left with just 500 yuan a month to cover expenses. He ate steamed buns and pickled vegetables. He lived a life worse than a dog's. For what? Just to make the woman of his dreams' life better? However, this is the result. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Xiaolin walked back leisurely. I'll ask you one last time. Her voice trailed off, and she noticed the lab report on the table. Her eyes flashed with panic, and she quickly put it away. Zhang Yuan said coldly, what kind of explanation are you going to give me? After the initial panic, Zhao Xiaolin also calmed down. Since you've seen it, I won't hide it anymore. Yes, I'm pregnant. Can I ask why? Am I not good enough for you? I admit that you are good to me, but you don't understand what I want at all. It seems that thinking about how Zhang Yuan has spent a lot of money on her, Zhao Xiaolin's tone softened a bit. I think that people who truly love each other won't mind each other's pasts. Will you live a good life with me in the future? Each other's pasts? Is this a past event? Zhang Yuan really admired Zhao Xiaolin's nerve. Cheating on her boyfriend while she was pregnant with his child. And she expects him not to mind. How could she say such shameless things? Zhang Yuan sneered, oh, you think I'm addicted to being a lapdog? This was the first time Zhao Xiaolin had heard Zhang Yuan speak in such a tone, and her softened attitude suddenly hardened. Regardless of the facts, aren't you at least a little bit wrong? This punch caught Zhang Yuan off guard, and he was too shocked to say anything. Zhao Xiaolin took out her bag and placed it on the table. The small bag was covered in the glaring LV logo. This bag costs 28,000 yuan. How many months of your salary did it take you to afford it? Even if you can afford it, would you be willing to buy it? And for other people to buy this is equivalent to buying a bottle of drink on the roadside. The cheapest house in the city center costs several million yuan, and you could never own one if you work hard all your life. Following you, this loser, you can't get anything, you'll just waste your youth for nothing. After listening to this speech, Zhang Yuan already understood. It turns out that poverty is the original sin. Sincerity and love are the cheapest things in the face of money. If you don't have money, you're not worthy of falling in love. Licking a dog will end up with nothing in the end. Zhang Yuan forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart and coldly spat out a few words. Get out, don't make me say something unpleasant. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you think I have to find you? I'm only giving you this opportunity because I feel sorry for you. This is a favor I'm doing you. Do you really think I have any feelings for you? Humph, look at your shabby appearance, you poor man. No matter how hard you work, you'll always be poor. You're just a trivial fish in my pond. You'll regret this day. After saying all this in a flustered state, Zhao Xiaolin hurriedly walked out of the cafe. Zhang Yuan tightly closed his eyes and clenched his fists. Fuck love. He just wanted to make money. Lots of money. With money, what woman can't be obtained? But how could an ordinary person like him get a lot of money quickly? The ways for ordinary people to get rich quickly are often specified in criminal law. Ding. Optimal carrier detected. System binding in progress. System binding successful. System status not activated. Activation condition: cumulative consumption of 100 million huaxia currency for the opposite sex. Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded by the mechanical words that appeared in his head out of nowhere. System. How could such a good thing happen to him? Zhang Yuan was ecstatic, but his joy didn't last long. When he noticed the activation condition, he was dumbfounded again. Cumulative consumption of 100 million to activate the system? Who's going to pay for the 100 million Chinese yuan? He quickly took out his phone and checked the balance of his bank card. The account only had a pitiful 8,000 yuan, and there had been no changes. Are you kidding me, Brother Tonzi? Isn't this activation condition a bit excessive? Are you sure it wasn't tailor-made for the second generation of rich kids? The system has a threshold. It's a bit of a pit. Chapter 2, Encountering Schoolmate Ning Yuwei. In the time that followed, Zhang Yuan tried to communicate with the system many times, but received no response whatsoever. He felt bitter inside. He had thought that being selected by the system was an extremely fortunate thing, but he never imagined that it was a joke. If activating the system cost 100 million Chinese yuan, why was he in such a mess? Just as he was about to leave, a translucent light screen suddenly appeared in front of him. The light screen didn't last long and disappeared, but Zhang Yuan still saw the content on it. It was a 30-day stock chart of Hongyun Technology Group. Although Zhang Yuan doesn't speculate in stocks, he graduated from a finance university and can still understand daily charts. He was just puzzled by the time shown on it. It was only August 6th, so why did the daily chart already show the end of the month? Could it be that this was the benefit the system was giving him? It is easy to see from the chart that the share price of Hongyun Technology Group was still in the green before August 9th, and it had fallen for 2 or 3 consecutive trading days. Then on the 10th, it suddenly surged, jumped up and kept rising, and by the end of the month, it had had a total of 17 consecutive trading days with the limit raised. Zhang Yuan's face turned red, and he could hardly contain his excitement. 17 consecutive trading days with the limit raised, that's a 5.05 times return on the principal. In other words, if you invest 10,000 yuan as the principal, in just half a month, it will become more than 50,000 yuan. Such a huge profit, and it's still a legitimate and compliant income. What's faster than this? Although I only have less than 10,000 yuan, as long as Brother Tonzi keeps providing this kind of information, my wealth will grow like a snowball. Under ideal circumstances, it will only take 3 to 4 months to reach 100 million. Brother Tonzi is awesome. At this moment, a crisp female voice sounded in his ear. Hello sir, our shop is about to close, do you mind? Zhang Yuan turned his head and saw the cafe staff member had been standing next to him for some time, whispering a reminder. Sorry, I'll leave now. He glanced at the time, it was already past 11 p.m., long past the cafe's closing time. Thank you for your understanding, and welcome back next time. The staff member let out a breath of relief. She usually dreaded dealing with difficult customers, but fortunately the man in front of her was quite easygoing. Zhang Yuan then got up and went outside, squatting under a tree and lighting a cigarette as he considered his next move. According to the information given by the system, the 10th was when the stock price would rise. So on the 9th, he would start buying before the market closed. Before that, he just needed to download an app for stock trading, create an account and transfer all his money into it. With just 8,000 yuan, he could make tens of thousands of yuan, which was pretty good. When his wealth kept growing, he would have a luxury home and a famous car. He will achieve the life he had only dreamed of before. He will make those who once looked down on him regret it. Just as he was deep in thought, the lights in the cafe went out, and 2 shop assistants locked the door and walked out. "Yuwei, it's getting late, I won't be able to walk you home today, I'll see you tomorrow, bye." "It's fine, Sister Zhang, I'll see you tomorrow." After the 2 shop assistants had parted ways, one of the women walked in the direction of Zhang Yuan, who was the very same shop assistant who had just reminded him to close up. "Sir, you're still here?" Ning Yuwei walked a few steps before noticing Zhang Yuan smoking under the tree, and said doubtfully, "It's fine to go back, so I might as well just sit outside." "I didn't mean to hurry you off just now, I'm really sorry." Zhang Yuan waved his hand, "It's really fine, don't worry about it." Ning Yuwei smiled and then hurriedly left, but after a few steps, she turned back. She said bashfully, "I have a humble request." "Sir, can you walk with me for a while?" She hurriedly explained, fearing that she had caused Zhang Yuan to misunderstand, "We just need to walk to the block ahead. It's only a few hundred meters. It's a bit dark along this stretch of road, and I'm a little afraid to walk alone." Zhang Yuan, who had just received the system's blessing, was in a good mood. He then took advantage of the light to look at the woman in front of him. Ning Yuwei was in her early 20s, tall, with big, clear, bright eyes, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and light-colored jeans. In terms of appearance alone, Ning Yuwei, even in her natural state, was a cut above Zhao Xiaolin. "Okay." Zhang Yuan did not hesitate and agreed directly. It was his fault that they had delayed their off-duty time, causing it to be almost midnight now. It was really not safe to let such a girl walk alone at night. Another point was that he still needed to confirm the fact that he had spent 100 million huaxia currency for the opposite sex. And Ning Yuwei was the best person for that. The two walked side by side, keeping a distance between them. Zhang Yuan asked with a smile, "You want a stranger like me to accompany you on this journey, and you're not afraid that I'm up to no good?" Ning Yuwei answered without thinking, "You're not like that." "Why?" "I heard your conversation in the cafe just now." Ning Yuwei said indignantly, "In fact, I don't think that girl is worthy of you, sir. You work so hard and are motivated, so you can definitely find someone more suitable. As long as people don't steal or rob, and work hard, they are worthy of admiration, and heroes should never be judged by temporary success or failure." Zhang Yuan could tell by now that the little girl was trying to comfort him in a roundabout way about his broken heart. But his words also spoke to his heart. His feelings for Ning Yuwei could not help but increase a few points. "Okay, enough about her, where do you live?" "I'm in the student dorms at Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, not far from here." Zhang Yuan was surprised. "Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, are you still a student?" "Yes, I'm a sophomore in the Department of Credit Management. I only work at Starbucks as a summer part-time job." "That's coincidental, I also graduated from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, in the Department of Financial Engineering." Ning Yuwei was overjoyed to hear this. "Really? In that case, you're my senior." Back then, Professor Lu, who taught the common subjects, had a really bad temper and would scold everyone all the time. He was even worse than our high school homeroom teacher. I don't know if he's still teaching at the university. "Are you talking about Professor Lu Bingxiu? He always had a long face, so I was afraid to go to class." With this connection, the two of them seemed to have become much closer. Ning Yuwei completely let her guard down and started chatting with Zhang Yuan about all kinds of interesting school stories. Before long, they reached the late-night snack street near the school. When it comes to being lively and bustling, I'm afraid there are few places that can compare to the late-night snack street outside the school. Whenever you come here, every shop is basically full. But it's currently the middle of summer vacation, so the flow of people has decreased a lot. Students who haven't gone home sit in groups on the open-air barbecue stalls, drinking beer and chatting. This scene inevitably evoked Zhang Yuan's distant memories. "It so happens that we've arrived here. Why don't I treat you to a late-night snack before we go back?" Upon hearing this, Ning Yuwei's expression changed. She had rejected this kind of lame invitation countless times at school. If it weren't for the scene at the cafe still lingering in her mind, she would definitely have thought that Zhang Yuan was someone with ulterior motives. Looking into Zhang Yuan's clear eyes, she tried her best to speak in a soft tone. I'm really sorry, senior, but it's getting late and I have to work part-time tomorrow. Thank you very much for walking me home today, and next time I'll treat you to. Zhang Yuan also knew that his question was rather abrupt, and that's why he invited someone to eat just after meeting them for the first time. It was still late at night, and it was inevitable that others would misunderstand. Then let's talk about it next time. I'll go buy some cigarettes and walk you to the school gate. No need, we can go here. Before Ning Yuwei could finish speaking, Zhang Yuan had already gone to the convenience store. When he returned, he was holding 2 bottles of mineral water. Here you go, let's go. Zhang Yuan handed the water over, and after Ning Yuwei had taken it, he silently recited in his heart. Open the panel. The translucent light screen reappeared. Accumulated spending for the opposite sex, 2 yuan 100 million yuan. Activation conditions not met. Chapter 3, Can you lend me some money, schoolmate? Seeing that the information displayed on the light screen had changed, Zhang Yuan felt relieved. It could be inferred that the prediction about the stock trend should be true. The two arrived at the school gate, and Ning Yuwei said, "This is where we need to go." "Thanks again, senior." "It's no big deal, you're welcome." Just as Zhang Yuan was about to leave, Ning Yuwei stopped him again and said slowly, "Senior, don't be discouraged, come on. There are only a few chances for many things, and if you miss it, it's her loss. Don't worry, hurry back to rest." Zhang Yuan's words came to an abrupt end, and the sentence Ning Yuwei just said reminded him. His heart was in turmoil at the moment, and he could not calm down for a long time. There is only one chance. Could the stock market information predicted by the system also be one time only? If so, his entire fortune of more than 8,000 yuan invested would only become just over 40,000 yuan. What could he do with such a small amount of money? Zhang Yuan guessed that the stock predicted by the system was likely to be a one-time only event similar to a novice gift package. If he could not continue to obtain future information, he would never be able to meet the system's activation conditions in his lifetime. Should he first test the water and see if the system would continue to provide predicted information next month? Or take this opportunity to gamble big? Zhang Yuan was caught between a rock and a hard place. He soon made a decision. He would try to find a way to make as much capital as possible within these 3 days, and then go for a big gamble. A crazy plan gradually formed in his mind. Just this once, he would make 100 million. Since the system had given him this opportunity, if he failed to seize it, he would spend the rest of his life regretting it. He never wanted to live a life of contempt and ridicule again. The opportunity had arrived, and whether he could fly depended on this one shot. Ning Yuwei saw Zhang Yuan suddenly freeze in place and said with concern, "Senior, did I say something wrong?" "I was just thinking about something." Zhang Yuan's thoughts returned and he spoke with a stammering tone, "Can you do me a favor?" "What does senior want to do?" "Can you lend me some money?" "I'll pay you back with interest in just over a month and a half." Zhang Yuan had some difficulty saying this. The two had just met for the first time, and even though they were alumni, he still found it hard to ask a girl for money. This time, it was Ning Yuwei's turn to be flustered. She had had many classmates and strangers ask for her phone number, and she had been invited to dinner and karaoke. But no one had ever asked her for money. She was still just a student, after all. Besides, her appearance didn't look like that of a rich girl. Her first reaction was, could it be that she had met a scammer? But she quickly dismissed this thought. From the conversation just now, she could tell that Zhang Yuan was not that kind of person. Thinking about Zhang Yuan sitting outside the cafe late at night in such a pitiful state, Ning Yuwei softened. She guessed that the senior was homeless and would probably have to sleep on the streets. Ning Yuwei steadied her nerves and said, "How much do you need, sir?" "Will 500 be enough?" "No, it's best if you lend me as much as you can. I'll pay you back double." Zhang Yuan found that once he got the ball rolling, things weren't as awkward as he'd imagined. Even asking for a loan felt much more justified. "May I ask, sir, what is it that you need the money for?" "I need to invest in a crucial business these 2 days, a business with a high short-term rate of return, except that I only have a little capital left." "I'm not a liar, so don't worry." "I'm not worried that you're a liar, it's just that I don't have much money." Ning Yuwei seemed to have made up her mind. "Sorry, senior. I can't help you with this." Zhang Yuan wasn't surprised when Ning Yuwei refused. Even if it was a matter of a friend asking for a loan after years of friendship, it would require careful consideration. Not to mention that he was just a stranger. It's okay, I'll just ask casually. Then, I'll go back first, and we can get in touch again if there's a chance. Ning Yuwei waved her phone and turned to walk towards the inside of the campus. 10 minutes later, Zhang Yuan's WeChat notification sounded. Thank you for walking me home, smiley.jpg. A transfer message was attached. Transfer, 800 yuan. Zhang Yuan did not receive the money and returned it directly. 800 yuan did not change the overall situation much, and even if it was multiplied several times, it would not be much. But for Zhang Yuan, who had just experienced betrayal, Ning Yuwei's actions made him feel warm in his heart. Ironically, Zhao Xiaolin, who had been in a year-long relationship, had actually not spent a single penny on him when it came down to it. It was not easy for Ning Yuwei to do this. The phone received another message. A little is not enough, but it's all I can afford. I have a weak stomach, so I need to eat soft food. It's not that it's not enough, thank you for your kindness. A little is not enough, but it's all I can afford. I have a weak stomach, so I need to eat soft food. It's not that it's not enough, thank you for your kindness. After walking for more than half an hour, Zhang Yuan returned to his rented room, washed up hastily and then lay down on the bed. He continued to think about how to raise the funds in these 3 short days. Soon he had a rough idea and planned to start implementing it tomorrow. Meanwhile, in the women's dormitory of Shanghai University of Finance, Ning Yuwei tossed and turned on the bed. I said, Vicky, what's wrong with you today? Not only did you come back so late, but you kept turning over and over. Her roommate Xie poked her head out and said mysteriously, you weren't on a date, were you? No, don't be ridiculous, I just worked late today. Then who were you texting just now? A guy or a girl? A girl. Ning Yuwei responded somewhat helplessly. She knew what kind of person her roommate was, and if she told the truth, she would be badgered until she did. It's past midnight, and you're still texting, that's not simple. Jessie said leisurely, there are so many rich guys chasing you all the time, and you don't like anyone anyway, so why don't you introduce me to one? Next semester I'll be a junior, and I'll graduate soon, so I should make plans early. I don't have your high standards, as long as a guy with a little money chases me, I'll be satisfied, even if he's ugly. After I'm with a rich guy, who needs to work part-time? It's exhausting and doesn't make much money. Ning Yuwei pushed her roommate's head back and muttered, I know, it's late, go to sleep. To be fair, Xiaxi's appearance is quite good. Compared to Ning Yuwei, she is slightly lacking, but she is also a rare beauty. The next morning, Zhang Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and the first thing he did was pick up his phone. An unread message was displayed in the center of the screen. It was sent at 4 a.m. Transfer, 10,000 yuan. Weiwei, I believe in you, I wish you success. Zhang Yuan didn't know how to describe his feelings at the moment, the feeling of being trusted without reservation. He hadn't experienced it for a long time. Ning Yuwei was really a simple and kind girl. It was obvious that her family situation should be very ordinary, and these were probably all her possessions. Zhang Yuan vowed in his heart that he would repay her 1,000 times over in the future. He didn't call back right away. Ning Yuwei had been up all night and probably hadn't even gotten up yet. He simply replied with a good and hung up. After a moment's thought, he dialed another number. Uncle, it's me. A low voice came from the other end of the line. It's little Yuan, why did you suddenly call today? I want to sell the house my parents left me. After a short silence, Uncle Zhang Yuan's voice came again, then come back. Chapter 4, Selling the Only Inheritance Left by My Parents. Anzhou County is adjacent to Shanghai City, only a distance of more than 100 kilometers. Zhang Yuan took the bus early in the morning and hurried there. Although it was only a short 2-hour drive, Zhang Yuan had hardly returned there in the past 3 years. When his parents were alive, they ran a building materials business in the county town. The business was not booming, but at least the family had enough to eat and wear. Later, they also supported their penniless uncle, who also got into the business, and he was considered the leader of the family. However, after Zhang Yuanda was a senior in college, his parents were tragically killed in a car accident. Within just a few months, he experienced what it meant to be treated coldly by the world. Uncle Zhang Qingyun completely changed his previous amiable attitude and treated Zhang Yuan like a stranger. The house his parents left him was a 6-story resettlement building in the urban rural fringe area. The ground floor facade was now used by Zhang Qingyun for his building materials business. The upstairs was divided into single rooms and all rented out. However, Zhang Yuan did not get a single penny of the rent. After his parents died, Zhang Qingyun took out a contract from nowhere. He said that he had reached an agreement with Zhang Yuan's parents a long time ago, that they had rented the entire building for 10 years, and that the rent had already been paid. Faced with the contract in black and white and his parents' thumbprints, Zhang Yuan felt that there was something fishy going on, but he could find no evidence. He could only swallow this loss. Due to the existence of this contract, even if he wanted to sell the house, he would have a lot of trouble dealing with it. The only person who could take over without any worries was his uncle Zhang Qingyun. Before 11 o'clock, Zhang Yuan arrived at the place where he had once lived. From afar, he could see the busy figures of Zhang Qingyun and his wife in the building materials store. Their son Zhang Yong was sitting on a bench in the doorway happily playing with his phone. "Have a smoke, Xiao Yuan?" Zhang Qingyun saw Zhang Yuan approaching and took out a pack of Furong Wang from his pocket, opened the package and handed Zhang Yuan a stick. "No thanks, I have my own." Zhang Yuan took out a Lao Baisha, lit it and took a drag. Zhang Qingyun was not embarrassed and laughed, saying, "Your cigarettes are the best. I usually smoke these too. Unlike these cigarettes, which cost a fortune at over 20 yuan a pack, I don't feel it when I smoke them. But my uncle is in business, so he has to save face." Saying this, he took out the crumpled same brand of cigarettes from his other pocket and put them in his mouth. At this time, Zhang Yong, who had just graduated from high school, yelled without even looking up, "Dad, give me a cigarette to smoke." "What are you smoking at such a young age? Go play." Zhang Yong slammed his phone down, stood up abruptly, and said, "I want a smoke." Then he reached for it. Zhang Qingyun could not argue with his burly son, and finally had to give in. Zhang Yuan watched the scene coldly, feeling an indescribable disgust for his fat cousin. After appeasing his son, Zhang Qingyun looked at Zhang Yuan again. "Let's get the business done before talking about anything else. Have you brought the property ownership certificate?" "Yes." Zhang Qingyun rubbed his hands together and asked, "What price are you prepared to sell the house for?" "What price can you offer, uncle?" "The whole building, including the frontage, is 1 million yuan. If it's a good deal, we can go and complete the transfer now." Zhang Yuan laughed after hearing this. "Uncle, do you still think of me as some kind of child who doesn't know anything? The ground floor shop front alone is worth 1 million yuan, and there are 5 residential floors above it, each worth around 300,000 yuan. And that's not even the highest price it's ever sold for. Do you really think I'd buy the whole building for 1 million yuan?" Zhang Yuan didn't just make up these figures. He'd gone to a nearby real estate agency to find out what the market price was before coming here. If the lease hadn't existed, the listing price of 2.4 million yuan would definitely have attracted a buyer. Zhang Qingyun listened without changing his expression and laughed. "Where did you get such unreliable information? Just last month, the owner next door sold his house, and the floor plan was exactly the same as yours, and it only sold for just over 900,000 yuan. At this time, Auntie Yuli, who had not spoken up until now, walked over and said haughtily with her arms folded, "There are so many minor problems with your house. The roof leaks, the exterior bricks are falling off, and when the wind blows, even the doors and windows shake. It's not certain when it will collapse, so be happy if you can get 1 million. Besides, there are still 4 or 5 years until the contract expires, so what about the rent during that time? It's hundreds of thousands of dollars, so it has to be deducted from the middle. Old Zhang is only offering this much because he is a relative, and he is doing you a favor. I would rather not have it, if you ask me. What an ungrateful brat, shamelessly turning down help." Zhang Yong put down the phone after hearing his mother's scolding and yelled at Zhang Yuan, "Brat, get out of our house." Then he spat on the ground. Zhang Qingyun quickly pulled his wife aside and said in a voice that Zhang Yuan could hear, "You, just keep quiet. It's not easy for Xiao Yuan to be on his own. Let's help him if we can." Afterwards, he turned his head and said, "Xiao Yuan, your aunt is straightforward and outspoken, don't take it personally. Your brother is still a child, don't take any of his words to heart." Facing this family's double act, Zhang Yuan's lungs were about to explode with anger. He suppressed his anger and said, "Since we can't talk things over, there's no need to talk anymore. I'm going to the bank right now to apply for a mortgage, and I can easily get 2 million yuan. And I don't plan on paying back this loan, so when the court comes to forcefully evict you, you'd better cooperate." After saying this, he didn't wait for a response from Zhang Qingyun and his wife, and just turned around and left. Zhang Qingyun hurriedly went up to him, grabbed his arm, and put on a smile. "Look at you, acting up again. If you think the price is low, we can negotiate. We're family, why make things so difficult? Zhang Yuan stopped in his tracks and said that going to the bank for a loan was just bluster. First, the loan would not be approved within a few days. Second, for a house with a long-term lease like this, in case the landlord has to forcefully repossess the house due to non-payment of the loan, the tenant must cooperate unconditionally. Therefore, in order to obtain the loan, the tenant must sign their consent. Even if Zhang Qingyun and the others cooperate, after deducting the rent they have paid over the years, it is still difficult to get a loan of 2 million. It's just that Zhang Qingyun and the others don't know the ins and outs. I'm too lazy to waste words. If you pay 1.98 million, go and complete the transfer procedures now. As for the rent paid before, whether it's true or not, it's all null and void. Zhang Qingyun said apologetically, "Nephew, can we negotiate the price? 1.98 million is really a bit high, and I can't come up with it all at once. The price is non-negotiable. If it's okay, then let's do it. If not, don't delay me going to the bank." Zhang Yuan's tone was very blunt, leaving no room for refusal. Zhang Qingyun sighed and said, "Wait a minute, I'll go discuss it with your aunt. And, my precondition is that it has to be cash." In the building materials store, Zhang Qingyun and his wife Yuli were discussing it. "We've been in business for so many years, and we only have a total of about 2 million in savings. We're going to have to take it all out at once, and it's a bit heartbreaking." Yuli whined, "Our son is going to college soon, and it's going to cost a lot of money. Can't you see the big picture? If we take out this money, this house will be ours. Even if we don't have any savings, we can still collect tens of thousands of yuan in rent from upstairs every year, and we can also make hundreds of thousands of yuan from this store. 1.98 million is a bit much, but we can earn it back in a few years. If we really let that kid mortgage the house, our family will be living in the wind." Yuli nodded in recognition of her husband's words, but still angrily said, "Who knew that this bastard without a father or mother would become so powerful? I feel so blocked inside because I didn't take advantage of this opportunity." "Forget it, we haven't taken advantage of his family over the years. Even if we don't mention the car accident, as long as you know in your heart, that's fine." After Mr. and Mrs. Zhang Qingyun reached a consensus, the next thing was easy. After Zhang Yuan received the transfer, he went to handle the transfer in the afternoon. At this point, everything in Anzhou County no longer concerned him. In the evening, he was sitting on the bus on the way back. Zhang Yuan stared at the astronomical figure of nearly 2 million in his bank card and laughed coldly. "My good second uncle, do you think this is the end of it? I, Zhang Yuan, swear that I will not be human until I have reduced your family to dust." Chapter 5, Taking Out a Loan. Zhang Yuan didn't return to Shanghai City until 11 p.m. He had wanted to go to Starbucks to thank Ning Yuwei in person, but then he thought that she would have already left work by now, so he gave up on the idea. Zhang Yuan sat on the bed and opened the Flush app to find the stock that the system had given him. Hongyun Technology Group fell 3.16% today. Exactly the same as the trend predicted by the system. He pondered, the day after tomorrow is the day to buy the bottom and build a position, and the time left for him to raise the money is running out. Tomorrow, he still needs to visit as many places as possible. After a busy day, Zhang Yuan quickly fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in the dormitory building of Shanghai University of Finance and Economics, Ning Yuwei absently looked at the screen of her phone. She clicked on the WeChat icon and opened the image of a soft meal for someone with a weak stomach. She edited the text several times, hesitated for a moment, and then deleted it all. "Forget it, the senior should be very busy today, so I'd better not bother him. I've already borrowed the money, I just hope that the senior isn't cheating me." After a while, she stared at the screen and burst out laughing. How could a grown man come up with such a shameless name? Am I not feeding him a soft meal? Between worry and loss, Ning Yuwei also fell asleep. The next day, an inconspicuous small company in Shanghai City. A man in a suit was holding a contract and talking to Zhang Yuan. "We are a regular credit institution, all the terms are clearly stated in the contract, and the money will be transferred as soon as you sign." "Sure, where do I sign? I'm in a hurry." Zhang Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. No one would believe that such a company in a corner would be regular. Don't be fooled by their pleasant demeanor and willingness to negotiate. They will turn on you as soon as you fail to make a payment. They will stop at nothing to get their money back. They will pressure, threaten, and harass you in every way imaginable. They will even call your friends and family. The contract details the interest rate. It is 1% per day, which is about 36% per year. If you borrow 10,000 yuan, the annual interest is only about 3,000 yuan, which is not considered usury. But another inconspicuous clause is the biggest trap of these online loans. They use compound interest. If you pay back the loan in a short period of time, there is not much interest. But if you really wait a year to pay it back, the amount can accumulate to more than 1 million yuan. It's even scarier than being robbed. And the service fee charged for each loan is also quite high. But Zhang Yuan can't care about that now. Knowing that these institutions are as black as ink, he still resolutely chose to take out a loan. They offer high loan amounts, fast disbursement, and don't ask for any collateral. They can even release the funds on the same day without any collateral. After signing the contract, Zhang Yuan looked at the more than 30,000 yuan that had been credited to his bank card and smiled knowingly. After leaving this institution, Zhang Yuan once again rushed to another one. While rushing from place to place, he was also busy downloading a number of online lending apps to his phone. He registered, filled in the information, and then quickly signed his name on the contract. It was only when it got completely dark that Zhang Yuan had run all over Shanghai City and visited many credit institutions. He couldn't help but laugh at himself, thinking that he was probably on the blacklist of these institutions. Fortunately, he had reaped a lot of rewards, and had borrowed a total of about 400,000 yuan. The balance on his card had reached 2.45 million yuan. With so much capital, it should be more than enough. Even if it wasn't, there was no way he could borrow any more money. Although Zhang Yuan had worked for a while after graduation, his relationship with his colleagues was very average, and if he asked them for money, they would simply ignore him. He had not had any contact with his high school or university classmates since graduation. As for his relatives, Zhang Yuan had none. He lay in his rented room, silently pondering his plans for tomorrow. Whether he could turn the 2 million into 100 million would depend on whether he could find a suitable over-the-counter financing company tomorrow. At 10 p.m., the Starbucks coffee shop on Xinhua Road. After locking the door, Ning Yuwei and another clerk walked towards the University of Finance. Yuwei, did manager Lu still not approve your shift swap application? Yes, it's been stuck with him, and it's really not safe at night. Ning Yuwei said helplessly, Sister Zhang, you accompany me back every day, will it delay your work? It's fine, just take a few extra steps every day, and consider it exercise. Having said that, Sister Zhang paused and added, I may have to quit my job in a few days, and I'm afraid I won't be able to keep you company anymore. Is something wrong? Actually, nothing much, but my son will be in 6th grade next semester, and I want to spend more time helping him with his homework. Sister Zhang sighed, after thinking it over, I've decided not to quit. I don't make much anyway. That's true. You should put your family first. Actually, I don't recommend you taking this part-time job either. I can more or less guess why your shift swap application has never been approved. Zhang Jia leaned over to Ning Yuwei's ear and whispered, that boss Lu is no good. You should be more careful. Ning Yuwei nodded. She knew full well that Lu Wei, the owner of the coffee shop, had designs on her. But compared to the job at the milk tea shop near the school, the pay here was much higher. And she had lent all her money to Zhang Yuan, so she was penniless. I understand, Miss Zhang. At that moment, a new BMW X5 drove along the road next to the two of them. After lowering the window, a middle-aged bald man stuck his head out. Yuwei, are you going back? It happens that I'm going to the University of Finance and Economics too. I'll give you a ride. Get in. Ning Yuwei waved her hand and said, no need, Mr. Lu, we can walk back, it's not far. Lu Wei opened the passenger door and said imperiously, hey, it's not safe at night, get in the car quickly, don't be polite. Faced with the strong Lu Wei, Ning Yuwei didn't know how to politely refuse, but Zhang Jia on the side was not so polite. Yuwei's boyfriend is waiting for her in front, there's no need to trouble you. Lu Wei said with a straight face, oh? You have a boyfriend? I'd like to see which young talent can win her favor. Sister Zhang sneered, mercilessly mocking, you're not her father, what does it matter to you what boyfriend she has? Yuwei, let's go. Then she dragged Ning Yuwei forward without looking back. Lu Wei, who was sitting in the car, held the steering wheel tightly with both hands, his face a frighteningly dark shade of gray. As the owner of the cafe, he usually rarely came to the store once a month. Since discovering that Ning Yuwei worked in his store, he had been hanging around the area almost every night around 10 o'clock. Just waiting for the right opportunity to get Ning Yuwei into bed. In his opinion, no woman could resist the temptation of money. Looking at Ning Yuwei's youthful and beautiful back and long, slender legs, he forcibly suppressed the heat in his heart. Humph, there's no escaping my grasp. Chapter 6. Hurry up and call him to pay back the money. After Ning Yuwei returned to the dormitory, her roommate Xieshi was nowhere to be seen and had not returned yet. She and Xieshi were the only ones in the quadruple room who had not returned for the summer vacation. The usually chatty dormitory was quiet, and not a sound could be heard in the long, narrow hallway. Recalling the scene just now when she ran into Lu Wei, Ning Yuwei could not help but feel afraid. This time, Sister Zhang was there to help her out of the situation, but what about next time? Sister Zhang can't possibly be there for her forever. Next semester, she'll be a junior, and after graduation, she'll go to work as a lowly clerk? This kind of harassment by the boss will happen no matter where you go. Who will help her out of the situation then? At that moment, Ning Yuwei felt a sense of emptiness in her heart. The scene of Zhang Yuan walking her home that day suddenly came to mind. Although that senior was in a bit of a difficult situation, he gave her a sense of security that Zhang couldn't even come close to. In her eyes, Zhang Yuan was the kind of person who was devoted to one person. He worked hard for such a shameless girlfriend and thought about the other person wholeheartedly. A man with such character couldn't be a bad person. That was also the reason why she felt at ease and let Zhang Yuan accompany her back when she first met him. There is another point that Ning Yuwei may have unconsciously overlooked. Although Zhang Yuan has been flattened by life and has a feeling of vicissitudes all over his face, he is not bad-looking and is even a bit handsome. He is 1.8 meters tall, with a sharp facial outline, deep eyes, and a strong body. As alumni of the same University of Finance, the two had endless topics of conversation along the way. Ning Yuwei's first impression of him was really good. Otherwise, she would not have been willing to lend him all her hard-earned salary on their first meeting. No one would admit to being a double standard bearer. Generally speaking, in a situation like Zhang Yuan being dumped, if the person is ugly, it would be considered a dog-licking act, and they deserve it. But if the person is handsome, it would be considered a rare and valuable quality of being devoted. Just as Ning Yuwei was deep in thought, the screen of the phone on the table lit up. My stomach is not good, I need to eat soft food. Invite you to a voice call. Ning Yuwei's heart leapt with joy and she quickly answered. Hello, senior. I'm sorry, Yuwei, I was so busy yesterday that I forgot to call you back. Thank you for your trust. It's fine, as long as I can help you, senior. Ning Yuwei held the phone carefully and said happily, so, how's your business going, senior? Very well, I'll give you a surprise in a little while. Really? Then I look forward to that day. Do you have any wishes? Ning Yuwei thought for a moment and said, wishes? If I say I want to go to a Jay-Chou concert, will you laugh at me? How could I possibly laugh at you? I've never been to one either. Zhang Yuan's tone was also light and cheerful as he asked, so which Jay-Chou album is your favorite? Mine is probably a bit more niche, it's fantasy. That's funny, mine too, I think the song Quiet is the best. It's no coincidence, that's a track on the album Fantasy. You're a fake fan. The phone call lasted over an hour, until the door lock of the dormitory turned, and Ning Yuwei hastily ended the call. Xieshi stared at Ning Yuwei with suspicious eyes as soon as she entered the door. Vicky, who are you talking to? No, I wasn't talking to anyone. Ning Yuwei quietly hid her phone behind her back. Do you think I'm stupid? I heard you laughing from afar. Xieshi walked over in her red high heels, clacking her heels together, and held up her palms. Confess and be lenient, resist and be severe. Really, there's nothing going on. You heard wrong. You can't even lie well. Look, you're blushing. We're such good friends, and you're still hiding things from me. Be honest, have you got a boyfriend? Xieshi pursued, so, is he rich? Is he handsome? What does he do? Is he the owner of your cafe? Ning Yuwei knew that she couldn't get away with it this time, and under Xieshi's relentless pursuit, she confessed everything. When Xieshi heard that Ning Yuwei had lent Zhang Yuan 10,000 yuan, she almost fainted. No way. Vicky, have you gone crazy? You dare to lend money to a stranger you've only met once? And you don't even know if he's a social loser. Why are you so naive? You should know that you have saved up that little bit of money for 2 years. It's even got next semester's tuition fees in it. What if he's a scammer? Call him and make him pay you back. In the face of Xieshi's barrage of questions, Ning Yuwei whispered in reply, Senpai is not that kind of person. Xieshi said with disgust, you're so stubborn. I don't care about you anymore. You turned down so many rich guys, and you ended up getting conned by a poor guy. It doesn't matter how good looking he is, and he even has a ridiculous name like I have a weak stomach and need to eat soft food. I think this guy is just a bastard who eats soft food. Ning Yuwei didn't argue with Xiaxi, believing that time would tell. After a long silence, Xiaxi took out 1,000 yuan from her bag and put it in Ning Yuwei's hands. You don't have money for food, right? Save it, it wasn't easy for me to cheat some money from that idiot. As for tuition, I'll figure it out later. Don't be sad, just think of it as a lesson learned, and be more careful in the future. Xiaxi, you're so nice. Stop, don't be grateful, I'm not your mother, I can't take care of you forever. Jessie kicked off her heels, threw herself on the bed, opened the Weixin app and started browsing, pondering which fish she should go back to tomorrow to get her money back. Oh yeah, you came home so late the day before yesterday, did that jerk do anything to you? Jessie put down her phone and suddenly remembered a serious question she forgot to ask. What do you mean? Did he not try to trick you into sleeping with him? What are you talking about? Ning Yuwei's face turned red as blood, and even her ears were burning. She hurriedly defended herself, I'm not that kind of person. Xiaxi patted her chest and let out a breath, that's good, you're not completely stupid. August 9th. Zhang Yuan arrived at the financial street in the center of Shanghai City early in the morning. There are several securities companies here. Although most people are used to trading stocks on apps, the business of securities companies is still quite good. Zhang Yuan did not come to open an account. There is a certain threshold for the margin trading business of a regular securities company. The second condition of having more than 500,000 yuan in capital and more than 6 months of trading experience can perhaps be met with some connections. But what Zhang Yuan wants is not this kind of ordinary financing business. At most, he can get 1:1 financing, and with his 2.45 million yuan in capital, he can only double it to less than 5 million yuan. According to the system's prediction, starting tomorrow, every trading day, Hongyun Technology Group will have 17 consecutive trading days of limit rises, which will multiply the principal by 5.05 times. Even if it is calculated based on 5 million, the final return will be more than 20 million. This is still not enough. He is looking for an over-the-counter financing company. To put it bluntly, over-the-counter financing means borrowing money from a financing institution to speculate in the stock market. In the best case, the principal can be amplified 10 times, and 10 times leverage can be applied to speculate in the stock market. However, in the current market environment, formal over-the-counter financing companies are almost extinct. Many have been cheated out of everything, and they can't even see a solid offer. Zhang Yuan hung around the entrance to the securities company, waiting for someone to approach him to solicit business. He knew full well that 99% of the financing companies he saw in small ads were frauds. In order to attract attention, he also spent a lot of money dressing up. He spent thousands of dollars on a new outfit and pretended to be a rich second generation. Chapter 7, Thinking Too Simply. Hello, brother, I'm from High-Run Innovation Financing Platform. Do you need financial support? As soon as Zhang Yuan arrived at Financial Street, a salesman came over to ask. How much does it cost? The salesman was dressed in a sharp suit and tie, and was carrying a briefcase. Upon hearing this, he immediately took out a brochure from his bag. Brother, you can take a look. We are a legitimate platform, with a daily interest rate of 3% and a 1-month interest-free period. Just download our platform app and follow the instructions step by step. It's convenient and simple. Zhang Yuan took the brochure and read it. He basically already decided in his heart that this platform was probably not very legitimate. 3% interest, and a 1-month interest-free period. Do they really think they're doing charity? When he turned to the back page, he saw the promotional slogan on it and felt amused. Give away 1,888 yuan, and then give away 5,000 real funds. Regardless of whether this promotional slogan is a gimmick, there is no need to authenticate it, just take it away directly. It is definitely a fraudulent company that specializes in deceiving people's principal. The reason why he can clearly understand the tricks is also thanks to those roommates who like to speculate in stocks during the 4 years of university. Through constant exposure, his stock market knowledge was always greater than the average person's. Over the next few hours, people kept approaching Zhang Yuan to strike up a conversation. A few of them sounded plausible, and for a while Zhang Yuan was unable to tell the difference between truth and fiction. At this point he realized that he had thought too simply. He had thought that if he came to Financial Street, he would definitely be able to find a legitimate over-the-counter financing platform and then operate with high leverage. But it is not that easy to distinguish between real and fake. He has no chance to try and make mistakes. Once he invests all the more than 2 million, if the platform runs away, he can go to the roof. This approach is no different from gambling. One wrong step is a bottomless abyss. At this moment, Zhang Yuan had the thought of backing down. If that doesn't work, he can open a personal account with the stock exchange and honestly put the money in, which can also generate a considerable income. Normally, a fortune of 20 million yuan would be enough to live a comfortable life. But it was unlikely that he could activate the system. Zhang Yuan stood on the roadside of Financial Street, not knowing what to do. At that moment, a black Porsche Panamera quickly passed by Zhang Yuan. However, after driving a short distance, the taillights of the Panamera turned on and the car reversed. "Old classmate, is that you?" The driver's door opened and a woman in business attire stepped out of the car. The woman waved excitedly as she approached, saying, "It really is you, Zhang Yuan. I thought I was mistaken. Are you Lu Xueyou?" Zhang Yuan asked, somewhat uncertain. In fact, as soon as the woman got out of the car, Zhang Yuan recognized her at once. But for some reason, his first reaction was to pretend not to know her, and he even wanted to turn around and run. The woman was a classmate from his university. With that exquisite and beautiful face, it had only been 3 years since graduation, and he would never forget her easily. Lu Xueyou had studied at Shanghai University of Finance for 4 years, and was recognized as the school flower every year, without exception. She was also the object of countless passionate young men's fantasies every night. This included Zhang Yuan himself. In the past, Zhang Yuan often joked with her, telling dirty jokes and the like. Lu Xueyou also didn't have any airs and graces, and she could take any kind of joke without blushing. In Zhang Yuan's words, she was a girl who could take teasing. Since the accident that happened to his parents during his senior year, the huge drop in his family's finances had made him feel deeply inferior. From the way Lu Xueyou dressed and ate, it was not hard to see that her family was quite well off. Zhang Yuan, a poor boy with nothing, simply didn't have the courage to talk to Lu Xueyou again. Plus, with all the distractions of his internship, the two of them hardly ever interacted. "Yes, I can't believe my old classmate still remembers me." Lu Xueyou brushed her long hair behind her ear and asked playfully, "Do you work on Finance Street?" No. You have to wear a suit and tie to work here, so it definitely isn't that." If he had been in the old mindset, Zhang Yuan would have given a serious explanation, without any hope of having much interaction with Lu Xueyou. But now this system had given him confidence. No matter how he operates, in half a month he will be a multi-millionaire. He will definitely surpass 99% of the people in the world. After the initial shock, his character gradually became as carefree as it was during his school days. Zhang Yuan, who rarely cracked jokes, said, "I'll be waiting here for you." Lu Xueyou smiled. "Old classmate, you don't even blush when you lie, and you didn't contact me in advance, so what kind of waiting for me is this? If you hadn't happened to bump into me, wouldn't you have been waiting in vain? Then I can only say that this is fate. Fate is nonsense. This trick won't work on me. Go fool those little girls." Lu Xueyou looked up and down at Zhang Yuan. "It seems that in the years since graduation, you've been doing pretty well." "Barely." Zhang Yuan didn't want to dwell on the subject, but instead asked, "What about you, what are you doing?" Lu Xueyou pointed to the professional clothes she was wearing. "I'm working for a small company." Then she took out a business card and handed it to Zhang Yuan, which had the following words printed on it: Shanghai Huitong Venture Capital Company. Lu Xueyou's position was investment consultant. Unexpectedly, she was also engaged in financial work, which made Zhang Yuan's heart beat a little. "Let me ask you something, do you know which over-the-counter financing institutions are legitimate?" Lu Xueyou's beautiful eyes narrowed. "Why, do you want to speculate in stocks?" "Yes, I've recently set my sights on a stock with a promising trend. I think I'll give it a try." Lu Xueyou didn't ask Zhang Yuan why he didn't go to a securities company for financing. In her opinion, the capital requirement of 500,000 yuan would have already discouraged most people. Without much thought, she gave her answer, "I know it, it's absolutely reliable." Zhang Yuan was ecstatic upon hearing this, and eagerly asked, "Where is the address and what's the name?" "I'll go take a look." "What's the rush? The market is closed now, you should go in the afternoon." "You're right. Lu Xueyo's eyes flickered, and she said, "You have to thank me for giving you this information." Zhang Yuan smiled sheepishly. "I'll give you a share of the profits when I make some, okay?" "Who wants your share of the profits?" "Then how do you want me to show my gratitude?" Lu Xueyo stamped her foot, glanced at the time, and said, "It's not too much to ask for lunch, right? I'll choose the place, and I'll take you there after we eat." "Deal. We'll go in my car." Lu Xueyo pushed Zhang Yuan into the passenger seat without further ado, and then started the car. Boom, boom. The engine of the Porsche roared violently as it sped out of Financial Street. Hey, what are you doing driving so fast, in a hurry to be reborn?" "Don't worry, just hold on." Lu Xueyo looked straight ahead and said leisurely, "I've wanted to go there for a long time, but I never found the time. I'm glad I got you to do it for me." "Where is it? Is it far?" "Oh, don't ask so many questions. You'll know when we get there." "Okay, I'll go with you today, as long as you don't sell me out." 20 minutes later, to Zhang Yuan's dumbfounded expression, the car stopped at the food street near the University of Finance. In front of a shop called San Mao de Pai Dang. "This is the place, didn't expect it, right?" After getting out of the car, Lu Xueyo stretched and pointed at the sign. "It is quite unexpected." Zhang Yuan wanted to go to a high-end Western restaurant or buffet, but never expected to come to a food stall near the school. But he also had quite a deep impression of this 30-cent food stall. Back then, class reunions were basically held here, but after graduation, they never came back. "It's noon now, are you sure they're open?" Lu Xueyo pulled Zhang Yuan towards the inside, still saying, "Once the door is open, they must be open for business. At most, the ingredients aren't as complete, so you'll have to make do with what's available." "Okay." Meanwhile, in the dormitory of the University of Finance. "Vivi, I'm hungry, let's go out and get something to eat." Xia Shi put down her compact mirror and said to Ning Yuwei, "Going to the cafeteria?" "The cafeteria food is terrible, let's go out and find something good to eat today. I still have to go to my part-time job at 2 o'clock, so I might as well grab a bite to eat at school." "What's the rush, there's still over 2 hours. Let's go, I'll treat you." Without waiting for a response from Ning Yuwei, Xia Shi directly dragged her outside. Chapter 8, as usual, it can withstand provocation. Inside the food stall. Zhang Yuan and the others sat down in the middle. There were no other customers in the entire restaurant except for them. "You two may have to wait a bit longer, so let's start with some appetizers." The owner of the restaurant explained, "It will take a little while for the charcoal fire to ignite." Lu Xueyo teased, "Just bring 2 bottles of beer and a plate of peanuts. This guy won't get drunk as long as he has a single peanut." "Alright, I'll go arrange it." Soon, cold beer with wisps of white steam was served on the table. Lu Xueyo opened it and poured a glass for Zhang Yuan, handing it over. "Aren't you drinking?" "I have to drive later, and besides, I can't drink at all." Zhang Yuan laughed. "That's true, I remember when I first started school, you had a glass or two of beer, and you were so red you couldn't even walk steadily, and you even fell over on the way out." Lu Xueyo clenched her fists. "Damn it, don't you mention that." "Nah, it wasn't just me who saw it, the whole class was there at the time." The two of them ate and chatted while a string of skewers was finally grilled and served to the table. Lu Xueyo didn't move much, but kept her beautiful eyes fixed on Zhang Yuan. She watched him devour skewer after skewer of food. As a few beers went down, the sense of estrangement that she hadn't felt in years slowly disappeared. Zhang Yuan also spoke more and more. Thinking about it, college life was really something to remember. Although it had only been 3 years since graduation, it felt like a lifetime ago. Lu Xueyo tore off a small piece of meat on the skewer and chewed it slowly. "Yes, no matter how expensive the food is in the future, it will never taste as good as here. When I was in France, I really craved the food here." "You went to France after graduation?" "My family arranged it, they insisted on sending me to study abroad, and I just came back this year." "No wonder you disappeared without a trace for these past few years, you had gone so far away." Speaking of which, Lu Xueyo looked at Zhang Yuan with a hint of resentment in her eyes. "My WeChat ID has never changed, and it's not like I'm unreachable." "You didn't delete me, did you?" "No way, I wouldn't delete anyone. I'm almost out of touch with my old classmates." Lu Xueyo felt a little better, and whispered, "I haven't been in touch with anyone else either." "So, how are you getting on in France?" "No, the cultural differences are too great, and some of their habits are unacceptable." "From what you say, your French must be quite good." Is it difficult to learn? It is difficult. After spending a few years there, I can only communicate in a simple way, so I can't say I'm proficient. I suddenly thought of a really interesting passage from the Chinese listening test at level 10. Do you want to hear it? Lu Xueyou, holding a glass of water, immediately became interested. Go ahead and tell me. The fifth and fourth son said that the third son's second son is the eldest. Tell me, can a foreigner understand such an insightful sentence? Pop. Lu Xueyou just swallowed a mouthful of water, but before she could swallow it, it all sprayed onto Zhang Yuan's face. It's still you, Zhang Yuan, who can come up with dirty jokes on the spot. You're not bad either, you understood it in seconds, and you're still as flirtatious as ever. Lu Xueyou pursed her lips. Whether or not I can stand teasing depends on who's teasing me. If someone else had said those things to her, she would have slapped them. In the few months since she returned to China, she hasn't lacked the time to come to this food stall, but she hasn't met anyone she wanted to come with. She still remembers that one night when she was a freshman in college, she was walking alone nearby when she was blocked by a few punks. Zhang Yuan, who was having a late-night snack here, held a brick in his hand and blocked her path. Zhang Yuan's words at that time are still fresh in her memory. Run, I can handle this. She was so scared at the time that she really did as she was told and ran without looking back. She didn't see Zhang Yuan until the next day, when he appeared in class with a bloody face. Since they were not familiar with each other at the time, she didn't even have the courage to say thank you to Zhang Yuan. But the seed of affection was also planted at that time. She had planned to find Zhang Yuan near the time of graduation to declare her feelings, but then she heard that there seemed to have been an accident in his family. Lu Xueyou didn't know how to comfort Zhang Yuan, and passively waited for him to contact her every day. As a result, they gradually grew apart. Later, Lu Xueyou was arranged by her parents to study abroad, which completely ended her hopes. 3 years is too long, and she shouldn't have delayed such a good boy. Lu Xueyou let out a silent sigh as she looked at Zhang Yuan, who was talking animatedly in front of her. She guessed that he had long since forgotten about that incident. Zhang Yuan naturally had no idea what Lu Xueyou was thinking at the moment, and continued teasing her. Seeing as you know so much, you must have had more than 5 or 6 boyfriends, right? So what if I did? Then the joke would have to be changed to, the eldest brother and the second brother are discussing whether or not to go to the third brother's house and tell the fourth brother and fifth brother that the sixth brother's tongue is too big. Lu Xueyou clenched her lips tightly. Zhang Yuan, you jerk. Zhang Yuan also knew that he had gone too far with his joke, and quickly apologized. Don't be angry, I said the wrong thing. Forget it, I forgive you. After a while, Lu Xueyou muttered, I've never had a boyfriend. Really? Somehow, Zhang Yuan actually felt secretly happy after hearing this. Do I need to lie to you? Right, you. Lu Xueyou opened her mouth, but the words didn't come out. What's the matter? You're not like yourself when you hesitate. Never mind, it's fine. In fact, Lu Xueyou really wanted to ask Zhang Yuan if he had a family, but she was afraid of hearing a bad answer. So she didn't ask, and would get to know him slowly in the future. After letting go of her worries, the two started chatting again, and Lu Xueyou's silver bell-like laughter could be heard from outside the shop. After eating for a while, Lu Xueyou remembered something and said, It's been so long since we last met, do you mind if I take a photo? It's no big deal, just take the photo. Lu Xueyou looked around and noticed that she had left her bag on the car. I'll go to the car and get my phone. At this time, Ning Yuwei and Xiaxi also arrived at the food street. Wow, a 4.0T Panamera, this car plus the optional floor-to-ceiling is almost 3 million. From a distance, Xiaxi saw Lu Xueyou's Panamera and exclaimed with her hand over her mouth. Ning Yuwei's reaction was very calm. Really? I don't know about cars, but it looks expensive. Xiaxi immediately switched to science mode and kept talking. You don't know, the price of the same Panamera with different configurations can differ by more than double. Most people buy the standard model, which costs just over 1 million yuan, just to look good. People who really buy the top model are not short of money, and they probably have a lot of expensive sports cars at home. Let's go over there and have a look. Take a nice photo for me later, I want to post it on WeChat Moments. I'm really fed up with you, it's not your car, is this okay? Later, when the owner sees it, he'll laugh at us behind our backs. It's fine, these rich people won't eat in places like this. Maybe they parked here to go to our school to pick up girls. Okay, just take a picture. Ning Yuwei really couldn't argue with Xiaxi, so she had no choice but to agree. As the two of them were just approaching, Pam's car lights suddenly flashed. Lu Xueyou walked out of the food stall with a smile on her face and bumped into Ning Yuwei. Chapter 9, Honey, stop looking, let's go. What a pretty girl, is this your car? Xiaxi spoke to Lu Xueyou as if they were old friends. Lu Xueyou also looked at the two girls and, with a strange sense of propriety, said, "It belongs to my boyfriend." She didn't know why she had responded that way. Once someone has moved into your heart, you will unconsciously want to put the other person on a pedestal, no matter what. Anyway, Zhang Yuan will never know. That sister's boyfriend must be very handsome. He is quite handsome and very responsible. Lu Xueyou asked, "Are you two students at the University of Finance?" "Yes, did you graduate from here too?" Xiaxi knew from Lu Xueyou's expression that she had guessed correctly, so she said more enthusiastically, "So you're a senior. Can I go sit in the car and take some pictures?" "Of course, just take whatever pictures you like." Xiaxi, who had received permission, cheerfully got into the driver's seat and took out her phone. She even shouted, "Vivi, aren't you getting in?" Ning Yuwei really wanted to say something at this moment. This roommate of hers always acts cold and indifferent in front of boys. She has been able to get away with it so far by hanging out with so many boys. But she changes completely in different situations. Big sister, this is really embarrassing. Ning Yuwei wanted to find a crack in the ground and disappear into it. Fortunately, it wasn't long before Xiaxi came out after taking her photo. "Thank you, senior. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Lu Xueyou watched the two younger girls leave with a smile, then took her bag out of the car and returned to the food stall. "What took you so long?" "The car is right outside." After returning to her seat, Zhang Yuan asked curiously. "I ran into two interesting young girls and had a chat with them for a while." "You don't say." "The quality of girls at our alma mater is quite high, and those two are rare beauties." Zhang Yuan nodded, and the figure of Ning Yuwei appeared in his mind. "She is quite pretty." Unexpectedly, this careless response made Lu Xueyou think a lot. It seems that this old classmate has recently visited the University of Finance and is likely to know one of the younger girls. Lu Xueyou didn't pursue the matter, sat down next to Zhang Yuan, and brought up the camera. "Here, let's take a photo together." "I don't understand you girls, why do you like taking photos so much?" "If you don't understand, you don't need to understand." "Hey, can you cooperate a little? Come closer." Under the tree outside the food stall, Xiaxi pulled Ning Yuwei away and looked inside. "What are we still doing here, aren't we going to eat?" "I'm just curious. What does a guy who can afford the top-of-the-line pain look like? Maybe he's a balding, greasy old man supporting a mistress." Ning Yuwei was full of black lines. Where else would you make such malicious assumptions about someone, and you just borrowed his car to take pictures? How can you generalize? With the appearance of that schoolmate just now, she must be dating a rich guy. Here he comes. Xiaxi gave a hush, he's so young, and he seems to have a pretty good figure. Unfortunately, I can only see his back, so I don't know if he's handsome. Ning Yuwei wasn't even interested at first, but after Xiaxi said that, she also glanced over. This glance made her freeze in place, as if struck by lightning. Why does this back look so much like the professor's? Although she had only met Zhang Yuan once, the sight of his back as he sat in the cafe had been deeply etched in her mind. It had to be him, there was no doubt. At that moment, she really wanted to rush into the food stall and find out for sure. However, the last vestiges of reason stopped her. What good would it do to find out for sure? He was obviously so rich, yet he had borrowed 10,000 yuan from her. He obviously had a luxury car, yet he pretended to be poor in front of her. Call him a liar? Or a man of two minds? She had no relationship with him, so who was she to judge? Had she been wrong to trust him? Ning Yuwei's emotions were mixed. Two clear tears ran down her cheeks. She swayed, almost unable to stand. Xiaxi, who was standing nearby, quickly supported her and said with concern, "Yuwei, what's wrong?" "I'm fine, I suddenly feel a little unwell." "You go eat by yourself, I'm going back." With her sharp wit, Xiaxi had already deduced the general situation from Ning Yuwei's reaction. Without saying anything else, she let out a long sigh. "I'll walk you back." Zhang Yuan, who was taking photos, had no idea what was going on outside. An hour later, Zhang Yuan had eaten and drunk his fill, spending a total of 158 yuan. Lu Xueyou was very considerate and did not rush to pay the bill. There was no need to offend Zhang Yuan over such a small amount of money. Zhang Yuan once again brought up the system panel. Accumulated spending for the opposite sex, 160 yuan 100 million. The activation condition has not been met. Immediately afterwards, he confirmed one thing. As long as there is a member of the opposite sex involved in this spending, no matter how much they actually eat, only the total price will be counted. In order to activate the system, it seems that in the future, you can't eat alone, you have to bring a woman with you no matter what you do. You have to bring her along for fun, for dinner, and even for a hotel room. But you can't go to a hotel room without a girl. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but complain about these harsh activation conditions. Are you serious? After leaving the food stall, Zhang Yuan and Lu Xueyou were about to get into the car when a black SUV drove up and stopped behind the Pamei. Through the car window, Zhang Yuan's body trembled involuntarily when he saw the figure of the passenger. It was his ex-girlfriend, Zhao Xiaolin. At that moment, a fierce quarrel was taking place in the car. 20,000 yuan is enough for a tire, and the rest can be used to buy some nutritious food to replenish your body. The middle-aged man took out 2 stacks of money and stuffed them into Zhao Xiaolin's bag. You think this little bit of money will get rid of me? I advise you not to be too greedy, or it won't end well for anyone. How dare you threaten me? Zhao Xiaolin angrily opened the car door and said coldly, if you're heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless. I don't believe you dare let your wife know. Zhao Xiaolin, what do you really want? It's very simple, just give me a house. Are you crazy? Get out of my car. Zhao Xiaolin slammed the car door shut and said menacingly, we'll see about that. The middle-aged man didn't want to argue anymore, started the car and drove off. It was only then that Zhao Xiaolin looked ahead. When she saw Zhang Yuan, her expression was obviously unnatural. If it had been just Zhang Yuan here, she probably wouldn't have cared. He was just a spare tire, and she wouldn't have been embarrassed if it was discovered. But standing next to Zhang Yuan was a woman, one who was far superior to her in both figure and appearance. Judging by the situation, it seemed that the two were quite close. This made her feel very uneasy. They had only broken up 2 or 3 days ago, and he had already replaced her with another girlfriend. What right did Zhang Yuan, a poor boy, have? She suddenly felt as if someone had taken away her beloved toy. This feeling made her furious. How dare the fish in my pond betray me? This is unforgivable. But then, Zhao Xiaolin calmed down a little. Maybe Zhang Yuan and this woman were just casual acquaintances, and she had just been overthinking it. On the other side, Lu Xueyou could easily tell something from the expressions of the two. The relationship between this old classmate and the woman in front of her was not simple. At this moment, a nonsensical word suddenly popped into her head, there are still masters. Lu Xueyou made a bold decision. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Zhang Yuan on the side of his face. Then she took his arm and said in a gentle tone, honey, don't look, let's go. Chapter 10, A Windy Cotton Padded Jacket. Zhang Yuan was dumbfounded. He didn't even know how Lu Xueyou got him into the car, and it wasn't until the car was speeding down the wide road that he came back to his senses. In fact, the reason he was stunned at first was not because of old feelings. His heart had been broken long ago that day in the cafe. It was just that Zhao Xiaolin was after all a woman he had once loved deeply. Seeing that scene suddenly made him feel that things had changed. Forget it. Women like Zhao Xiaolin don't deserve any sympathy. She deserves everything that happened to her. This scene made Zhang Yuan even more determined about one thing. That is to become rich. Very, very rich. He wants to live a carefree life that makes everyone jealous. I didn't mean to take advantage of you just now, I just didn't like that woman and wanted to upset her. Lu Xueyou drove the car, cautiously testing the waters. You won't blame me for being nosy, will you? I'm very angry. Without waiting for Lu Xueyou to respond, Zhang Yuan continued, my mother said that when boys are away from home, they have to know how to protect themselves, and sure enough, that's what happened. Zhang Yuan, don't act like you're not the one who started this. What do you want? Zhang Yuan leaned over and grinned, unless you let me kiss you back. Go to hell. See, you can't even play anymore. The car was speeding towards Financial Street, and Lu Xueyou didn't ask Zhang Yuan what his relationship with Zhao Xiaolin was. She knew that the timing was not yet right. Where are we going? Lu Xueyou gave him a blank look. Aren't you looking for a financing company? I almost forgot what I was doing here, let's go. Half an hour later, the car stopped in the underground parking lot of a building next to Financial Street. Zhang Yuan followed Lu Xueyou into the elevator and went up to the 21st floor. When the elevator door opened, the first thing that came into view was Shanghai Huitong Venture Capital Company, Ltd. What are you doing at your company? Lu Xueyou led Zhang Yuan into the company and said as they walked, didn't you know that our company also does financing? A venture capital company also does over-the-counter financing. Your company is quite unconventional, isn't it? That's right. We do whatever makes money. The commission for stock market financing is also quite high, and the risk is small. Why not do it? This is not a wrong statement. Off-exchange financing is different from the financing business of securities companies. The account used to trade stocks is provided by the financing company, and your own principal needs to be transferred to the other party's account, and trading is conducted using the other party's account. The financing company has absolute control over the account and will set a forced liquidation line based on the proportion of the financing. Once the stocks you bought fall to a certain extent, they will be sold in their entirety if you do not add funds. In the end, you will lose your own principal, while the funds they lent will not be affected. When they entered the company and entered an office, Lu Xueyou opened the computer on the desk and asked, do you do short-term or long-term? Short-term, just 10 to 20 days. How much do you want to allocate? I can come up with more than 2 million right now, so just allocate it to me at 10 times. This time it was Lu Xueyou's turn to be surprised. She glanced at Zhang Yuan, you're a deep well, you have so much capital. Don't kid around, 2 million yuan can't even buy a decent house in the city center, so how is that much? It's quite a lot. Lu Xueyou had thought that Zhang Yuan was just playing around with a small amount, and that 300,000 to 500,000 yuan would be the most he could get. After all, she more or less knew Zhang Yuan's family situation. How much savings could a young person without parental support have after only working for 2 or 3 years? How about it? A capital allocation of more than 20 million yuan shouldn't be difficult for your company, right? It's not difficult. Lu Xueyou reminded him. You're going to use 10 times leverage to speculate in stocks, so you know the risks involved. Once the stock price drops more than 5%, you'll have to add more capital, and it's very easy to lose everything. I know, high returns come with high risks, I'm prepared. Okay, I'll go prepare the contract, you wait here. After saying this, Lu Xueyou walked out and gently closed the door behind her. Zhang Yuan looked around the office. It was a single-person office, with an area of 50-60 square meters, facing south. There was a panoramic glass window on the side facing the road, which let in a lot of light. There were a few pots of green plants on the floor by the windowsill, and a small photo frame was placed on the solid wood desk. Zhang Yuan picked up the photo frame, and it was a single photo of Lu Xueyou. In the photo, she was wearing a down jacket and had her hair tied into a high ponytail. Her pair of intelligent eyes seemed to be speaking. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but touch his cheek, the place that had previously been kissed by Lu Xueyou. An unconscious smile appeared on his face. After Lu Xueyou left, she didn't find someone to draw up a contract, but instead took out her phone and dialed a number. The phone was connected after the first ring. Dad, send me your stock account password. What's wrong, girl? Why do you ask? Are you going to speculate in stocks? Oh, don't worry about it. Just send it to my phone, I have my own uses for it. Lu Xueyou thought for a moment and then asked, by the way, Dad, is there still money in the account? There's no cash in it, it's all lying in the stock market. Then I'll just sell some of it and buy it back again later. Lu Xueyou didn't mince her words with her father. Although the T+1 rule is used for a shares, the funds from selling stocks on that day can be used to buy other stocks, except for cash withdrawals. Hey, what are you doing? Don't do anything rash. Lu Xueyou on the other end of the phone said with great concern, you said that after you returned to China, you would not come to the group headquarters, but rather work as a small clerk at the subsidiary in Shanghai City. It's been half a year, and you haven't closed a single deal. If the company is full of people like you who just go through the motions, it will close down sooner or later. Lu Xueyou muttered, okay, stop lecturing me, I've heard enough. Either you transfer 30 million yuan into my account, or I'll sell the stocks. Lu Xueyou felt that it would be better to tell her father the truth, and said, I've recently set my sights on a stock with a very good trend, and I want to give it a try. If you don't agree, I'll go to an over-the-counter financing institution and borrow 30 million yuan from them. No, girl, there are no legitimate financing institutions these days, they're all just fly-by-night companies. Lu Xueyou cooed, Daddy, you'll definitely support me, right? Lu Xueyou really had no idea what to do with this precious daughter of his, so he said helplessly, don't sell them out I stock, and do whatever you want with the rest. Thanks, Dad, I love you. Remember to send me the account number, I'm in a hurry. After the call, Lu Xueyou saw the account number and password sent from the Weixin app and smiled sweetly. On the other end, Lu Xueyou put the phone away and told his secretary, go find out what Miss has been doing recently and who she has met, but be careful not to let her know. Okay, Chairman. The secretary had just left the room, but she returned with a graceful gait. It's less than an hour before boarding, should I arrange the car now? Go ahead. Chapter 11, A High-Stakes Gamble. Lu Xueyou made the call in just a minute or two. When she returned to the office, she saw Zhang Yuan still admiring the photo frame, and didn't even notice her enter. Is it good? Zhang Yuan blurted out without turning his head, it's quite good, but it's not dressed cool enough. I have some more revealing photos here, with JK, stockings, and even nothing on. Bring it then. Just so you know, I don't want to see it, I just want to appreciate the art. Lu Xueyou gave him a cold stare and said leisurely, you want to see it? There's plenty on the website. Don't say you didn't have these kinds of resources on your computer when you were studying. Even I know how to download them. Lu Xueyou, do you really need to know so much? You need to maintain a sweet persona, understand? After being bombarded with vulgarities every other day, your persona has already collapsed. After a few jokes, Zhang Yuan said seriously, how about it, is there a problem with the financing? It's not a matter of who's doing it, it's a sure thing. What about the contract? Hurry up and sign the contract, we just need to start building the position as soon as the funds arrive. No rush, just hurry up and do it, we can sign the contract later. Zhang Yuan then sat on the sofa opposite, waiting around. Since this was the first time he had looked for financing, and even the first time he had bought stocks, he had no idea about the specific process of financing. He thought that this was the normal way of doing things. But he was sure of one thing, at least Lu Xueyou would never rip him off. Lu Xueyou sat down in front of the computer and opened the securities trading software. Which stock should I cash out? Since I was told not to sell Moutai, I'll sell this one. Lu Xueyou thought for a moment and moved the cursor to the Huitong Group stock. She kept thinking to herself, it doesn't matter if I sell tens of millions of my own shares, it won't have any impact. The stock price of Huitong Group was still trending upwards, and there were multiple large buy orders hanging on the trading interface. As Lu Xueyou's small hands kept clicking, she hung up large sell orders, which were undoubtedly swept away. However, after an hour had passed, she had only cashed out just over 20 million. Zhang Yuan couldn't wait any longer and urged, are you done yet? It's almost 2 o'clock, and I need time to operate. Don't worry, it'll be done soon. Lu Xueyou was secretly anxious. She found that the market for the orders she had placed was gradually becoming unable to handle the volume. Moreover, the share price of Huitong Group was plummeting. After more than 10 minutes, she stopped operating and finally managed to raise 30 million. In fact, if she had followed the 10-fold allocation, she would only have needed to withdraw 22.05 million. But she was afraid that the stock market trend was uncertain, as Zhang Yuan had said, so she left some funds in reserve. Here, just transfer the principal into this account. Lu Xueyou let out a long breath and looked at Zhang Yuan. Are we signing the contract or not? Time is running out, so let's talk about it when you're done. Zhang Yuan didn't dwell on it, sat down at the computer, and transferred all of his assets according to Lu Xueyou's instructions. However, when he saw the long series of numbers in the balance, he was stunned. 302.45 million. Zhang Yuan didn't know that this was the result of Lu Xueyou's misoperation, and sighed. I never thought your company was so wealthy that you would let 300 million yuan just sit in the account. Upon hearing this, Lu Xueyou's heart couldn't help but skip a beat, and she hurriedly asked, what 300 million? The 300 million in the account, what else could it be? Lu Xueyou looked closer and exclaimed, covering her mouth, I actually missed a zero. I'm finished, I'm afraid I've caused trouble. Zhang Yuan asked sternly, what happened? Lu Xueyou was at her wit's end and told him everything. The reason she hadn't told Zhang Yuanming her identity in the first place was that she didn't want to put any psychological pressure on him. She had only wanted to secretly help raise a sum of money and had never intended to ask for anything in return. What should I do, Zhang Yuan? My father will scold me to death if he finds out. Lu Xueyou said pitifully, can't we buy the stocks back before the market closes? Zhang Yuan shook his head, no, you'll lose a fortune. What should we do then? Zhang Yuan frowned, looking at the astronomical figure on the account. An appalling idea suddenly popped into his head. Now that 300 million yuan is in front of him, why not take a chance with Lu Xueyou and gamble for even more? Money in the stock market is money not earned. Once an idea is born, it is like a demon taking hold, constantly nibbling away at the remaining sanity. Zhang Yuan unconsciously took hold of Lu Xueyou's delicate hand and solemnly asked, do you believe in me? Lu Xueyou was panicking at the moment, and she didn't even realize that her hand was being firmly held. Due to her instinctive trust in Zhang Yuan, she simply could not bring herself to refuse. Lu Xueyou nodded lightly. Okay, I'll handle this capital, and I'll make it double. Zhang Yuan quickly opened the stock interface of Hongyun Technology Group. Currently, the stock has fallen 9 points and is about to hit the floor. Zhang Yuan is not indecisive, and once he makes a decision on anything, he will execute it without hesitation. While there was still time to do something, he swept all the sell orders on the screen into the system without even looking at the price. As Hongyun Technology Group's recent market performance had been really poor, there were almost no buy orders for this stock, and there were endless people cutting their losses and leaving the market. Unlike Huitong Group, Hongyun Technology Group was a large cap stock with a market value of over 100 billion. Although Zhang Yuan's 300 million capital seemed to be a lot, it could not affect the overall trend. This also made his stock buying exceptionally smooth. According to the system's prediction, Hongyun Technology Group's result today will be a drop in price. Obviously, the capital Zhang Yuan invested can only slow down the progress, not affect the final result. Is this the stock you're eyeing? Do you have some misunderstanding about the trend? Lu Xueyou said sarcastically from the side. This is the perfect time to buy the bottom, so don't talk, it'll affect my operation. Lu Xueyou pouted, aggrieved, it's obvious that it's my own slow hand speed, but they're blaming me. Nonsense, my hand speed is faster than that of Takakato. Lu Xueyou is not able to respond to everything, and this sentence clearly exceeds her scope of knowledge. At 2:55, Zhang Yuan finally completed the operation before the market closed. He left his seat and let out a long sigh. The funds in the account were completely bought up by him, and Hongyun Technology Group eventually hit the limit down and suspended trading. More than 300 million yuan, which after 17 trading days can be turned into 1.5 billion yuan. Robbing a bank would not make this kind of money so quickly. Okay, the mission is complete. We can open the champagne. Lu Xueyou muttered, how can you be so sure that this stock will rise sharply? Judging from my many years of experience, I can't be wrong. You'll be carrying the money in a sack by then. What if it loses money? If it loses, I will give you all my money and work like a dog for you. Lu Xueyou muttered, who wants you to work like a dog? At the moment, she somehow hoped that the stock would lose money. It was only worth 200 or 300 million, so even if it lost a little, her father would be able to make it back. Chapter 12, Buying Instant Noodles in a Porsche. Lu Xueyou, who was currently on a plane, had no idea that he had been completely sold out by Xiaomi Aneo and an outsider. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was free, Lu Xueyou asked, where are you going? Do you want to go get something to eat after I get off work? Maybe next time. I'm a little tired after a long day. I'm going home first. Okay. Lu Xueyou was a little disappointed after hearing this, but she didn't show it. I'll come back in the morning. Really? You're still coming tomorrow? Of course, I've put in more than 2 million yuan, so I need to keep an eye on things to make sure you don't sell it without telling me. You said it yourself, if you're even a minute late, I'll sell it all, without a single share left. At least I'll leave one share. What do you mean? With Lu Xueyou's puzzled expression, Zhang Yuan looked down at her crotch, raised his hand and made a shape with his mouth. I'll spank you. Lu Xueyou stuck out her tongue and made a face. So that's the one. As Zhang Yuan was about to leave, Lu Xueyou picked up the small photo frame on the table and handed it over. Wait, this is for you. What am I supposed to do with it? You said it looked good, so take it home and look at it slowly. Aren't you afraid that I'll do something else with it? Well, with all this clothing on, you can't see anything anyway, and it seems like you can't do anything either. Listen, next time, give me some cooler photos. Although Zhang Yuan said he didn't like it, his hands were quick and he quickly put them away. Lu Xueyou clenched her fists and said viciously, "You're a pervert. By the way, it's very inconvenient to take a taxi on Finance Street, and it's probably over 40 degrees outside right now." Lu Xueyou once again put the Porsche's car keys in Zhang Yuan's hands. "If you give me the car, how will you go home after work? I live in a small apartment next door, just a few steps away. Besides, I don't usually drive much, and it's rare for me to start it even once a month, so it'll just sit there gathering dust. Just do me a favor and heat up the car every now and then." "Okay." Zhang Yuan didn't refuse, and took the car keys. Before leaving, Zhang Yuan said in a rare serious tone, "Thank you for your trust, little rich girl." When he arrived in the basement, he found Lu Xueyou's Paramira. The black body with its flowing lines, the 21-inch wheels with the bright yellow calipers, it wasn't a supercar but it was sporty nonetheless. Zhang Yuan got into the driver's seat and started the car. The high-pitched sound of the 4.0T V8 twin-turbo engine met Zhang Yuan's expectations, as if all the blood in his body had started to boil. He slowly drove out of the basement and onto the wide road, and only then did Zhang Yuan dare to step on the accelerator. Suddenly, a strong feeling of pushing the back of the body came, and the Paramera, like an arrow released from the bow, sped off into the distance. "It's still about having money," Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. The driving experience of the Paramera was much better than that of his parents' Passat. But it wouldn't be long before he had all of this himself. Zhang Yuan glanced at the fuel gauge and let out a sigh of relief when he saw that it was full. Although he would become a billionaire in a month or so, his wallet was currently thinner than his face. After investing all 2.45 million in the stock market, his assets were now down to just 200 yuan, not enough to even fill up his car. As for borrowing money, Zhang Yuan knew that if he asked Lu Xueyou for a loan, she would definitely lend him the money. What's more, she would lend him as much as he wanted, without asking him any questions. But he wouldn't do that. He could borrow from Ning Yuwei, whom he had just met, but he would never borrow from this old classmate. This mentality could only be blamed on his inexplicable pride. At 4:30 p.m., Zhang Yuan arrived at the rental house. Just as he was about to get out of the car, he realized something else. It would be another half-month before he could cash in his stocks, so what would he eat for the next 10 to 20 days? He could go to Lu Xueyou's company for a free lunch at noon, but what about the evenings? If only he had left 1,000 yuan as living expenses. Zhang Yuan shook his head. It was useless to regret now. He started the car again and drove towards the convenience store outside. "Boss, 2 boxes of instant noodles and a soft white bun. That'll be 196 yuan, please pay over here." After scanning the code, Zhang Yuan looked at the remaining 4 yuan on his bank card and fell into deep thought. The convenience store clerk couldn't help but stare at the man, who was carrying 2 boxes of instant noodles and throwing them in the back seat of the brand new Porsche. He couldn't understand why, even though he was so rich, he still ate instant noodles and smoked such cheap cigarettes. The world of the rich is really incomprehensible. Zhang Yuan, who had returned to the car, did not go straight back, but drove to the Starbucks coffee shop. It wasn't that he wanted to show off, but simply that he wanted to meet the kind little schoolgirl. The stocks had been bought as expected, and he had to let her know somehow to set her mind at rest. Calculating the time, Ning Yuwei should have already started work by now. "Welcome, please scan the QR code to order what you want." After entering the store, Zhang Yuan ignored the words of the clerk and kept his eyes on the store. However, he did not see that figure. "Sir, are you looking for someone?" the clerk asked again. "I want to ask, is Ning Yuwei not coming to work today?" Upon hearing this, the shop assistant took off her mask and showed an expression of surprise. "Sir, you know her?" "That's great." The shop assistant said anxiously, "She didn't come to work today for some reason, and no one answered the phone." This shop assistant was no one else but Zhang Jia, the person Ning Yuwei had mentioned. Since Zhang Jia had been busy backstage that night, she didn't recognize Zhang Yuan at the moment. Then she's probably in the school dormitory. I'll go check later. "Who are you?" "I'm a friend of hers, I came to see her." Seeing that Zhang Yuan was young, dressed neatly, and could accurately give Ning Yuwei's address, Sister Zhang let her guard down. There weren't many customers in the cafe at this hour, so she simply walked outside the counter and started chatting with Zhang Yuan. It's a pity that girl Yuwei had such a hard life. She came from the countryside, her father died young, and her mother didn't care about her because she was a girl. She earned all the money she needed for university, and in order to save up for tuition fees, she basically had no life of her own, working part-time in her spare time. In order to save money on food, she often didn't even eat dinner. It's just that she's pretty, and last night she was almost harassed by the owner here. If I hadn't been there to keep her company, I'm not sure what would have happened. You should go and check on her. Sometimes the pressure of life is too much, and once that string is pulled, I'm afraid she might do something stupid. After a brief thank you, Zhang Yuan hurried to the school. Chapter 13, Forcefully Kissing Ning Yuwei. Dudu, I'm sorry, the number you have dialed cannot be connected at the moment, please try again later. Along the way, Zhang Yuan repeatedly dialed Ning Yuwei's phone number, but it was never connected. He wondered to himself, last night I talked to Ning Yuwei for so long, and I didn't hear anything wrong with her. That shouldn't be the case. Zhang Yuan subconsciously increased his speed and rushed to the school as fast as he could. 5 minutes later, he arrived at the entrance of the University of Finance. Hey, no vehicles without passes are allowed to enter. The security guard walked out of the security booth and said with spittle flying. You young people, I know what you are here for even if you don't tell me. Go, don't block here. Zhang Yuan lowered the window, handed over a cigarette and laughed. Mr. Wang, you don't recognize me after just a few years? You are? The security guard finally remembered after a moment's thought. Zhang Yuan, it's you. Yes, you have a good memory. Before his parents' accident, Zhang Yuan was still quite popular. He often went out for late-night snacks with his classmates and didn't forget to give these security guards cigarettes. Over time, he became quite familiar with them. Why have you come today? Not bad, you're doing well. Master Wang looked at the Porsche Panamera and sighed. I'll go find someone inside and be right back, please be patient. The campus of the University of Finance is quite large, and it takes about 20 minutes to walk from the school gate to the dormitory area. It's summer vacation, and there's not even a shuttle bus. In a hurry, Zhang Yuan could only pray that Master Wang would be lenient. Okay, hurry up and come out. Wang Lei lit a cigarette and muttered a few words, still as stingy as before. I don't know why he gives out good cigarettes. Thanks. After getting permission, Zhang Yuan went straight to the girls' dormitory area. From the conversation that night, he already knew that Ning Yuwei lived in room 508 of dormitory 3. There were really not many people on campus during the summer vacation. In the evening, there were no couples to be seen everywhere, and he didn't see a single one along the way. Zhang Yuan parked his car outside the dormitory building and crept inside. He took advantage of the moment when the dormitory manager was distracted to sneak past her. After climbing to the 5th floor in one go, he stood outside room 508, panting. Knock, knock, knock. Zhang Yuan knocked gently, but there was no response for a long time. After knocking a few more times, he listened to the sound inside by pressing his ear to the door, but he heard nothing. Hello, is there anyone there? Ning Yuwei, are you there? If you don't open the door, I'm going to break it down. Ning Yuwei had actually been in the dormitory the whole time and had heard the knocking. However, the dormitory door did not have a peephole, and she was not sure who was at the door. And since she was not there, she was alone in the dormitory. Even though it was not completely dark, she did not dare to open the door rashly. Until she heard that familiar voice. When the door opened, Zhang Yuan saw Ning Yuwei's slightly haggard face. This strong, simple and kind girl deeply touched his heartstrings at that moment. Zhang Yuan knew only too well how difficult life was without the support of parents. While her peers were having fun, she was thinking about where to find a part-time job to earn money for tomorrow's meals. While others were buying new clothes and designer bags, she wore the same clothes over and over again and washed them again and again. Zhang Yuan had never heard her complain once, and she was still so optimistic. He had only mentioned it, and she had unswervingly taken out all her savings. This unreserved trust alone was worth repaying for the rest of his life. Senior, why are you here? Ning Yuwei's instinctive reaction to seeing Zhang Yuan was surprise, but then she thought of something and turned her head to the side, not looking at him. Without saying a word, Zhang Yuan walked up to her and put his arms around her, not letting go no matter how Ning Yuwei struggled. What are you doing? Let go of me. Ning Yuwei was no match for Zhang Yuan in terms of strength, so there was no way she could break free. She pushed Zhang Yuan's arm a few times, but it was as immovable as steel. Ning Yuwei tilted her head and shouted. Let go of me. If you don't stop, I'll scream. Zhang Yuan didn't give her a chance to speak, and directly covered her small mouth. Well, no, don't. The two lips met, and the slightly cool touch made Ning Yuwei feel as if she had been struck by an electric current, and her whole body felt soft and limp. The strength of her struggle was also decreasing. After a while, Ning Yuwei seemed to have accepted her fate and stopped resisting. Zhang Yuan wrapped one arm around her waist, while the other reached into her soft hair. Although it was the first time they were kissing, Zhang Yuan's technique was not rusty. The hot breath exhaled from his nose hit Ning Yuwei's delicate face, causing her brain to temporarily lose its ability to think. 2 minutes later, Ning Yuwei gradually realized that something was wrong. Gathering all her strength, she pushed Zhang Yuan away and said in a panic, "Have you kissed enough?" "Not enough, not in this life." Zhang Yuan took a deep breath and said solemnly, "Yuwei, be my girlfriend." Zhang Yuan said these words in a firm tone. Wealth can really change a person's mentality in a short period of time. A few days ago, Zhang Yuan would never have made such a move. In the past, when faced with Zhao Xiaolin, who was inferior to Ning Yuwei in every way, he would only do as she said. He even had to ask for the other person's permission to hold hands. He had to be careful in everything he did, watching Zhao Xiaolin's reaction carefully, for fear of upsetting her. He was as insignificant as the dust in the air. Now he was unrestrained. Since he had decided on Ning Yuwei, he would never let her go. Having money gave him confidence. Timidness is often caused by a lack of firepower, and it so happened that Zhang Yuan's firepower would soon be more than sufficient. Hearing these slightly overbearing words, Ning Yuwei tilted her head to the side again and said coldly, "No, you must never come to see me again." "Why?" Zhang Yuan asked in puzzlement. From their previous conversation, he sensed that Ning Yuwei should have some degree of fondness for him, so why was she rejecting him so categorically? Ning Yuwei thought about the scene she had witnessed at noon, her eyes gradually reddening as she sobbed quietly. "If you really don't want to be my girlfriend, then forget it." Zhang Yuan cautiously tried to say, "Can you stop crying?" Ning Yuwei did not respond and continued to let the tears flow. "Hey, if you keep crying, I'll come over and kiss you." Chapter 14. You really are a little genius. This trick really worked. Ning Yuwei raised her head and said resentfully, "You're a liar, a big liar." "Where have I lied to you?" Zhang Yuan hesitated and said, "You mean borrowing money?" "Yes and no." "What exactly is the reason?" Zhang Yuan patted his chest and vowed, "I swear I have never lied to you. I will definitely repay the money I borrowed, and I will repay you double." "You girl, you really are something. Even though you are having such a hard time, you still lent me all your savings, so you don't even have enough money for food." Ning Yuwei shook her head and pursed her lips. "It's not like that." Zhang Yuan's head was spinning. He was at his wit's end and said helplessly, "My dear aunt, just say what you want to say, I can't guess." Ning Yuwei loudly questioned, "Why are you so rich, but still trying to cheat me? Why do you have a girlfriend, but still flirting with me? Why are you bullying me?" Zhang Yuan was confused by these words. "Rich? That's in the future, right now he doesn't have a dime." "No, I mean, Yuwei, have you misunderstood something? Okay, let me ask you, where were you this afternoon?" Hearing this, Zhang Yuan suddenly understood. It turned out that she had caught him having lunch with Lu Xueyou. At that time, Lu Xueyou said that she had met 2 younger girls, so maybe one of them was her. Zhang Yuan immediately explained, "I was having lunch with an old classmate I hadn't seen in years. I ran into her by chance on Financial Street. It just so happened that the business I was talking about investing in also needed her help. At the time, she said she wanted to take a group photo to commemorate the occasion, so I agreed without thinking. If you don't believe me, you can check my phone. We didn't contact each other in advance, it was truly a chance encounter." Zhang Yuan unlocked his phone and handed it over. Ning Yuwei shrugged her shoulders and muttered, "I'm not someone special to you, so what am I doing looking at your phone?" You could tell that her tone had eased up quite a bit. "As for your claim that you're rich, that's even more nonsense. The money in my pocket right now adds up to a single digit. If I had to say an exact number, it would be 4 yuan. When she heard the words 4 yuan, Ning Yuwei couldn't hold back any longer and burst out laughing. "I've invested all my funds in this, and it'll probably take me half a month to get it out. You see, we're in the same boat. What's the saying? We're both down on our luck." Ning Yuwei retorted softly, "Who's your buddy? I still have more than 1,000 yuan. Besides, that's not how poetry is used. It means the same thing anyway, so don't take it seriously." After releasing her emotional block, Ning Yuwei said apologetically, "Well, then, senior, I misunderstood you." Although Ning Yuwei believed Zhang Yuan's explanation, she still had doubts in her heart. Why did the girl say that Zhang Yuan was her boyfriend when they were just old classmates meeting again? But she didn't ask these questions. Zhang Yuan joked, "It's fine, anyone who saw the scene would think they were cheated on. You're lucky you didn't call the police right there. By the way, do you agree with what I just said?" Ning Yuwei asked knowingly, "What is it? Be my girlfriend?" "No, that's too fast." Ning Yuwei's pretty face turned red as she mumbled, "We've only just met for the second time. How many times do we have to meet before you'll say yes? I'll come over every day for the next 2 days if I have to." You're being a brat." "That's right, I'm being a brat. You have to be bold and careful, and have a thick skin to get a girl, my mom said so." Zhang Yuan sat down next to Ning Yuwei with a cheeky grin. "Yuwei, do you believe in love at first sight? I liked you from the first moment I saw you." "I don't believe it." Ning Yuwei gave him a glare. "You didn't even look at me properly when I was in the cafe urging you to leave." Although she said that, Ning Yuwei firmly believed it in her heart. It had been 2 years since she had come to the University of Finance, and during that time she had been pursued by countless men. Among them were many handsome, rich, and charming men, who drove sports cars and stood every day at the bottom of her dormitory building, holding flowers and professing their love for her. But she had never responded to any of them. Perhaps Zhang Yuan was the first person to ask her for money, or perhaps it was for some other reason. In any case, Zhang Yuan was not like the others, who were obviously attracted to her beauty. She had stayed in her dormitory all afternoon, with her phone turned off. After learning this, Zhang Yuan hurried over without saying a word, fearing that something had happened to her. It would be a lie to say that she wasn't moved at all. "You're wrong. You were wearing a cafe hat and a big face mask, so who would look at you?" Zhang Yuan tentatively took Ning Yuwei's hand and held it in his own. "Yuwei, trust me, I will give you the best life in the future." Ning Yuwei didn't respond, and didn't pull her hand back. "If you don't say anything, I'll take that as a yes. Anyway, you already took my first kiss, so I'll just take a little loss. Just give me back my person." Facing someone like Zhang Yuan, who is good looking and has a thick skin, Ning Yuwei was completely defeated. "For the time being, I'll have to observe you for a while." "Then give me a kiss." "No, don't." This time, Ning Yuwei didn't resist at all, and she cooperated the whole time. She was relishing the joy of being in love. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. "I believe so much that it is you who is supporting me from behind. Always walking side by side with me. Looking up at the sun rising. Hearing the sound of the birds returning. Who the hell is calling at this time to ruin my good mood?" Zhang Yuan muttered to himself, took out his phone. "Xueyou Yuan Fang invites you to voice call." Zhang Yuan hesitated at this moment, to answer or not to answer? On second thought, he and Lu Xueyou had nothing between them, and at most he had flirted with her a little. But why did he feel so guilty? But now was not the time to hesitate. Ning Yuwei also saw the content on the screen, stood up and tried to avoid it, but Zhang Yuan pulled her down and sat her down. After the call was connected, Lu Xueyou's pleasant voice came out of the receiver. The voice was not loud, but in the quiet bedroom, the two of them could hear it clearly. "Zhang Yuan, just now my father called and scolded me. He wants me to sell all the stocks tomorrow at the opening price, and said that although Hongyun Technology Group is not a ST stock, it is likely to face delisting." Zhang Yuan looked grave after hearing this. According to normal thinking, no one would buy stocks that fall sharply every other day. Lu's father's request is also reasonable. After all, 300 million is not a small sum of money. Zhang Yuan asked, "So what are you going to do?" Lu Xueyou gave a mischievous smile. "I changed the password for the account, so even my father can't log in now. And my father is on a business trip in Yanjing, so he doesn't have the time to find out the password. So whether I sell the stock or not is up to me." Zhang Yuan was speechless and silently sighed. "You really are a little genius." Chapter 15, My dear niece, let your uncle give you a kiss. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yuwei asked worriedly, "Senior, is there a problem?" Zhang Yuan held her little face and kissed her again. "No, everything is fine." Ning Yuwei wiped the saliva on her face with a disgusted look and asked, "That Xueyou Yuan Fang is the one from noon, right?" "Yes, if we make a lot of money this time, it's all thanks to her help." Zhang Yuan was telling the truth. Without Lu Xueyou, his capital of over 2 million would have only made a profit of 20 million at most in this bull market. This was still based on him successfully handling the securities financing business. 20 million is a lot, and if you save it, you can spend it for the rest of your life. But that's also the price of a top-level supercar. It's still an extremely long way from the top social circles. It was getting dark outside, and Zhang Yuan had been in for an hour or two. Have you not eaten lunch yet? Ning Yuwei nodded. Seeing you like that at noon, I didn't have the heart to eat. She touched her stomach, and she was indeed hungry. Her mood had been really difficult all afternoon, and she hadn't even drunk much water. Senior, let me take you to the cafeteria to eat something. It's not very tasty, but at least you'll get your fill. Ning Yuwei changed her shoes and glanced at the time again. It seemed that the cafeteria had already closed at this hour, so I'll see what else is available in the dormitory, she said, opening the storage cabinet next to her. My roommate usually loves to snack. Huh, why are they all empty? Ning Yuwei took Zhang Yuan's hand and suggested, let's go to the late-night food street outside the school. I promised you last time that I would treat you to something to eat. Zhang Yuan shook his head and said, forget it. You'd better save your money. Let's eat instant noodles. I just happened to bring some. He planned to go to the car to get the instant noodles, but then he thought that it was really not very convenient for a man like him to go in and out of the girls' dormitory, so he handed Ning Yuwei the car keys to Pamei. Yuwei, you go to the car and bring the instant noodles up here. I'm afraid that if the dormitory manager sees it, she won't let me in later. By the way, my old classmate lent me her car to drive, and it's parked downstairs. Ning Yuwei took the key and did as she was told without thinking. After going downstairs, she saw the Porsche parked next to the dormitory at a glance, unlocked it and opened the door. There were 2 boxes of instant noodles on the back seat, and she took out 2 buckets after opening the box. Just as she was about to close the door, she noticed a small photo frame on the passenger seat. Since it was facing the back, she couldn't see the contents of the frame. She couldn't help but be curious and took a look. It was Lu Xueyou's solo photo. Ning Yuwei muttered to herself, strange, why would this kind of personal item make the senior take it back? She thought about Lu Xueyou's way of referring to Zhang Yuan, as well as the series of things like taking a group photo and lending a car. Even the online name of the Weixin account was Shui Luo Yuan Feng. Such an obvious metaphor made Ning Yuwei feel like she understood something. Her face suddenly turned pale. She knew very well that the older sister's family background was very good. She could help her with business matters. The two were still college classmates and had endless topics to talk about. But she had nothing. Even her appearance, which she was proud of, could not compare to that of her older sister. The only advantage she had was that she was a few years younger than her older sister. But her sister was not that young either, she was in the prime of her life. At this moment, she felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Zhang Yuan was the first man to break into her heart. Although they had not known each other for long, after spending several hours together and getting to know each other intimately, she really did not want to part if possible. Ning Yuwei had never been someone who liked to avoid problems. On the contrary, she had been very independent since she was a child. She made a decision in her heart. After calming down, Ning Yuwei took the instant noodles and returned to room 508. Senior, what are you doing buying so many instant noodles? I still have a month or 2 before I can cash out, so I can't just go without food during that time. I'm counting on it. Then I have a little bit here. Ning Yuwei took out a wad of cash from under her pillow and put it in Zhang Yuan's hands. It was the exact 1,000 yuan that Xie had given her yesterday. She kept only a few tens of dollars for herself. Silly girl, what will you eat with what you gave me? Zhang Yuan shoved the money back into Ning Yuwei's hands. Ning Yuwei blushed and said, I still have a meal card in the cafeteria, so I won't go hungry. Besides, the cafe will pay wages in a couple of days. As soon as he mentioned the cafe, Zhang Yuan suddenly remembered what Zhang Jia had said. Has the owner of that shop always been leering at you? Ning Yuwei panicked and stammered, How do you know? Never mind how I know, just don't go to that shop again, no matter how much wages are owed. I'll listen to you. But how can I earn tuition fees if I don't work? Leave it to me. Zhang Yuan stroked Ning Yuwei's cheek gently and said solemnly, Don't worry, no one will harass you again, I'll let you live the best life. Since I've become your boyfriend, that's my responsibility. I'll help you fulfill all your unfulfilled wishes, and make up for any regrets you may have had. Just focus on having fun and finishing university, and then you can do whatever you want. If anyone ever bullies you, just let me know and I'll take care of it. Ning Yuwei's eyes welled up with tears, but she forced them back. She had lacked a father's love since childhood, and now she felt like she was being cared for like a father. At that moment, she seemed to understand what Xueyou was doing. It really was nice to be loved by a boyfriend. A moment later, she suddenly laughed again. A man with only $4 in his pocket wants to support me. Zhang Yuan jumped up in anger. Hey, don't expose people's shortcomings. 30 years from now, don't bully the young and poor. 26 is no longer a teenager, uncle. Come on, be a good niece and let your uncle kiss you. After eating the instant noodles, the two of them chatted for a while, and before they knew it, it was almost 10 o'clock. Ning Yuwei nudged Zhang Yuan and reluctantly said, "You go back, my roommate will be back soon. There are 4 beds in the dormitory, it's not like we can't all fit. You wish, I'm actually thinking about spending the night here. Let me tell you, my roommate has a poisonous tongue, don't go if you don't want her to scold you out." Is your roommate pretty? Yes. Ning Yuwei pinched the soft flesh of Zhang Yuan's waist and threatened, "What does it matter to you if she's pretty or not? Do you want to hit on her? But even if I wanted to hit on her, it would be useless. She has very high standards and is not interested in ordinary people. I think I'm 1 in 10,000. Stop pinching me, I'm leaving, okay?" Chapter 16, Lu Xueyou's interrogation. On their parting, it was Ning Yuwei who was reluctant to let go, seeing Zhang Yuan off to the bottom of the stairs. Zhang Yuan stroked her silky hair and said, "I'm not saying I won't come again. Not only are you familiar with this school, I am too. I can find your dormitory with my eyes closed." Nonsense, that's not a nice thing to say. Okay, go back and rest. Remember what I said, don't take a part-time job, I'll support you from now on. Okay, I'm going up. Zhang Yuan let out a long sigh as he watched her back. People compare themselves to others and end up feeling inferior, and they compare things and end up throwing them away. I really don't know what kind of standards I had before. It's not like I haven't seen women before. I actually licked that bitch Xiao Xiaolin for an entire year. I went through wind and rain, and I didn't even get to kiss her. It's really like living with a dog. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think to himself with self-deprecating humor that he had given up the whole forest for a crooked tree. Whether it was Ning Yuwei or Lu Xueyou, which one was not countless times better than Xiao Xiaolin? In fact, this was also a subconscious change in Zhang Yuan's mentality. According to his previous mentality, even if he met a girl like Ning Yuwei, he wouldn't get excited and wouldn't even dare to look at her again. He was inferior and weak, and subconsciously he only thought that he was not worthy of such a girl. He could not even do something absurd like kiss her. Looking at the single photo on the passenger seat, Zhang Yuan fell into deep thought again. What did Lu Xueyou mean? Zhang Yuan could feel that she was really too good to him. It was so good that it was abnormal. Her trust in him was more than Ning Yuwei's, and far exceeded the scope of normal classmates. Could it be that she also has feelings for him in that regard? Zhang Yuan shook his head to dispel this far-fetched thought. No one is blind, and how could that kind of rich girl fancy him? Besides, there were so many opportunities in the 4 years of university, and she never showed any interest. If it weren't for this chance encounter, there might not be a chance to see her again in this life. Forget it, let's just get the money first, only money in the pocket is real. Zhang Yuan then started the car and drove towards the rental house. Even Ning Yuwei could tell what Lu Xueyou was thinking, and the reason Zhang Yuan couldn't guess was very simple. Lu Xueyou was the brightest star in the University of Finance, a goddess that everyone dreamed of. It was impossible to fall in love with a former classmate for no reason. The way of thinking formed in the past was deeply rooted, and it was difficult to consider other aspects in a short period of time. 20 minutes later, Zhang Yuan returned to the rented room. At this time, an unfamiliar incoming call appeared on the phone. The number was very beautiful, with a series of 8s at the end. This is Lu Xueyou. Your name is Zhang Yuan, right? There was no small talk on the other end, and the question was asked straight out. Who is this? I don't know anyone named Lu Xueyou. If Zhang Yuan hadn't heard the other person accurately pronounce his name, he would have hung up already. Lu Xueyou's father, now do you know who it is? Oh, it's you, uncle. Hello, uncle. I'm Zhang Yuan. How may I help you? Zhang Yuan wiped the sweat from his brow, knowing that this was a visit from the angry father. He had probably found out about Zhang Yuan encouraging Lu Xueyou to sell her shares and invest in junk stocks instead. It was very likely that he had investigated Zhang Yuan's background to the very bottom, and even found out the color of his underwear. Huitong Group's market value of tens of billions of yuan is a giant for Zhang Yuan at the moment. Zhang Yuan, 26 years old, graduated from a finance university from Anzhou County. His parents are dead, currently unemployed. Lu Xueyou's voice was low and continued, "Am I right?" Zhang Yuan answered honestly, "Yes. I don't care what your intentions are in approaching Xueyou, or what you want, but you are not allowed to approach my daughter again. 300 million is a lot of money, but it's not that big a deal. Do you understand? For the sake of my daughter, I wouldn't mind losing this money." Although Lu Xueyou said this in a gentle tone, Zhang Yuan felt very uncomfortable. He borrowed the money from Huitong Group to make a quick buck. But his intention was also to make a lot of money with Lu Xueyou. And he would only take what he was entitled to. As for the other 10 billion, he wouldn't take a single penny. Now that someone is coming to him with accusations, he really feels aggrieved. At the same time, Zhang Yuan also knows that if he were in Lu Xueyou's position, seeing his daughter being approached by a loafer who encouraged her to do things that were detrimental to the company's development, he would be angry too and would question him. Lu Xueyou was already considered restrained for not shouting abuse at him right away. But despite knowing this, he just couldn't swallow this. Out of consideration for Lu Xueyou's friendship, he didn't want to make things too awkward. After calming down, he spoke. "Uncle Lu, the stock that Xueyou asked me to buy will definitely rise, and rise sharply. As for the reason, I can't disclose it, but you'll know the result tomorrow. And if my prediction is correct, then tonight, or at the latest tomorrow afternoon, Hongyun Technology Group will announce some major good news. If you have time, you can pay attention to it. I'm done talking, goodbye." After saying all this, Zhang Yuan didn't wait for a response from Lu Xueyou and hung up the phone directly. In the presidential suite of a 5-star hotel in Yanjing City, Lu Xueyou looked at the black screen of his phone and froze. How did he know that Hongyun Technology Group would announce major good news? And the tone was so sure. These words are not like those that a good-for-nothing scoundrel could say. That common self-assured attitude, neither humble nor arrogant. Could it be that the investigation's results were wrong? But if I find out that you have ulterior motives for approaching Xueyou, don't blame me for being rude. In the rented room, Zhang Yuan had just hung up the phone with Lu Xueyou when Lu Xueyou called back. "Zhang Yuan, did my father call you?" "Yes, I just hung up." "Well, did he say anything unpleasant to you?" Lu Xueyou's tone was tinged with a hint of crying. "I'm sorry, I apologize to you, I didn't expect it to be like this either. You mustn't take it personally, okay?" "It's okay, Xueyou. Believe me, tomorrow your father will realize that he has made a wrong judgment this time, a very wrong one." "Well, of course I believe you." Lu Xueyou asked tentatively, "So will you come to the company tomorrow?" "Of course I will. Who would want to go against money? I'll wait for you then. Get some rest. Good night." Lying in bed, Zhang Yuan clenched his fists. Time will prove everything. Chapter 17, The 3 Great Illusions of Life. Early morning on August 10th. A major piece of news broke in the middle of the night, sending shockwaves through the Chinese stock market. Hongyun Technology Group had spent 5 years and tens of billions of yuan researching solid-state battery technology, and had made a breakthrough. This new type of battery had many advantages, such as high capacity, low cost, and high safety, and had become the first choice for new energy vehicles. It was expected to be mass-produced and delivered within a year. With the announcement of this major piece of good news, many people were unable to sleep that night. Those investors who were full of Hongyun Technology Group stocks were so excited that they couldn't help dancing. And those who had cut their losses and left the market before hated that they had bruised their thighs. Anyone could predict that the stock price of Hongyun Technology Group would soar. Now they were thinking about whether they could increase their positions and buy more while others were still reacting. But in reality, it was difficult to do so. With this piece of news, no fool would sell their stocks, and they couldn't buy them even if they wanted to. But none of this had anything to do with Zhang Yuan. He had long since bought the stock in full, and was just waiting to reap the final rewards. Zhang Yuan didn't even know what Hongyun Technology Group did, and had no intention of finding out. The things he had said to Lu Xueyou earlier were also just his speculation. No stock would rise crazily for no reason. Hongyun Technology Group must have announced some kind of good news for its 17 consecutive trading days to have risen in value, otherwise it would be hard to explain. In fact, this was indeed the case. At the moment, Lu Xueyou looked at the information displayed on his phone and fell into deep thought. Even he, the chairman of a listed company, had not received any advance news about Hongyun Technology Group. Why would Zhang Yuan, who had no foundation at all, know about it and be so sure? At 8 o'clock in the morning, Zhang Yuan arrived at Huitong Venture Capital. The receptionist saw him arrive and led him inside enthusiastically. "Hello Mr. Zhang, Miss Lu is waiting for you in the office, please follow me." After a few steps, he saw a middle-aged man walking towards him and extending his hand from afar. "Hello, I am Sun Ziyuan, the general manager of Huitong Venture Capital." Zhang Yuan extended his right hand and shook it briefly. "Hello Mr. Sun, what can I do for you?" "It was just a coincidence, we just happened to meet, so there is no need to consult." Sun Ziyuan said without any airs. "Okay, I won't take up any more of your time. We can catch up with each other some other time." "Okay, goodbye." Seeing this, Zhang Yuan understood that this Sun Ziyuan was trying to establish a good relationship with him and get to know him. Perhaps it was because he saw that he and Lu Xueyou were getting along well. No wonder Lu Xueyou, a small investment consultant, had such a separate office. It turned out that she had not concealed her identity from these company personnel at all. In fact, Huifeng Investment is not a small company in Shanghai City. It ranks among the top 3 in the industry, and General Manager Sun Ziyuan is quite capable. But it depends on who you compare him to. As the daughter of the chairman of the group company, Lu Xueyou's status is not ordinary. Not to mention arranging her work, just hope she doesn't cause trouble. It's good enough to be a mascot. Opening the office door, Lu Xueyou sat at the desk and fixed her makeup in the little mirror. She immediately covered her face when she saw Zhang Yuan approaching, blushing and saying, "Why are you here so early? I haven't even finished applying my makeup. Should I go? Why don't you sit on the sofa for a few minutes while you wait for me?" Lu Xueyou said in a small voice, hiding behind the monitor. "It's not like she's getting married today, why is she blushing?" "Oh, anyway, just sit down for a while, I'll be done in a minute." Zhang Yuan laughed and said, "If you need help, just say so. I'm a master at sanding, no matter how pitted and uneven the surface is, I can make it smooth in no time." Lu Xueyou gritted her teeth and said, "You're not going to die if I'm angry." 20 minutes later, Lu Xueyou finally put down the small mirror, poked her head out, and looked quietly at Zhang Yuan, who was playing with his phone. A burst of fragrance hit her, and Zhang Yuan first caught a glimpse of a pair of exquisite black leather shoes. Further up were long, slender legs, and a short, dark pleated skirt that barely covered her thighs. How could anyone concentrate on their phone with this view? Zhang Yuan simply threw his phone aside and looked up again. Lu Xueyou was wearing a light blue short-sleeved shirt, with one button undone at the hem, and a glimpse of her smooth belly could be seen through the gap. The tight shirt fully revealed her proud curves. Her lotus-like jade arms seemed to have nowhere to go, and the fingers behind her back were tightly intertwined. I don't know if it's because of the nervousness, but her originally fair complexion now showed a touch of moving pink. The light makeup was like an embellishment, reflecting her perfect face even more exquisitely. Looking at Zhang Yuan staring at her without blinking, Lu Xueyou stammered, "Well, do I look good?" "What, are you really going on a blind date dressed like this?" Lu Xueyou's pink fist landed directly on Zhang Yuan's shoulder, and she said angrily, "Blind date, my ass. 25 is not young, and in a few years, no one will want you." "Humph, none of your business." Although Zhang Yuan said this, he was still amazed by Lu Xueyou's appearance. After all, she had been the school beauty for 4 consecutive years, and her foundation was not average. Just looking at her was refreshing. Then Lu Xueyou took out a thermos from under the table and handed it to Zhang Yuan. "You haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought you some." Zhang Yuan opened it and saw it was a bowl of millet porridge. How should I put it? It didn't look appetizing, but it was good that it was all you can eat. He was really hungry. He had eaten a cup of instant noodles last night, and it had been more than 10 hours since then. In Lu Xueyou's expectant gaze, he finished the bowl of porridge, not spilling a drop. "Did you make it yourself?" No, the auntie made it, and I brought some for you." No wonder it was so delicious, the control of the heat and the ratio of the ingredients, well, master level. Really? Lu Xueyou's face lit up with joy. Seeing Zhang Yuan's teasing eyes, she knew exactly what was going on. She said viciously, "Damn it, making fun of me again. I can only cook congee and instant noodles, and I can't do anything else." "Hey, you can do so much more than that. I'm quite proud of you. Zhang Yuan. If you keep this up, You'll make me throw up. I won't bring it for you again. No, it won't look good if I throw up. Zhang Yuan just teased her a little as usual, and was quite touched by Lu Xueyou's thoughtfulness. Such a young lady with 10 fingers that have never touched water, actually made breakfast for him personally. There are 3 major illusions in life: no lock, I can kill back, and she likes me. Zhang Yuan felt like he had now fallen for the third one. Chapter 18, Cooking at Your Place. But he didn't dare to confirm, for if he blew the whistle and it turned out to be wishful thinking, it would be so embarrassing. He might not even be able to remain friends. After a while of joking, it was 9 a.m. There was still half an hour before the opening bell, and Zhang Yuan couldn't help feeling a little nervous. He never paid attention to current affairs and news, and didn't know that Hongyun Technology Group had released some good news last night. He only knows that he has invested all his assets, and if the system's prediction is inaccurate, then it's all over. At 9:15, the call auction began. Zhang Yuan stared at the display, even his palms were sweating. Time passed by minute, until the opening bell at 9:30. After seeing the result displayed above, Zhang Yuan let out a long sigh, and all he wanted to say was, "Brother Tong is awesome." There was no suspense with the Hongyun Technology Group stock, which immediately shot up to the daily limit. "See, I wasn't lying." Lu Xueyou came over. She didn't really care if the stock price went up or down, but she would have preferred it to go down a bit, according to her original plan. But seeing Zhang Yuan's excited expression, her emotions were inevitably aroused. "Really?" She leaned her head over to the monitor and was also surprised to see the daily limit. "Zhang Yuan, how did you know the trend of this stock? It was clearly all green before. Didn't I say last time that it was based on years of experience? You still didn't believe me. When did I ever not believe you? I've always believed you." Zhang Yuan didn't refute when it came to trust. Lu Xueyou's trust in him was truly unreserved. "Let me calculate today's profit. I've made over 30 million. And this is just for today. If it stays like this tomorrow, the profit will be over 33 million. Look how exaggerated it is." Lu Xueyou pursed her lips and asked, "So how long do you plan to hold it for?" "Let's see how the trend goes. Anyway, according to today's situation, it will surge in the near future, and it's possible to multiply several times. This time you can report to your father." "I don't need to report to him. It's you. I didn't expect that your insight would be so accurate." Lu Xueyou's gaze was a little complicated when she said these words. She didn't really want Zhang Yuan to be too good. In her opinion, since Zhang Yuan's judgment was so accurate, even without her help with asset allocation, he could still do well in the stock market. People with ability will shine wherever they go. Lu Xueyou would rather Zhang Yuan be a poor boy with nothing, and she would be fine raising him for the rest of his life. 11 a.m. Zhang Yuan spent his time looking at his phone and flirting with Lu Xueyou, and the time passed quickly. "Do you have anything else to do today?" Lu Xueyou asked with a look of expectation. "I've earned so much money today, how about I treat you to dinner?" "I don't care, since the stock market has gone up, I don't need to keep an eye on it." "So where do you want to eat?" Zhang Yuan had wanted to muddle through a company work meal, but Lu Xueyou had spoken, and he had no reason to refuse. The question of where to eat had stumped Lu Xueyou. The place she most wanted to go to had already been visited yesterday, and she wasn't really interested in any other restaurants. "You decide, I'll just pay." Zhang Yuan looked at the thermos cup that had previously held the porridge and said after a moment's thought, "Why don't we go to your place? I'll cook for you and let you try my cooking. My cooking is no worse than that of some lady boss, I guarantee it'll be delicious." Lu Xueyou immediately cheered, "Yes, let's go." After agreeing, the two of them left the venture capital company directly. As for the company's rules and regulations, they obviously could not be applied to Lu Xueyou. Lu Xueyou lived in an apartment building nearby, just a few minutes' walk away. When she opened the door, she saw 2 pairs of neatly arranged slippers, one large and one small, on the shoe rack. Lu Xueyou blushed and hurriedly explained, My father occasionally comes over, so." Zhang Yuan glanced at the pair of men's slippers, which had not even been unpacked. "What a liar! And these cigarettes, did your father leave those too?" Zhang Yuan pointed to a pack of He Tianxia cigarettes on top of the shoe cabinet. These were the most high-end cigarettes you could buy at an ordinary convenience store. Lu Xueyou gritted her teeth and said, "Yes, but my father hasn't been here for a long time, and I'm afraid the cigarettes will get damp if I leave them here any longer." Zhang Yuan didn't bother to be polite and simply opened the pack. You don't mind if I smoke in the house, do you? No, it's fine, just do whatever you like. Zhang Yuan didn't light up, and with the air conditioning on in the room, he still had to be careful. He had a guess as to who the shoes and cigarettes were for. The illusion that she liked me was becoming more and more obvious. After entering, Zhang Yuan looked around the apartment. To his surprise, it was a loft apartment, with the ground floor measuring only about 30 square meters. The decor was also very simple, with a modern style and an overall gray and white color scheme. The apartment was not big, but it was neat and tidy, with the gray floor tiles spotless. Zhang Yuan teased, I didn't think you lived in such a small place. Well, I also have a large 800 square meter flat in Riverside Garden, but it's just too big, and I'm a bit afraid to stay there at night. Lu Xueyou looked at her small apartment and said, it's very small, but you can see the whole interior from the sofa downstairs. Hearing these words from the Versailles, Zhang Yuan felt that he should not have said anything. He could live without a luxury home, but it was not like he could not have one. Unlike himself, who could only live in a rented room. Lu Xueyou took Zhang Yuan up to the second floor and introduced it to him carefully. Zhang Yuan smiled as he looked at the pink bedding and bed curtains. It's so girly, isn't it? Lu Xueyou said angrily, if you laugh again, I'll ignore you. You like pink so much, why did you buy a black car? You don't have to pay extra for black paint, and it's domineering and looks good. You're just making things up, no one believes you. Believe it or not. Lu Xueyou bought the Parramatta when she returned to China, and the reason she chose this color was simply because Zhang Yuan had once said that he liked black cars. A careless remark from the past seemed to be engraved in her genes. As a result, when she bought the car, she chose this color without even thinking about it. Back on the first floor, Lu Xueyou opened the refrigerator. You pick what you want to cook, I really don't know. Zhang Yuan looked at the refrigerator full of vegetables, meat, and eggs and couldn't help but exclaim, don't tell me you prepared this yourself. Of course not, I don't even know where the nearest grocery store is. My father hired 2 maids for me, one to cook and the other to shop for groceries. They do all the preparation. As expected, the life of the rich is still so simple and unadorned. Should you hire a personal team to take care of you? Having money can really solve 99% of your worries, and as for the remaining 1%, having more money can solve that too. Zhang Yuan took a piece of beef brisket and 2 potatoes from the refrigerator and went into the kitchen to get started. Cooking is a life skill that he has mastered over the years. With the sound of clinking, a delicious dish quickly came out of the pot. Lu Xueyou watched the whole time, her eyes curving into crescents. Chapter 19, Night Market. Potato stew with beef brisket, try it. Zhang Yuan served the dish on the table and handed over a pair of chopsticks. Lu Xueyou had been drooling for a long time, and quickly picked up a piece of beef and put it in her mouth. You slow down, careful, it's hot. It's delicious, Zhang Yuan, you're amazing, it's much better than what Auntie can cook. Whether or not this was a compliment, Zhang Yuan felt good hearing it. At the same time, a certain figure came to mind. Last year, when he first took Zhao Xiaolin to the rental room, he also made this dish. Zhang Yuan waited expectantly for Zhao Xiaolin's evaluation. However, what he got in return were cold words, it tasted much worse than what restaurants serve, and how could he eat this rubbish? At the time, he really thought it was his own fault. It wasn't until now that he saw Lu Xueyou almost devouring the food with relish. Then he understood. It wasn't that the food he made was inferior to what restaurants served. It was simply because it didn't hold the same position in his heart. Zhang Yuan, how did you make it so delicious? Lu Xueyou suddenly asked halfway through eating. If you want to learn, I'll teach you. You can become a master after 2.5 years of practice. Great, great, would you come over every day in the future? I don't want my aunt to cook for me. I'll come whenever I have time, I can't guarantee it. Zhang Yuan sounded a bit reluctant. After all, he had a girlfriend, and what was the point of hanging out at Lu Xueyou's every day? But looking at Lu Xueyou's eyes full of hope, he really couldn't bear to refuse. Yes, I will definitely study hard. In the afternoon, the two sat on the sofa watching TV. Zhang Yuan couldn't remember how many years it had been since he last watched TV. It was quite interesting to watch occasionally. He just couldn't tell how much of this interest had to do with the person next to him. After an hour or two, Lu Xueyou became drowsy and, without knowing it, slowly leaned her head against Zhang Yuan's shoulder. Smelling the fragrance of her hair, Zhang Yuan's mind wandered further and further away. Now he was almost certain of one thing. She likes me, and it's not just a figment of my imagination. Leaving aside what happened before, just today's makeup, the pretty clothes, taking him home, showing him the intimate bedroom, etc. A girl would never do this to an old classmate in a normal relationship. A woman adorns herself for the man she loves. And there were also the men's slippers that appeared just in time and the cigarettes. When all these things were linked together, the answer was obvious. It would be a lie to say that Zhang Yuan didn't have any feelings for Lu Xueyou. After all, she was once his dream girl. It was impossible not to be jealous of her. Besides, Lu Xueyou was really beautiful, so beautiful that it was hard to hold back. Looking at the pretty face close at hand, Zhang Yuan had an urge to kiss her. Although Lu Xueyou came from a privileged family, she didn't have the airs of a rich girl. Spending time with her didn't feel stressful at all. But Ning Yuwei wasn't bad either. Just yesterday, he had been talking with Ning Yuwei about his future plans. In the blink of an eye, he was already looking for other women. Zhang Yuan wasn't heartless enough to do that. For a moment, Zhang Yuan had the idea of wanting both, so that no one would have any regrets. However, this idea was quickly discarded by him. The two girls, Ning Yuwei and Lu Xueyou, were both beyond his reach. It was extremely difficult to get either one, so how could he want them both? Unless they hid it from each other and became masters of time management. But then wouldn't that make him a scumbag? It was difficult. Zhang Yuan carefully helped Lu Xueyou lie down and took a thin blanket and covered her up. Regardless of whether Lu Xueyou could hear him, he whispered, "I'll go first, see you tomorrow." Then he tiptoed out of the apartment. After hearing the door slam, Lu Xueyou opened her eyes and stared blankly in the direction Zhang Yuan had gone. It was a little after 6 p.m. when Zhang Yuan drove up to the University of Finance and Economics. "You little brat, here you are again, never ending, right? Let me tell you." When Mr. Wang saw the 2 packs of Heetianxia that suddenly appeared in his hands, his tone changed immediately. "Let me tell you, my nephew works in the logistics department. I'll get you a pass in a couple of days, and you can go in any time after that." Zhang Yuan laughed and said, "Thanks, Mr. Wang." After arriving downstairs at dormitory 3, Zhang Yuan made a phone call. "Yuwei, what are you doing?" "Reading in the dormitory." "What about you, senior?" Ning Yuwei's tone was a little excited. "You haven't eaten dinner yet, have you?" "No, it's too hot, I don't feel like eating anything." "Then come down, I'll take you to dinner." "Oh, you're here at the university? Come down and you'll see." In less than a minute, Ning Yuwei came running down the stairs, panting heavily, with beads of sweat on her forehead. "Why are you running?" "I'm not going anywhere." Ning Yuwei responded coyly, "I don't want to keep you waiting." Zhang Yuan took out a tissue and wiped the fine sweat from her face, then opened the passenger door. Looking at the brand new coupe, Ning Yuwei hesitated for a moment before getting in. "Where are we going?" "You can eat whatever you want, anywhere you want." After a moment's thought, Ning Yuwei said, "How about going to Hongda Night Market? My classmates say it's very lively at night, and I've wanted to go there for a long time." "Okay, let's go there." The evening rush hour in Shanghai City was unusually congested. It was clearly less than 10 kilometers away, but it took more than half an hour to get there. This perfectly illustrated what it meant to drive in the city, where all living things are equal. No matter how good the performance of the vehicle, it can only move at a snail's pace. After arriving at the night market, parking was another major problem. The parking spaces on one side of the road were long since full, and there was not a single gap to be found. Instead, there seemed to be a parking space next to a spicy hot pot stall at the entrance to the night market. Zhang Yuan drove slowly over. When they got closer, Ning Yuwei muttered, "Who parked this car? It's so inconsiderate." A Mercedes-Benz C-Class was parked diagonally in the open space, taking up more than 2 parking spaces. Zhang Yuan really couldn't find a parking space, so he simply parked behind the Mercedes. It didn't completely block it, leaving a distance of 1 car width behind. A driver with normal skills could still back out of the Mercedes easily. After locking the car, he took Ning Yuwei towards the night market. It was already past 7 o'clock, and the sky was gradually darkening. The various colorful lights of the night market were lit up, and the sound of the small vendors' audio was also playing explosive songs. The whole night market was bustling with people. Zhang Yuan took her hand and said, "Hold on tight, if I get abducted by a bad guy later, you'll be held responsible." Ning Yuwei laughed and said, I know, I won't let you get abducted. Chapter 20, I'll pay for anything I break. When they arrived at the night market, Zhang Yuan was at a loss for what to eat when he saw the wide array of snacks. Ning Yuwei was even more at a loss for ideas, and let Zhang Yuan lead her around. As long as she was out with Zhang Yuan, it didn't matter what she ate. The feeling of walking hand in hand through the crowd reminded her of a poem, To Hold Your Hand, To Grow Old With You. Just as Ning Yuwei was immersed in this wonderful feeling, Zhang Yuan asked in a spoiler, Did you bring any money? You know, I can't even afford the 6 yuan spicy hot pot. Yes, I brought it all. Ning Yuwei obviously hadn't heard of the 6 yuan spicy hot pot meme. Instead, she caught the word spicy hot pot and suggested, Senior, let's go eat spicy hot pot, okay? I heard it's delicious and not expensive. On hearing this, Zhang Yuan couldn't help feeling sorry for this girl again. She had only heard of inexpensive mala tangsu. Life was so frugal. She had probably never tried any of the things that university students ate regularly. Okay, let's go. The two of them walked back and arrived at the mala tangsu stall near where they had just parked. They simply picked out some food and sat down. Yuwei, where are you from? Nanzhou County, a small place you definitely don't know. How do you not know? About 1,000 kilometers west, it's a bit far, but nowadays with such convenient transportation, it's not so bad. Ning Yuwei's expression darkened a bit. The transportation is convenient, but I haven't been back for more than 2 years. So do you want to go back? Ning Yuwei nodded, and then quickly shook her head, no. In the future, whenever you want to go back, just call me, I'll go with you. That day, Zhang Yuan learned about Ning Yuwei's family situation from the Zhang sister at the cafe. Her father had passed away, and her mother paid her no mind. Even so, when talking about this, she did not show any resentment in her eyes. Ning Yuwei is one of those who studied early. She is only 19 years old this year. Who wouldn't miss home when they are a young girl in the bloom of youth? Perhaps the high cost of the ticket was also one of the reasons why she didn't go home. Thank you, senior. I'm your boyfriend, so it's only right. A little while later, the boss brought 2 bowls of spicy hot pot to the table. I don't like meat, so senior, you eat more, don't waste it. Ning Yuwei picked up all the meat in the bowl and passed it to Zhang Yuan, while she ate some vegetables and vermicelli. Senior, I'll go get a glass of water. Ning Yuwei took out 2 disposable cups and walked to the side. On her way back, she accidentally bumped into someone passing by. Some of the water in the cup spilled out and splashed on the person's clothes. What kind of walk is that? Are you blind? Do you know how expensive this shirt is? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Ning Yuwei apologized repeatedly. After seeing Ning Yuwei's appearance, the person who was bumped into suddenly said in a strange voice, Hey, isn't this Ning Yuwei from our school? Why are you willing to eat outside today? Tell me, how much are you going to pay for compensation? Zhang Yuan turned around and saw a woman with heavy makeup pointing an accusing finger at Ning Yuwei. The woman was arm in arm with a burly man and her attitude was overbearing. Cheng Qingqing, what do you want? It's just a little splash of water, there's no need to be so unreasonable. The woman named Cheng Qingqing chattered on. What do you mean I'm not letting you off the hook? It was obviously your own carelessness, and you just want to let it go with an apology? Is this the boyfriend you've chosen? I can't tell, but he's still a pretty good-looking young man. You don't have any money, so you're telling your boyfriend to pay for it. But judging from the look of this young man, he can't afford much either. He takes his girlfriend out to eat just a few dollars worth of spicy hot pot, and it looks shabby. If you don't have any money, why go out for a stroll? Why not just stay in your rented room? Ning Yuwei said coldly, Don't go too far. Go too far? Where? Am I not telling the truth? Cheng Qingqing spat out her food, disdainfully saying, You're so pretentious, but in the end you still need a man. At that moment, Zhang Yuan, who had been quiet, put down his chopsticks. He slowly got up, stood in front of Ning Yuwei, and looked at Cheng Qingqing coldly. Fuck you, so what if you did it on purpose? Try barking at me again. Zhang Yuan was over 1.8 meters tall, not very strong, but the pressure of his standing up was quite strong. His cold attitude and fierce eyes made Cheng Qingqing flinch for a moment, and she didn't dare say much. But she was also unwilling to just back down. If she ran away when Ning Yuwei's boyfriend scared her, she would lose face at school. She couldn't help but look at the man beside her and said, Lu Yang, are you mute? Lu Yang was not tall, only about 1.75 meters, but he was full of toned muscles, and his physique was no match for Zhang Yuan. After hearing Cheng Qingqing's words, he also took a step forward, staring fiercely at Zhang Yuan. "Kid, how dare you talk like that? Do you believe I will beat you? My boyfriend is on the city sports team, and a guy like you wouldn't have any problem taking down 2 or 3 of them." Cheng Qingqing said haughtily, "You two come over here and beg me, and I'll let this go. I'm being generous by not making you pay." At this point, Ning Yuwei also gently tugged Zhang Yuan's sleeve and whispered, "Senior, forget it, don't get into it with them." The owner of the Mala Hot Pot stall hurried over when he saw what was going on. "Let's talk it over. Don't let it ruin our friendship. We're both young people, there's no reason for conflict. It's all trivial matters." The boss turned back to Zhang Yuan and advised him, "My young friend, take my advice, and endure it for a while. The night market is like this, the slightest commotion immediately attracts a crowd." In less than a minute, the area around the stall was packed with onlookers. They chattered incessantly. "What's going on? It looks like they're about to fight. The skinny guy is going to get beaten up, they're obviously not evenly matched. I don't think they'll fight, the stronger guy won't let the weaker guy get away with that." These words also reached Zhang Yuan's ears. If it had been him before, he would probably have chosen to swallow his pride and let the other guy have his way, as he couldn't afford any setbacks in his life. But now it's different. With Tongzi's blessing, how can someone bully him? It's obvious that the other person is being unreasonable over a trivial matter, but he's being told to back down and settle the matter quietly. How can he do that? If someone is hurt, the most he can do is pay compensation. If 10,000 yuan isn't enough, he can pay 100,000 yuan, and if that's not enough, he can pay 1,000,000. He's confident that if he pays enough, the other person will sign a letter of apology. At worst, he can take some money out of the stocks early to get his revenge today. Zhang Yuan said coldly to his boss, "I'll pay for the broken things." Seeing that Zhang Yuan was not afraid, Cheng Qingqing became even more arrogant. "What, pretty boy, you really dare to hit me?" Slap. A loud slap was slapped directly. "Ah!" Cheng Qingqing was stunned on the spot and let out a piercing scream. Chapter 21. Buddy, move aside, I want to get on the bus. How dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Cheng Qingqing pounced at Zhang Yuan like a shrew, her teeth bared. Pat. Another slap went past, this time directly knocking her silly. 2 slaps are not highly injurious but extremely insulting. In full view of everyone, Cheng Qingqing felt ashamed and covered her face before crouching on the ground. Lu Yang still hadn't reacted. He still couldn't believe it. Zhang Yuan had actually dared to hit her. When he came to his senses, he glared at Zhang Yuan and gritted his teeth. "You're looking for death." Zhang Yuan picked up the beer bottle on the table and pointed it straight at his head. "Move and I'll blow your brains out." Zhang Yuan had never been an honest person. He had fought a lot in high school and university. He knew there was only one way to deal with a vicious person. That was to be even more vicious than they are. If he doesn't attack, then he won't. But if he does attack, he will strike so hard that his opponent will doubt his own life and be filled with fear. The situation now is that if Lu Yang takes another step forward, the beer bottle in his hand will be smashed without hesitation. Looking at Zhang Yuan's terrifying eyes, Lu Yang is scared. This is a ruthless person. Not to mention fighting back, he dares not even move a muscle. He is afraid that the bottle in Zhang Yuan's hand will fall on his head. Although Lu Yang is strong and healthy, deep down he is a timid person. Usually, he can bully the honest people because of his identity as a member of the sports team, but once he encounters someone who means business, he immediately becomes a coward. He spread his hands and his words became a little stammering. "Let's talk about it nicely." Cheng Qingqing widened her eyes in disbelief and said, "Are you actually afraid? Lu Yang, are you still a man?" Lu Yang helped her up and whispered in her ear, "This person is a scoundrel, there is no need to fight with him to the death. If you provoke him, what if he stabs you with a knife? He's just a poor guy, capable of anything. This kind of thing has happened before, so I think we should just hold back for now and think of a long-term plan." Cheng Qingqing gradually calmed down, but she glared at Zhang Yuan resentfully and didn't argue anymore. Although she had been slapped twice, it was trivial compared to her life. "So should we call the police?" "What police? You started it, and besides, you didn't really suffer any real harm, just a little loss of face. Even if the police came, they would just mediate, and it would be so embarrassing if it got out." "So I got slapped for nothing?" Absolutely not, don't worry, I'll contact my buddies in the underworld and teach them a lesson. After Lu Yang finished speaking, Zhang Qingqing felt a little better. Zhang Yuan listened to the two of them nagging for a long time, and said coldly, if you don't dare to fight, then get out of here and stop being an eyesore. Don't think I'm afraid of you, we'll see about this in the future. After saying those harsh words, Lu Yang took her and walked out. After retreating into the crowd, and being several meters away from Zhang Yuan, Zhang Qingqing was still angry. She stopped and said again, Ning Yuwei, I never thought you would find a small-time thug with no money and no power. I'm really ashamed. After the semester starts, I'll let the whole school know about this, and see if you still have the face to stay in school. After saying this, she felt that she had regained some face, and left with Lu Yang's arm around her, twisting and turning. Just a moment later, the woman's voice sounded again. Who is this? Why did they park their car in such a way that it's blocking my boyfriend's Mercedes? She was afraid that the onlookers couldn't hear her clearly, so she deliberately emphasized the word Mercedes. In her opinion, she had a man who drove a Mercedes, while Ning Yuwei's boyfriend was just a small-time thug. There was a world of difference between the two. This incident alone seemed to have restored all the face she had lost earlier. Who the hell is it? They didn't even leave a phone number, what a lack of manners. Someone couldn't stand it anymore and said, you can pour it out, it's not completely blocked. Yes, there's still so much space left at the back, you won't hit it. In that case, just back up, I'll guide you, I guarantee you'll get it out in one go. After hearing this, Zhang Qingqing's temper flared up again. Cross arm, she yelled, do you know how expensive my boyfriend's Mercedes is? You'll pay for the damage? The passerby just laughed sheepishly and didn't say anything else. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that the Mercedes was taking up 2 parking spaces. Although the Porsche wasn't parked properly, it wasn't blocking her car on purpose. What a nosy person. Hey, whose car is this anyway? Is the owner here? If you don't come over here, I'm going to smash the car. Zhang Qingqing knew the Porsche logo, but not the specific model, and she couldn't tell the difference between a high-end and low-end model. She thought it was about the same price as Lu Yang's Mercedes-Benz C-Class. Some people with sharp eyes cast disdainful glances at her and mocked, the car you want to smash is worth 3 million yuan. You drive an entry-level car worth 200,000 to 300,000 yuan. Are you sure you can afford to pay for it? Exactly, I've never seen such an expensive car smashed before. The onlookers witnessed the entire conflict. Although Zhang Qingqing was slapped twice, she did not receive a shred of sympathy from the crowd. They were clearly blowing up over a trivial matter and would not let it go. They were a bit show-off for having a little money, so they deserved to be beaten. Therefore, the crowd teased her without mercy. After all, it's always fun to watch a fight. When Zhang Qingqing heard what everyone else was saying, her aggressive attitude of just now, as if she was going to smash the car, immediately changed. A 3 million car. If she accidentally broke something, she couldn't afford to pay for it. Just how rich must someone be to be able to afford this kind of car? On the other side, Zhang Yuan finished paying the bill and pulled Ning Yuwei over. After hearing Zhang Qingqing's previous rant, he said expressionlessly, don't just talk, do it. Why are you here again? I will repay those 2 slaps sooner or later, don't be too happy. Although Zhang Qingqing was a little intimidated by Zhang Yuan, she didn't want to lose face, and she muttered. It's not your car, so what's it to you? It's obvious that you've never seen the world, so what are you trying to show off with someone else's car? Look at your poor appearance, do you even know what kind of car this is? By now, Zhang Yuan could see that she was a woman without a brain. A crazy person who wants to bite everyone she sees. He didn't even bother to say another word. Ha ha. Then he walked up to Lu Yang and patted him on the shoulder. At this time, Lu Yang was leaning against the window of the Porsche looking for the phone number, and when he saw Zhang Yuan coming over, he subconsciously took a few steps back. What? What do you want? Let me tell you, I'm really not afraid of you. Buddy, move aside, I'm getting in. Lu Yang didn't understand what he meant at first and froze in place. Zhang Yuan took out the car key and pressed the unlock button. Click. As the headlights of the Porsche continued to flash a few times, the door was unlocked. Chapter 22, Private Theater. Zhang Qingqing didn't react until Zhang Yuan and Ning Yuwei drove off in the Porsche. It turned out that the clown from beginning to end was actually me. Ning Yuwei's boyfriend is no riffraff. He can afford such an expensive car, and his worth is unknown. He is long since not someone at her level. As for revenge, she had already dismissed the idea. He was so rich, she was grateful that he wasn't looking for trouble with her. But she still felt very resentful. Why was Ning Yuwei, who had come from the countryside, able to find such an outstanding boyfriend? She was obviously not bad looking, but she could only find a coward who didn't even dare to take action. When compared like this, Lu Yang, who had so many advantages, just didn't look good anymore. Xingqing, let's go back. Lu Yang opened the car door and asked carefully. Xingqing raised her eyebrows and said coldly, if you want to go back, go by yourself. Where are you going? From now on, we're broken up. In the Porsche, Ning Yuwei said apologetically, Senior, I'm sorry, I've caused you trouble. If I had known, I wouldn't have come here. Ning Yuwei knew that Xingqing was coming after her, and if someone else had encountered this kind of thing, it might have been fine. What's there to apologize for? That crazy woman just needs to be taught a lesson. Besides, I didn't suffer any losses. Zhang Yuan was driving with one hand while resting his other hand on her leg. By the way, you haven't been bullied by her before, have you? No, my roommate used to go out with me. When it comes to verbal sparring, my roommate is awesome and never loses. Ning Yuwei sighed, obviously I've never actively provoked her, so why does she have to be difficult with me? Silly girl, it's just that you're too pretty and overly simple. Not only are people jealous of you, they bully you for being honest. Zhang Yuan took her hand and continued, remember, if you encounter this kind of person in the future, just curse back at them. If you can't win an argument, just fight back. If you have a handy weapon, use it. Don't be afraid to hurt someone. If anything happens, I can take care of it. Just don't suffer. If you get bullied, it hurts me. Why didn't you show up earlier, Senior? If I had, I probably wouldn't have met you. It's not too late now. Ning Yuwei blushed and whispered, well, then, Senior, can you please pay attention while driving? It's distracting. Oh, I was so caught up in what I was saying that I didn't notice. After wandering around the city aimlessly for a while, Zhang Yuan saw an empty parking space on the side of the road, so he simply parked the car and took Ning Yuwei for a walk. Yuwei, you're not in a hurry to go back, are you? Let's look around some more. Ning Yuwei glanced at the time, I'm fine with that. I'll be alone anyway when I go back. What else do you want to do? Go shopping? Sit down somewhere? Let's go to the movies. Ning Yuwei took the initiative to hold Zhang Yuan's hand and said with anticipation, I've never been to the movies before. I've never had the time. Then she joyfully opened the group purchase and looked up the location of the nearest cinema. Senior, why are some cinema tickets so expensive while others are so cheap? Zhang Yuan looked over and saw that the group purchase showed the word Xueyou Private Cinema. The price was surprisingly high, 398 yuan per show. Zhang Yuan smiled inexplicably, already knowing the scam. What are you laughing at? I can see that this is a small cinema. What movie could be so expensive? Isn't this robbery? Haha, you didn't see it says above that they provide a companion viewing service? They show some worthless movies, and the expensive part is the girl who accompanies you. Ning Yuwei still didn't understand, and she asked doubtfully, that's not right, why should they charge 400 for just an hour or two? It's just a girl there to keep you company and chat with you. What if the girl who accompanies you provides some other services? What other services could there be in a movie theater? Ning Yuwei suddenly realized something and covered her mouth in surprise. Could it be? It seems that you are not stupid enough to go home. Feel it, the owners of these private cinemas have a lot of ideas and are trying every means to attract business. Ning Yuwei said that she still couldn't accept it and whispered, isn't this just coming out of that? How can a good movie theater be like this? In this era, people laugh at the poor but not the prostitutes. You don't know that there are a lot of borderline industries. Ning Yuwei looked at Zhang Yuan askance, Senior, you know so much, you wouldn't have experienced it, would you? What are you talking about? I'm such an upright person, how would I go to a place like that? Zhang Yuan spoke with righteous indignation, and indeed he had never been to such a place. He knew about it from his former colleagues. Why don't we go and experience it too? Generally speaking, the environment in a private cinema is much better than in an ordinary cinema, and it's more private. Senior, you. Zhang Yuan tapped her on the head, where were you thinking? Of course I'm taking you to a proper private cinema. Ning Yuwei knew she'd been thinking too much, and her ears were even flushed. They then found a private cinema on a group buying website with a normal price of 78 yuan per show. It wasn't far, just a few hundred meters away. The cinema was on the second floor of a street-level shop, not very big at only 100-200 square meters, and was divided into several small private rooms. Good evening, welcome to the private cinema. The cinema owner is a young woman in her 30s, and she warmly greets Zhang Yuan and his friend when they come in. After some conversation, she leads them into a small private room. If you need anything, just press the button next to your seat. I won't disturb you now, enjoy the movie. After selecting the movie, the young woman leaves with a slightly flirtatious smile. This is a small private room, only about 7 or 8 square meters in size. There is a huge screen on one wall. A double sofa in the center, and nothing else in the room. As for the movie, the private theater does not have the latest releases. They chose an old movie from many years ago, My Classmate. The movie is about to start, and the lights go out. Suddenly the whole room darkens, and soon the projector casts a light that projects onto the screen. This made the dark room a little brighter. Before long, Ning Yuwei felt her hand firmly grasped. Her heartbeat quickened, and she couldn't concentrate on the movie as she listened to the heavy breathing in her ear. Then Zhang Yuan wrapped his hands around her waist. The warm touch made her body tremble slightly. Chapter 23, Senpai, I love you too. Senpai, can we watch a movie? Ning Yuwei pleaded in a small voice. Just watch yours, and we won't interfere with each other. We've come here, it would be a waste not to watch a movie. Although Zhang Yuan had never experienced the borderline services of a private cinema, it wouldn't be too much to do some intimate acts while watching a movie with his girlfriend. Then he kissed her again, and the slightly messy ends of her hair tickled his face as they scattered about. Senior, I. Although Ning Yuwei also enjoyed it, it was obviously not the right time. The remaining sense of reason made her intermittently voice her refusal. Don't worry, I won't force you. Just as she let out a sigh of relief. Zhang Yuan, however, leaned over, and with his left hand he passed behind her neck and held her close. His slightly rough palm rested on Ning Yuwei's delicate cheek. Yuwei, I love you. This dim environment was no better than the bright school dormitory, and her fondness and dependence on Zhang Yuan were magnified. Listening to Zhang Yuan's low voice, she simply couldn't muster the slightest thought of resistance. This sentence, I love you, struck straight to the deepest part of her heart. Although the sound from the speakers around the small room was loud, she couldn't hear a single word. While they kissed, the scene of Zhang Yuan blocking her in the night market came to mind. His back was not strong, but the sense of security he gave her was unmatched by anyone else. When she was 10 years old, her father became seriously ill and passed away, leaving her mother and brother to fend for themselves. The children her age in the village all bullied her, calling her an orphan without a father. Her mother resented her as a burden and even blamed her for killing her father. Her young brother was also influenced by his mother and treated her badly. She was ostracized and insulted. Sometimes she didn't even have anything to eat all day. She passed the exam, but she was still bullied. She was really pretty, and there were always jealous women at school. Seeing that she had no background, they always tried to find ways to step on her. In the past, she could only swallow her grievances. Until Zhang Yuan appeared. She remembered every word Zhang Yuan had said that day. Since I've become your boyfriend, it's my responsibility. I'll fulfill all your unfulfilled wishes, and make up for any regrets you may have had. As she thought about this, 2 tears flowed unchecked down her cheeks. Zhang Yuan looked up in panic and said, Yuwei, if you don't like it, I won't kiss you, so don't cry. Ning Yuwei did not respond, but instead tightly embraced Zhang Yuan's neck. She pressed her red lips against him. It was rare for a girl to take the initiative, so Zhang Yuan completely let go of his inhibitions and responded passionately. After just a short while, Ning Yuwei said in a slightly panicked tone, Senior, no, not here. Where then? To a hotel? Zhang Yuan's original intention was to tease her a little and ease her nervousness. However, Ning Yuwei nodded and said in a barely audible voice, okay. Upon hearing this, if Zhang Yuan still didn't know what his girlfriend was thinking, then he had lived a meaningless life. He was not a gentleman either, and he could not do such a cowardly thing as pretending to refuse when his girlfriend clearly intended to do so. It wasn't that he didn't have any feelings for Zhao Xiaolin before, but she simply never gave him the slightest chance. Let's not watch it anymore, let's go. Okay. Ning Yuwei then got up to tidy up her messy clothes and followed Zhang Yuan out of the private cinema. They found a nearby chain hotel. The hotel room rates were not high, and an ordinary queen-size room was only about 200 yuan a night. By the way, did you bring your ID? Ning Yuwei stammered, yes, I did. Then go check in. The room was on the 8th floor, and the two took the elevator up. Ding. As the elevator door opened, Zhang Yuan took Ning Yuwei's hand and hurried to room 8110. Senior, I can't help but feel nervous now that it's happening, Ning Yuwei said. She had made the decision in the private cinema on impulse. But as soon as she came out into the cool breeze, her mind calmed down again. Zhang Yuan, unusually, did not joke around, but said in a serious tone, Yuwei, if you don't want to, we won't stay. However, Ning Yuwei only hesitated for a short while before shaking her head. She was nervous, but she did not regret it. Since she had decided on Zhang Yuan, this day would come sooner or later. What difference did it make if it was sooner or later? After entering the room and locking the door, the noise outside was completely blocked out, and Ning Yuwei could even hear Zhang Yuan's rapid breathing. Senior. Ning Yuwei had just opened her mouth when she was pulled into Zhang Yuan's arms. Her mind completely lost its ability to think, and with eyes like autumn water, she said with a tender look, Senior, I love you too. An hour later, Ning Yuwei looked at Zhang Yuan with watery eyes, and her cherry lips parted slightly. Senior, I will be yours forever. What, you're relying on me already? Let me tell you, you're responsible for me. Her pink fist landed directly on Zhang Yuan's chest, and Ning Yuwei pouted her lips in protest. You are the one who is responsible for me. Zhang Yuan hugged her tightly and said seriously, silly girl, what I said before naturally counts, and I will make you the happiest person in the world. Ning Yuwei nodded lightly, her eyes full of tenderness. At this time, the phone on the bedside table rang. I believe so much that you are the one supporting me from behind. Always walking side by side with me. Looking up at the sky waiting for the sun to rise. Hearing the sound of the birds returning. Zhang Yuan became inexplicably nervous. There were not many people who would call him. And Lu Xueyou was one of them. Chapter 24. After all, with such harsh activation conditions, she can't just dismiss herself casually. However, it was Ning Yuwei who picked up the phone and answered it. Jessie, what's the matter calling so late? From the receiver, Jessie's voice came. Vicky, I'm not going back to the dormitory tonight. You must lock the doors and windows yourself. Be careful. Ning Yuwei worriedly said, is something wrong? Have you been bullied by someone? It's nothing, just a little family matter. I'll be home this morning and back tomorrow. Oh, that's good. I thought. What? That I'd been slept with by some idiot? Yeah, she said proudly, no one has ever been able to get me yet. It's you. Anyway, I'll hang up now and let you get some rest. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yuwei blushed like blood. She was now in Zhang Yuan's arms, but she was still ashamed that her best friend had to care about her. Zhang Yuan laughed and said, your roommate really cares about you. Well, she is the person who treats me best, except for you. I'll introduce you to her in the future, but she might have misunderstood you a bit. Zhang Yuan was currently in Sage Time and wasn't interested in other women. We'll talk about it later. By the way, why did you change your ringtone to this one? You don't like it? I'll change it. No, I like it. Okay, let's go to sleep. Ning Yuwei buried her head in Zhang Yuan's chest. Even now, she still felt incredible. She had only known Zhang Yuan for a few days, and they had only met a few times. Why had she given up her body so easily? She was clearly not a woman who gave herself away so easily. The next morning. After washing up, it was almost 9 o'clock. Yuwei, I need to go out to take care of some business. Are you staying here or going back to school? Although Ning Yuwei didn't want to part, she knew that her career was more important. I'll go back to school. Okay, I'll take you back first. The two then checked out and drove to the university. During the trip, Ning Yuwei even bought Zhang Yuan a breakfast, telling him not to forget to eat it. Looking at the considerate Ning Yuwei, Zhang Yuan felt really happy. Right now, I have no power or influence, and I can say that I have nothing. Even the money for the hotel room was paid by Ning Yuwei. But she doesn't mind at all, doing her best to be nice to me. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the University of Finance. Seeing the Porsche, Mr. Wang didn't even ask this time and directly opened the barrier to let them through. The car was parked under dormitory 3. Rui, you're not feeling well. Do you want to tell the dormitory manager that I can help you up? It's okay, I can walk a little, just take it easy. Ning Yuwei urged, go ahead, you go do your thing. Okay, call me if you miss me. Just as he was about to get into the car, he was tightly embraced by Ning Yuwei. Promise me one thing, no matter what happens in the future, you can't leave me, okay? Okay, I promise. You're so pretty, only a fool would abandon you. After hugging for a while, Ning Yuwei walked back to the dormitory, looking back every 3 steps. Zhang Yuan glanced at the time and hurried to Financial Street. At 10 a.m., he arrived at Huifeng Venture Capital. Opening the door, he saw Lu Xueyou sitting behind the computer with a pout. I'm a little late today, how are the stock prices? I haven't looked, and you don't care anyway, so why am I in such a hurry? Lu Xueyou said angrily. Big sister, I only have a little over 2 million, how much do you have? 300 million. That's still none of my business. Lu Xueyou was still angry, and it's not her fault. Zhang Yuan came in yesterday before 8 o'clock, so Lu Xueyou thought he would come at the same time today. She got up early and arrived at the office at 7 o'clock. But she had to wait 3 hours for Zhang Yuan to arrive, so she was a little grumpy. Okay, I was wrong. Okay, I'll apologize. Oof. Zhang Yuan laughed, how about I go to your place at noon and teach you how to cook? Lu Xueyou then turned her anger into joy, you promised, no backing out. Absolutely no backing out. Zhang Yuan didn't know what came over him. He knew clearly that Lu Xueyou had feelings for him in that regard, but he still couldn't help but lean over. After all, he had just had intimate relations with Ning Yuwei, and in theory, he should have kept a proper distance. But as soon as Lu Xueyou pouted a little, he couldn't hold back. Right, you haven't had breakfast yet, have you? I brought some congee. It's been sitting there for so long, I don't know if it's cooled down. Looking at Lu Xueyou's expectant eyes, Zhang Yuan opened the thermos and gulped it all down. It's hard to accept a beauty's kindness. Even if you're full, you have to keep eating. Can I see the stock market report now? You make it sound like I'm not letting you see it. Lu Xueyou stood up and offered her seat. Actually, I already looked at it a while ago, and it's pretty much the same as yesterday's. The market quickly reached its upper limit after opening. Why didn't you say so earlier? Well, I'm not telling you, because you were so late. Zhang Yuandang looked closely and saw that Hongyun Technology Group had indeed reached the daily limit. Judging from this trend, the system's prediction was extremely accurate. Then there was no need to keep an eye on it every day from now on, just need to figure out how to spend the 100 million. He was now looking forward to seeing what kind of surprise activating Tonzi would bring him. After all, with such harsh activation conditions, he could not just dismiss it casually. Chapter 25, Hands on Cooking. Lu Xueyou saw that Zhang Yuan was idling in the office, so she couldn't help but suggest, why don't you go back and teach me how to cook? Now. It's not even 11 o'clock yet. It's almost time. It'll take a while on the way back, and besides, if what I cook is really terrible, you'll still have to cook something else. She sounded very reasonable. Although Zhang Yuan couldn't eat it all right now, he still nodded and agreed. The two returned to the small apartment. Lu Xueyou fastened her apron and tied her hair up, looking quite presentable. When it came to actually doing the work, it gave Zhang Yuan a headache. She couldn't pick vegetables, she couldn't cut vegetables, and she didn't even know what vegetables there were. The vegetables that needed to be sliced could be cut into lumps, just as expected of a young lady with untainted fingers. Can't you cut it thinner, and make the two cuts closer together? Look at the slices of potato you've made, if you threw them they'd crack someone's skull open, as if they were baseballs. I'm just afraid of cutting myself. Oh, can't you be gentler? Lu Xueyou responded with a pout. How about you hold my hand and demonstrate? Okay, I give in. Zhang Yuan walked behind Lu Xueyou, resting his head on her fragrant shoulders, and wrapped his arms around her from behind, supporting her hands. He used the knuckle of his left middle finger to hold the knife at the blade, not lifting it too high, and cutting slowly, so that no matter what, he would not cut himself. Lu Xueyou nodded, as if she had listened, but in fact her thoughts were wandering. Seeing her distracted state, Zhang Yuan snapped, What, haven't you eaten? I've been doing all the work, so do something yourself. Oh. The strong masculine scent came from the side of her face, and the tingling sensation spread throughout her body. Lu Xueyou had no more desire to cook. Holding the knife was already considered an extraordinary performance. Gradually, Zhang Yuan also noticed something was wrong. The extremely ambiguous posture, with the soft and delicate body in his arms. In the summer, people wear very little clothing, and even through the thin clothes, he could feel her delicate skin. Along with the faint and charming fragrance emanating from her body, he felt that the blood flow in his body had accelerated a bit. Zhang Yuan hurriedly took a few steps back, trying to calm his mind. Okay, just do what I just said, will you? No. Lu Xueyou was righteous and assertive. How could someone cook well the first time they cook? That's right, there has to be a process of becoming skilled. Let's try stir-frying next. And so, a dish of stir-fried potatoes and meat finally came out of the pan. Looking at the lumps of potato slices and dark meat, Zhang Yuan shook his head. I'm afraid even a dog wouldn't eat this. When he saw Lu Xueyou's earnest eyes, he had to pick up a piece of potato and put it in his mouth. However, after a few bites, his cheeks began to hurt. The inside was not cooked. Lu Xueyou asked with expectation, "How is it? Is it delicious?" Zhang Yuan didn't want to discourage this rich girl who was cooking for the first time, so he said perfunctorily, "It's okay, it's already very good to be able to make it like this, keep up the good work." Really? Then eat more, my father has never eaten my cooking before. Lu Xueyou was overjoyed after receiving the praise, and kept on serving Zhang Yuan food. Zhang Yuan expressionlessly finished the entire plate of fried potatoes and meat, feeling that there was no hope in life. After the meal, the two sat on the sofa watching TV. Lu Xueyou suddenly asked, "Have you read the news in the group?" "No, I usually set my group notifications to do not disturb." "There's just been a message in the group chat. There's going to be a class reunion early next month. Are you going?" Zhang Yuan didn't quite catch what she was saying at first. Which group chat? Lu Xueyou gave him a look. The one you and I are in. Which group chat do you think? No, I've never been interested in these reunions, especially if Lu Qingji is organizing it. In fact, these reunions are held every year when the new students start at university. Zhang Yuan had been excited to go the year he graduated. However, the experience was not very good. It seemed that these classmates who had left the campus had completely changed. They either showed off their jobs or their income or even bragged about their girlfriends. The good party turned into a competition. Zhang Yuan, who was at the bottom of society, was extremely disappointed. So for the two reunions after that, he pretended not to know and never participated again. Lu Xueyou quietly sat a little closer and nudged Zhang Yuan with her elbow. "What, do you want to go?" Lu Xueyou nodded. "I was abroad during the previous gatherings, so I couldn't come." "You don't know how much I envied you then, being able to meet and chat with your former classmates. This time, I finally have the chance. I really want to go, so will you accompany me?" Zhang Yuan didn't want to tell her the truth about the gathering and hurt her feelings. But then he thought, a beautiful girl from a good family like Lu Xueyou would really be the center of attention if she went, and become the brightest star. "Then you go by yourself, you know her." Lu Xueyou took Zhang Yuan's arm and gently shook it. "Just go with me, it won't take long. If you're not there, I won't have much fun." Zhang Yuan couldn't stand it when girls were cute, and after a few words of sweet talk, even his bones were melting. Okay, we'll talk about it then." Lu Xueyou was overjoyed. "I'll give you a call on that day, and if it's really boring, we'll just take a look and leave." The two continued watching TV, and Lu Xueyou didn't pay attention to what was being shown. She couldn't help feeling excited at the thought of going to the class reunion with Zhang Yuan. It would be great if they could confirm their relationship before going. At the same time, she couldn't help but wonder. He had clearly been hinting at it, so why hadn't the man responded at all? Could it be that he was really married? However, from the contact they had had over the past few days, it didn't seem like he was married. "Zhang Yuan, let me ask you something." Just as Lu Xueyou was about to ask, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. "I'll take this call." Seeing that it was Ning Yuwei calling, he subconsciously walked into the kitchen to answer it. This scene made Lu Xueyou guess a little. Chapter 26, Making a Decision. "Have you had lunch, senior?" "Well, I just ate." "What did you have for lunch?" Zhang Yuan was afraid that Ning Yuwei would ask where he had eaten and with whom, so he quickly changed the subject. He really didn't want to lie to this simple-minded girl. "Xia," she returned, "and she brought me a bunch of food, and I almost threw up." Ning Yuwei was in a good mood and kept talking non-stop. "You don't know, I haven't told her what happened yesterday. In order not to let her find out that I have limited mobility, I didn't dare get out of bed all morning. It was only while she was in the bathroom that I managed to sneak away to make this call. I miss you, senior. Zhang Yuan could hear the emphasis on the last sentence, I miss you. If she knew that he was flirting with another woman, her heart would surely break. A sense of guilt welled up in him, and he knew that he couldn't go on like this. Now that he had made his choice, it was time to let go of the other one. I'll come and see you later. Ning Yuwei replied apologetically, but I don't know if my roommate will be out later. If you come over, I'm afraid she'll scold you. Zhang Yuan laughed. What does she care if we're in a relationship? She can scold all she wants, I'll just keep on kissing. If she can't stand it, she'll naturally go away. You're still so irreverent, senior. She said. I'll wait for you. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Yuan saw Lu Xueyou on the sofa, staring at him blankly. He said with a stiff face, Xueyou, I suddenly have something urgent to do, so I'll go first. Ah, you just rested home. Lu Xueyou bit her lip, so, will you come back tomorrow? Not necessarily, anyway, it's the same whether I keep an eye on the stock market or not, I'll come if I have time. Then you take care of yourself. At this moment, Zhang Yuan's heart softened again, but no matter what, he had to make things clear today. Actually, I have a girlfriend, the schoolgirl you met outside the food stall the other day. I'm sorry, Xueyou, I can't let her down. I know, I saw the photo on your phone when it rang just now, she's a very pretty girl. Lu Xueyou gave a wry smile and asked, if you hadn't met her, would you have liked me? Yes. Zhang Yuan gave an immediate reply. He didn't want to deceive himself, and even if he didn't say if, he liked Lu Xueyou in the current situation. After getting a positive answer, Lu Xueyou smiled. Okay, you go quickly, don't let people wait for a long time. Then I'll return the car to you. Zhang Yuan handed over the key to the Porsche, but Lu Xueyou didn't take it. Even if you have a girlfriend, won't we meet in the future? Anyway, I can't use the car, you drive it first. Seeing that Lu Xueyou didn't look too upset, Zhang Yuan felt slightly relieved. Okay, Xueyou, you are fine, just go. Zhang Yuan hesitated, let out a sigh, and left the apartment. At 2 p.m., he went to the University of Finance again and went up to the 5th floor as usual. This time, he was almost caught red-handed by the dormitory manager, but fortunately he escaped by running fast. Zhang Yuan decided in his heart that the first thing he would do after cashing out would be to buy Ning Yuwei an apartment. Not only would it be convenient for him, but it could also be counted as accumulated consumption, so that he could quickly meet the activation conditions. He gently pushed open the door to room 508. Ning Yuwei was sitting on the bed, engrossed in a book in her hands. Senior, you're here so soon. Ning Yuwei said with surprise when she saw Zhang Yuan come over. Zhang Yuan sat down along the edge of the bed and took her hand. Because I missed you too, I came as fast as I could. Ning Yuwei couldn't resist such flirting, and she was moved by just a few words. She threw herself directly into Zhang Yuan's arms. By the way, where is your roommate, out again? Yes, he left half an hour ago, saying he had a date. He usually doesn't come back until the evening. Ning Yuwei put it rather euphemistically, but according to Xieshi herself, she was out fishing for a boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yuan got up and locked the dormitory door, with a wicked smile on his face. Then let's go on a date too, we've got the whole dormitory to ourselves. No, let's just chat and read. We can read later, let's take a nap first. Without another word, Zhang Yuan climbed into Ning Yuwei's bed. Yuwei, come on, I want to cuddle with you and sleep together. Oh. Ning Yuwei wanted to refuse, but the idea of sleeping in the dorm with the man she loved made her feel an inexplicable sense of anticipation. Then she was pulled by Zhang Yuan and she too lay down on the bed. The beds in the dormitories are generally very narrow, only about 1 meter, and it's really a bit crowded for 2 people to lie down side by side. Ning Yuwei slept sideways inside, trying to make enough room for Zhang Yuan. However, whenever she moved back a little, Zhang Yuan would squeeze in a little more, until his back was pressed against the wall and there was no more room to move back. Zhang Yuan held his beloved in his arms, his nose smelling the faint body scent of Ning Yuwei, and in the unique environment of a girl's dormitory. When he was studying before, he had fantasized about sleeping in a girl's dormitory for a night. Now, although it is noon, he has fulfilled this long-cherished wish. Zhang Yuan's breath beats against Ning Yuwei's delicate face, and after a while, he whispers. Yuwei, do you like me? Ning Yuwei is shy and nods lightly. Yes, I like you. Half an hour later, Ning Yuwei fell into a deep sleep. Zhang Yuan felt refreshed and was able to hold her without any distractions. Looking at this exquisite and beautiful face, he couldn't help but think that if he really was a liar, then not only would Ning Yuwei be cheated out of money, she would also be cheated out of a person. They slept until after 6 p.m. before they slowly woke up. Oh, it's this time of night. It doesn't matter if we're late, we'll be fine. Zhang Yuan responded dazedly, without even opening his eyes. The dormitories at the University of Finance and Economics were all equipped with air conditioners. Although it was hot outside, the temperature inside was pleasant, and they didn't want to wake up after a good night's sleep. Especially when they were sleeping together, holding Ning Yuwei, the feeling was indeed comfortable. Senior, wake up, let's go eat before the cafeteria closes. Okay. After tidying up, the two went downstairs and walked towards the cafeteria. During the summer vacation, only one of the 6 canteens at the University of Finance was open for business. Cafeteria number 1 was located at the entrance of the campus, a long way from Ning Yuwei's dormitory. Don't drive, let's walk, it's not hot anymore. Okay, whatever you say. Zhang Yuan naturally didn't refuse such a small request, not to mention the fact that he hadn't taken a walk on campus in a long time. Along the way, Zhang Yuan walked in front, and Ning Yuwei followed like a little wife. Zhang Yuan held out his arm. Come hold my hand, I don't know how to get there. Senior, you can find my dormitory with your eyes closed, how could you not know? Although Ning Yuwei also wanted to hold Zhang Yuan's hand, she was a bit reluctant. No matter how close their relationship was, it was still in their personal space. They were at school, and it would be embarrassing if their classmates saw them. She looked left and right and saw that there were only a few students walking on campus, and no one paid any attention to them at all. So she simply plucked up her courage and took Zhang Yuan's arm. Chapter 27, Another one throws herself at me. The setting sun shone on them, casting 2 long shadows. Once upon a time, Zhang Yuan envied those classmates who could walk hand in hand with their girlfriends on campus, showing their affection in public. He could only get a mouthful of dog food. Now he has become one of them. Seeing the envious stares from a few younger students, he felt a sense of satisfaction. After walking for a few minutes, Ning Yuwei gradually got used to it too. She excitedly pointed and talked about the interesting things at school with Zhang Yuan. When they passed by an artificial lake, Zhang Yuan said, "When you pass by Xueyou Lake at night, do you hear strange sounds coming from the woods next to it?" "No, what strange sounds?" "It might not be the case during the summer vacation, but once school starts, as long as you come here at 11 or 12 o'clock at night, you will definitely hear those moaning sounds." "What?" Ning Yuwei was puzzled, and it took her a while to react. "Senior, are you saying that there are couples who will?" Zhang Yuan nodded. "At least when I was in school, I encountered quite a few. Just run to the lake and shout, 'Director is here for an inspection.' And you will immediately see a few couples running out with their clothes disheveled." Ning Yuwei felt her worldview being shaken, but she still shook her head and said, "It's dirty and full of mosquitoes in there, how can students all seek out this kind of excitement? It's not strange." Zhang Yuan gave a wicked smile. "Why don't we try it out sometime?" "I don't want to." 20 minutes later, the two finally arrived at the canteen. As Ning Yuwei was about to get some food, a voice stopped her. "Yuwei, you haven't eaten yet." A girl wearing short-sleeved jeans and a short ponytail greeted her with a smile. She noticed Zhang Yuan next to her and asked, "This guy looks unfamiliar." "Yuwei, aren't you going to introduce us?" Ning Yuwei was embarrassed to be recognized by an acquaintance and blushed as she said, "This is my boyfriend, Zhang Yuan." When Su-yun heard the word boyfriend, she said incredulously, "Great, you actually have a boyfriend. Is this the sun rising in the west?" "Don't make fun of me, I also met my senior by chance. I'm not teasing you." Su-yun turned her head to look at Zhang Yuan, extended her right hand, and smiled, saying, "Hello, senior brother. My name is Su-yun, I'm your junior." Zhang Yuan extended his hand and shook it lightly, saying, "Hello." Su-yun didn't stay long, and after a brief chat with Ning Yuwei, she left. The food was quickly served afterwards, 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. It was quite hearty, and the price wasn't expensive, less than 20 yuan in total. Zhang Yuan took a bite and exclaimed, "Sure enough, it's still as bad as before. It's good to have something to eat, so don't be picky, senior." Ning Yuwei whispered, "I used to be hungry a lot." Zhang Yuan didn't say anything. Fate owed this girl too much, and he could only make it up to her in the future. "Yuwei, can you cook?" Yes. That's good, I'll try your cooking in the future. Sure, senior. Let me tell you, I started cooking when I was a few years old, so the food I make is definitely not bad. Zhang Yuan knew that she was being modest and that her cooking might even be better than his. He really wanted to try it, but there was no kitchen in the dormitory, so he couldn't do anything about it. But as long as he sold his stocks after a while, he could buy a house. After dinner, the two of them walked aimlessly around the school for a while, and it wasn't until it got completely dark that they headed for the dormitory. When they got downstairs, Ning Yuwei saw the light in room 508 was on and said, "Senior, I can't let you stay in the dormitory tonight." "Oh, how about next time when Xieshi doesn't come back at night?" "Okay, I'm not an unreasonable person, I'll do as you say." "You're so nice, senior." To be honest, Zhang Yuan really wanted to stay in Ning Yuwei's dormitory overnight, especially after hearing that she had a pretty roommate. The idea of sneaking around was exciting. If he insisted on going up, he thought Ning Yuwei would probably say yes. But he didn't want to put her in a difficult situation. There would be other opportunities, so he wasn't in a hurry. While he was talking, the girl he had just met in the cafeteria, Su Yun, walked over. "Ning Yuwei, are you going back to the dormitory? We can go up together." Zhang Yuan saw this and said, "I'll go first then. See you tomorrow." Su Yun said playfully, "Senior brother, aren't you going to come up and have a seat? Let me tell you, there are a lot of suitors for Yuwei at our school, you must keep a close eye on her." "Of course." "Okay, you guys go on up, get some rest early. You too, senior, be careful, send me a message when you get home." After seeing the two girls turn around, Zhang Yuan pressed the car key and unlocked the car. The flashing yellow light immediately caught Su Yun's attention as she had just walked to the corridor. She glanced back and, with an unchanged expression, accompanied Ning Yuwei upstairs. Zhang Yuan started the car and turned the head to prepare to leave. Knock, knock, knock. The window was suddenly knocked on, and he looked sideways and saw that it was Su Yun standing next to the car. After opening the window, Su Yun reached her delicate hand over. "Senior brother, let's get reacquainted, my name is Su Yun." Zhang Yuan subconsciously extended his right hand and shook hands. "I know, is there anything wrong?" "It's nothing, I'm going up to keep Yuwei company. You go ahead, and we can get in touch later." She made a gesture of making a phone call and turned around and ran up the stairs. This wave of manipulation left Zhang Yuan confused. Did Su Yun rush over in such a hurry just to say a few uninformative words to him? Then he spread his palm and found a small note on it. There was a phone number written on the note. So that's what it is. Zhang Yuan instantly understood what it meant. He couldn't help but mutter, "Interesting, nowadays schoolgirls are playing so hard? Ning Yuwei, do you know that you are being poached by your classmates?" However, when he thought of Su Yun's youthful and beautiful figure, Zhang Yuan's heart rose again with a strange feeling. He knew that if he made the call, he would have a girl to keep him warm tonight. This was unthinkable in the past, and he wouldn't have dared even dream of it. Just because he drove a nice car, they were throwing themselves at him. They were really quite realistic. But even Lu Xueyou hadn't thought about what to do, and another one was definitely too much. But he didn't throw the note away, but subconsciously put it in the glove compartment. Chapter 28, Reaping the Fruits of Victory. "Xiaxi, why are you back so early today?" Ning Yuwei asked after entering the dormitory. "Stop it, I met a guy who kept making all kinds of hints during dinner, trying to drag me to a hotel room." Xiaxi said angrily, "Don't look at his appearance, it's not just that he's ugly, but he doesn't have much money either. I always think it's not good for you to do this, it's like cheating. Can't you just find a boyfriend who really treats you well? You can't eat true love for dinner, let me tell you, it's not that I don't want to, if I met someone who was handsome and also filthy rich, I would be willing to be supported even if it means being kept." Xiaxi sighed, but high-quality men who meet these two requirements are scarcer than giant pandas. She seemed to have thought of something, and she said suspiciously, "Right, whose is that Porsche downstairs?" Ning Yuwei said nervously, I don't know." "Oh dear, I know you better than your mother, and you stutter when you lie. Have you got back together with that guy?" Xiaxi continued, "Although I don't remember the license plate number, there aren't many top-of-the-line Palmers like that in the whole of Shanghai City. How could it be such a coincidence that I ran into it again?" "Xiaxi, Okay, I'm not going to say anything to you. As long as he treats you well and is willing to spend money on you, there's nothing wrong with dating him. But you must be more careful, don't let people take advantage of you so easily." Men, once they have tasted it, will not cherish it. Ning Yuwei shrugged her shoulders and didn't say anything else. Meanwhile, Su-yun, who had just returned to her dormitory, looked at her phone blankly, unable to calm her heart for a long time. It was the first time she had handed a note to a man face to face. And this person is also the boyfriend of a classmate. I just don't know if that senior understands what I mean. She couldn't help but think that a man who can woo the university's campus queen is truly something. Handsome and rich, both are indispensable. Once you miss your chance, you may never encounter it again. It's rare to encounter such a perfect man, so you have to give it a go. After thinking for a moment, Su-yun decided to go to 508 to sound them out, and if that didn't work, she would at least try to establish a good relationship with Ning Yuwei. She then went to 508 and knocked on the door. She saw the person coming and said with a cold face, "What are you doing here?" "What, is the dormitory your home? Why can't I come?" "I came to chat with Yuwei." "Oh, I can't tell. When did you become so close with Yuwei?" "How come I didn't know?" "There's a lot you don't know, so get out of the way." Su-yun didn't wait for Xie to respond, and she forced her way in from the side, sitting next to Ning Yuwei. Xie and Su-yun were naturally incompatible, and whenever they met, they exchanged cold taunts. Su-yun couldn't stand the fact that Xie was always trying to pick up guys, while Xie couldn't stand the fact that Su-yun pretended to be pure, when she was obviously a slut at heart but pretended to be innocent. On the contrary, Ning Yuwei gets along with the two women. Su-yun took out her phone and asked for Ning Yuwei's opinion. "Yuwei, which one of these two outfits do you think looks better?" Yuwei ignored her. What she wore was just so-so, like embroidery on a sackcloth, the kind with a poor foundation. She is not a mean person when it comes to criticizing others. In fact, Su-yun is quite pretty. If looks could be scored, she would have scored 90 points. If she wasn't so confident in her looks, she wouldn't have acted like she did, passing a note to Zhang Yuan. She continued, "I think it's best to wear nothing at all. This will attract the attention of men and guarantee a 100% return rate." Su-yun also responded without mercy, "Did I ask you?" "Nonsense. It's you who dresses up slutty every day, trying to seduce someone." Ning Yuwei was caught in the middle and her head was spinning. Naturally, in her heart she was close to Xie, but Su-yun came over with a smile, and she couldn't just coldly blow her away. She just wondered secretly why Su-yun, who usually didn't interact much, was acting so enthusiastic today. In the following period, Zhang Yuan occasionally went to the venture capital company to check up on things, and Lu Xueyou's behavior was the same as usual, with no obvious abnormalities. But more often than not, he stayed at school, hanging out with Ning Yuwei. Occasionally they would go out for a stroll or have a bite to eat. Today was the last day of the system's forecast, and if things went smoothly, he would have hundreds of millions of dollars at his disposal. A little after 9 in the morning, Zhang Yuan arrived at Huitong Venture Capital. As soon as he entered the office, Lu Xueyou handed him a thermos. "I brought you breakfast, eat it while it's still hot. You don't need to do this, you don't need to get up so early every day." "Who says I did it for you? I can't eat it myself." "It's just a side dish." Lu Xueyou muttered, "Eat it or I'll throw it away." "I can eat it, can't I?" Zhang Yuan took the thermos and drank the millet porridge. Lu Xueyou's face finally broke into a smile. Recently, the trend of Hongyun Technology Group has remained very strong. How long are you going to hold on to it? Sell it today. Sell it all? Judging from the momentum, there is still room for a big rise. Lu Xueyou said she could no longer keep up with Zhang Yuan's train of thought. If she were to make the decision, she definitely would not choose to clear the warehouse at this time. "Trust me, I can't go wrong with my choice. When it comes to stock predictions, Zhang Yuan can't trust anyone but Tongzi. Even if the God of Heaven and the Father of all came today, he would sell everything. If Hongyun Technology Group had a big blow up tonight and the stocks were locked up, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. And it's very possible, otherwise there's no reason why the system only predicts that it will end today." Lu Xueyou nodded. "No matter what decision you make, I believe in you, haven't you always known?" Listening to these slightly resentful words, Zhang Yuan didn't dare to look into Lu Xueyou's eyes. She wanted what she couldn't promise herself. Then Zhang Yuan turned on the computer and stared at the screen. Hongyun Technology Group opened with a small increase, and although it occasionally dipped in the following time, the upward momentum was still very obvious. Until 2 p.m., Hongyun Technology Group had risen by more than 9 points and was about to be capped. The stock reached its peak before closing, so the time to sell was now. Although there will be a slight loss if the operation is carried out half an hour in advance, it is not even a drop in the bucket compared to the total floating profit these days. As for whether Hongyun Technology Group will rise or fall tomorrow, it will have no bearing on Zhang Yuan's financial situation after he liquidates his position. It is time to reap the fruits of victory. After making the decision, Zhang Yuan immediately got to work. As the mouse kept moving, a series of sell orders were placed one after the other, and the funds in the account continued to increase. Looking at the long string of numbers, Zhang Yuan felt like he was dreaming. More than 300 million yuan came in, and in just 17 trading days it more than quintupled. After the last stock was sold, the capital became 1,526,372,500 yuan. 1,520 million. Zhang Yuan rubbed his eyes, he had never seen so much joy. Chapter 29. At the beginning, I clearly refused. There is no personal income tax on trading stocks, only the brokerage fee and the stamp duty charged by the state. The cost is not high. Based on 1.5 billion, it is only more than 100,000. Lu Xueyou covered her mouth in amazement and exclaimed, Zhang Yuan, is this the profit for this period of time? It's too much too. Although she is not sensitive to money, this is the first time she has seen such a long series of numbers. I said I won't let you lose money, and I definitely won't. Zhang Yuan said solemnly, besides, I couldn't have made all this money without your help, not to mention the fact that you helped me despite the pressure you were under. Lu Xueyou felt embarrassed and muttered, no, it was just a small favor. In that case, I'll give you my card number. Just transfer me 100 million yuan when you withdraw the money tomorrow, and the rest is all yours. Hearing this, Lu Xueyou's face instantly fell. What do you mean? Nothing, I'll just take my due 100 million, and I don't want anything else. What do you mean you deserve it? If you ask me, apart from the 300 million principal from my father, everything else is yours. Lu Xueyou's eyes reddened, I've never helped you for the money. What kind of person do you take me for? After she finished speaking, she stormed out of the office, leaving Zhang Yuan standing there. I've seen people argue over unequal sharing of the spoils, but I've never seen anyone argue over too much. When Zhang Yuan went out to chase after her, he couldn't even find her. What's more, he had left his phone in the office, so he couldn't even call her. Zhang Yuan thought that Lu Xueyou had probably gone back to the apartment, so he took his phone and headed downstairs. A few minutes later, Zhang Yuan arrived at the small apartment and found that the door was not locked. When he entered, he saw Lu Xueyou sitting on the sofa with her knees in her arms, sobbing quietly. What are you still doing here? She looked up at him and asked crossly. Zhang Yuan sat down next to Lu Xueyou. I forgot your phone, so I brought it to you. None of your business. If it's none of my business, just leave. Zhang Yuan had just stood up when his waist was suddenly tightly embraced. The arms were thin but the hug was very strong. Don't go. Zhang Yuan patted the back of her hand. Okay, let go of my hand first. I'm not leaving, I can't breathe. He gently broke free of her arms and sat down against the sofa. Lu Xueyou leaned over and stared into his eyes and said, I'm going to ask you a question, and you must answer truthfully. Go ahead. Okay, then let me ask you, do you like me? Hurry up and say it, don't lie to me. I like you. Zhang Yuan gave his answer without thinking, but I have. No buts. Before the words had finished, Lu Xueyou straddled Zhang Yuan's lap and pressed her red lips against his. She kissed him hard on the mouth. He was being kissed forcefully. Was his thought at the moment? Smelling the faint fragrance from the ends of her hair, he looked at her beautiful face, which was close at hand. After all, she was the dream girl he had longed for during his 4 years at university, and Zhang Yuan knew that with his own strength of character, he simply could not refuse. He could not even bring himself to push Lu Xueyou away. Although he had not yet thought about how things would develop in the future, at the moment, Zhang Yuan just wanted to enjoy a good kiss. Facts have proved that under such circumstances, no normal man can withstand the test. Thoughts and reason were all thrown to the side. Zhang Yuan, who had been holding Lu Xueyou's back, gradually let go and placed his hands on her small waist. Suddenly, Lu Xueyou woke up and, like a frightened fawn, jumped up. I'm having my period. Zhang Yuan also woke up and couldn't help feeling a little annoyed and self-reproachful. How could he not have been able to control himself? Xueyou, I think we need to have a serious talk. Lu Xueyou sat down obediently next to him and said, How do you want to talk about it? I have a girlfriend. I know, but you kissed me. I won't let her down. I know, but you kissed me. Lu Xueyou clenched her fists and said fiercely, do you want to eat and wipe clean and deny it? That's right, I didn't plan to deny it. I can ask, why do you like me? With your figure and appearance, you can find any man. No reason, I just like you, not to mention having a girlfriend, even if I get married I won't give up. Zhang Yuan didn't know how to respond. He had always had a crush on Lu Xueyou, and he couldn't bring himself to reject her. This kiss had further confused him. Hey, let me be clear, I'm not going to break up with Ning Yuwei, but if you can accept. Zhang Yuan stopped mid-sentence. It was really hard to say something like this. However, Lu Xueyou also gave her answer, I can accept it. Zhang Yuan touched her forehead, no, you don't have a fever, do you agree to such an absurd request? Lu Xueyou sighed, what's the big deal? I've seen this kind of situation a lot, even my father. Zhang Yuan, although I also want to have you all to myself, I know that's impossible. You're so good at making money and so outstanding, there will be countless girls coming after you in the future. I've tried not to think about you, but I found that I simply can't do it. You're such an asshole. Why did you have to show off when we were in school? Since I can't let go, I'll just have to force myself to accept it. In the future, I don't care how many women are around you, but there must be a place in your heart for me. Having said that, it would be pretentious to refuse. Zhang Yuan pulled her into his arms and quietly embraced her. In fact, every man wants to be able to hold two women at once, the key is whether you have the ability to deal with the trouble that follows. Don't worry, I will treat you well. Lu Xueyou moved over again, embraced Zhang Yuan's neck, and kissed him fiercely. But after just 2 minutes, she panicked and fled. Zhang Yuan shook his head helplessly. You just started a fire and didn't put it out. Lu Xueyou giggled, who said I can't put it out? You are indeed well informed. It is much easier to communicate with you than with Ning Yuwei. Lu Xueyou couldn't help but smile at the look on his face. Zhang Yuan was furious and said with righteous indignation. At the beginning, I clearly refused. Chapter 30, Plunging Straight In. Zhang Yuan personally cooked dinner that night, preparing a few simple dishes. After breaking through this barrier, Lu Xueyou wasn't too keen on learning to cook. She had previously argued about learning it just to spend more time together. Zhang Yuan didn't really have an opinion on this, as her family was wealthy and she would never lack for food or drink for many lifetimes. At the dinner table, Lu Xueyou was still talking about giving Zhang Yuan all the money she had earned in the stock market. In that case, I will take at most 200 million, and you can give the rest to your father or keep it for yourself. I definitely won't take any more. Lu Xueyou nodded, okay, I will save it for now, and I will give it to you when you run out of money. By the way, I will give you the car as a small token of my appreciation. Although you are not short of money, I just want to see you drive the car I gave you. Does that mean I can't buy a car in the future? Of course not, this car is going to be in your hands whether you drive it or not. Lu Xueyou suddenly realized something and added, you can't give it to other women, but you can let her ride in it at most. Okay. Lu Xueyou gave a mischievous smile and said, in that case, I can buy another car. Zhang Yuan was stunned by this train of thought. If you want to buy a car, just buy it. You can't have only one car in one person's name. After a while, Lu Xueyou sighed and said, Zhang Yuan, in fact, I hope you don't have anything, don't be so outstanding, so that I can keep you firmly in my hands. Zhang Yuan laughed. This kind of naive idea could only be thought of by Lu Xueyou. If he didn't have any ability, not to mention being together, it was doubtful whether he could even keep his life. If he had to get close to her, he might just disappear one day. With Lu Zhaoyun's strength, it would definitely not be difficult to do this. He made more than 1 billion yuan from the stock market in less than half a month, and Lu Zhaoyun definitely knew about it. That was why he hadn't called him again until now. Regardless of Zhang Yuan's character for the time being, at least in terms of making money, he definitely had Lu Zhaoyun's approval. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the two of them were watching TV on the sofa. Lu Xueyou asked carefully, can you not go back today? Just stay with me. Zhang Yuan also felt that it wasn't good to just leave after just confirming the relationship. Besides, he didn't want to go. Ning Yuwei had a roommate to keep her company, and even if she went back to her rented room at night, she would still have the company of a delicate beauty. I'll give Yuwei a call, we haven't been in contact all day. Okay. Although it sounded a little sad, Lu Xueyou didn't say anything. Since she had decided on Zhang Yuan, she had already expected this kind of thing. Just as Zhang Yuan took out his phone, it happened to ring. "Senior, where are you?" Ning Yuwei's voice was a little nervous. "Can you come and pick me up?" "What's wrong? What happened?" "I'm at the cafe. Boss Lu seems to have his eye on me, so I'm afraid to go out." "Wait for me, I'll be there soon." After hanging up, Lu Xueyou anxiously asked, "Do you need any help?" "No, I can handle it myself." "Xueyou, I may not be able to keep you company tonight, so just rest at home." Lu Xueyou is a reasonable person and naturally doesn't care about anything, so she nodded lightly. "Then you take care of yourself and call me if anything happens." "Okay." Zhang Yuan then hurriedly left the apartment and went straight to the Starbucks coffee shop. After calling Zhang Yuan, Ning Yuwei felt much more relaxed. In her opinion, even if it was a big deal, as long as the senior came over, it could be easily resolved. The reason she was at the cafe was that she had received a phone call informing her that her wages had been paid. She had worked for most of the previous month, but her wages had never been settled. Unexpectedly, when she was about to go back to school, she saw Lu Wei, the owner of the cafe, waiting outside the shop. It looked as if he was determined to wait until she came out, so out of desperation she had no choice but to ask Zhang Yuan for help. Although there were not many customers in the cafe, fortunately there was plenty of light and there were security cameras everywhere, so Lu Wei did not dare do anything in his own shop. "Zhang Jia, go out and see for me, has he left yet?" Zhang Jia stood at the door and looked out. When she came back, she said, "He's sitting in the car." "Yuwei, why don't you call the police?" There was no evidence to call the police now, and everything was just our speculation. Ning Yuwei shook her head. "It's fine, my boyfriend will be here soon, and as long as he arrives, everything will be fine." Zhang Jia sighed, "Okay, as long as you stay in the store, I don't think there will be a problem." But no one could have predicted that 20 minutes later a woman with chestnut curls and in her 40s would rush into the cafe. As soon as she entered, she shouted, "Who is Ning Yuwei?" Ning Yuwei was sure she had never met this woman before, and she had no idea why the other person was shouting her name. "Yes, it's you, you vixen, who seduced my husband, right?" Hearing this reply, the woman went crazy, ran up to Ning Yuwei and raised her palm, slapping her directly. Pop! A loud slap resounded, and the store fell silent. The slap was extremely heavy, and a bloody mark appeared on Ning Yuwei's side face instantly. After slapping her, the woman was still not satisfied, and she cursed furiously, "You fox spirit, let me tell you, if you dare to seduce my husband again in the future, I will slash your face. You're still in college, is there such a shameless college student? You don't study hard, you learn from others to be a mistress. I will go to your school leaders to reflect the situation and expel you, these scum." This woman Ning Yuwei does not know, but Sister Zhang knows. It is the proprietress of this shop, Li Chunhua. She protected Ning Yuwei and shouted, "On what grounds do you hit people? Are you crazy? Don't you know what kind of person your husband is? I don't care what kind of person he is, anyway, the fox spirit deserves to be beaten. How can you justify publicly destroying someone else's family? It's simply unreasonable. Ning Yuwei has never paid any attention to your husband. He's outside in the car. Tell him to come over and explain himself." Li Chunhua said coldly, "Humph, actually defending this bitch's sophistry. If I hadn't received any news, how could I have found out and come here?" Immediately, she turned around and walked to the door, shouting, "Lu Wei, get your ass over here." Lu Wei, who was about to sneak away, knew he couldn't get away with it anymore, so he lowered his head and came into the store. "My dear, calm down. Don't make a scene here." "A scene? I was teaching that bitch a lesson, and that's a scene?" When she saw her husband come in, Li Chunhua was even more angry. "This vixen is pregnant, if I don't come now, she might even give birth to the baby. I must beat this bitch to death." "You've got it wrong, it's not her. Can we talk about this when we get back? There can be no mistake." Seeing Lu Wei's anxious expression, Li Chunhua came to her senses and sneered, "Oh, so you were just trying to muddle through? Do you really think I'm that gullible? You're still trying to defend this vixen, but today I'm going to teach her a lesson." Ning Yuwei covered her side with her hand and angrily asked, "Who's the vixen? On what grounds are you slandering me? How dare you talk back? You bitch just need to be taught a lesson, and today I'll show you what I'm capable of." In a state of anger, Li Chunhua had lost her reason and would not listen to any explanations. Under the influence of preconceived notions, she had already decided that Ning Yuwei was the third party. She took a few steps forward and grabbed Ning Yuwei's long hair, and even Zhang, who was protecting her, was pushed to the ground. Ning Yuwei was in pain and could not use any strength. Lu Wei wanted to go over and break it up, but after getting a glare from Li Chunhua, he retreated back to his original position. It was Zhang who came back to her senses and called the police without hesitation. But how could the police come whenever they were called? At this time, the only person who could arrive in time was Zhang Yuan. Just as Li Chunhua's face was hideous as she swung her fist, ready to smash it hard into Ning Yuwei's stomach, a blinding flash of light shot in from outside. The light came from afar and was in front of her in an instant. Then, a speeding car crashed head-on into the glass of the cafe. Bang! Crack! The glass shattered, and tiny shards of glass scattered everywhere. Half of the Porsche Panamera crashed into the cafe. Chapter 31, Furious Zhang Yuan. The crash stunned everyone in the store. The car body almost grazed Li Chunhua's body, and the wind it created almost blew her to the ground. She was still shaken until the car came to a complete stop. Only then did she subconsciously let go of his hand and stood in place, stunned. Ning Yuwei saw Zhang Yuan arrive at the critical moment, and the tears that had been suppressed for a long time welled up in her eyes. She ran over to hug him tightly and whispered, "Senior, you've finally come." Zhang Yuan gently stroked her back and said, "Go sit in the car, I'll handle the rest." Okay. Looking at the bright red handprint on her side, Zhang Yuan felt an urge to kill. If he had been a second late, and that powerful punch had landed, the consequences for Ning Yuwei would have been unimaginable. He slowly walked over to Li Chunhua, his pupils burning with rage, like two balls of lava about to erupt. "What are you going to do?" Li Chunhua subconsciously took a few steps back, terrified, and said, "I'm telling you, this is a society ruled by law, don't do anything stupid." "You're good at it. Bullying a female student makes you look very capable, right?" Looking at the ferocious Zhang Yuan, Li Chunhua backed away in fear until she hit the edge of the cafe table and couldn't retreat any further. Bullying the weak and fearing the strong was her usual style. Facing the weak Ning Yuwei, she could scold and hit her without restraint. But Zhang Yuan was obviously a tough guy. You have to know that if that collision just now had been off by just a few centimeters, she would have been disabled for life at least. "If you come any closer, I'll call the police. If you dare to move me." Zhang Yuan didn't give her a chance to speak, lifted his foot and kicked Li Chunhua in the stomach. Then he grabbed her hair and slammed her head onto the table. Li Chunhua was knocked unconscious. She put her hands on the table and tried to get up. But Zhang Yuan, in a state of rage, was not someone she could easily escape from. While struggling, her long fingernails pinched Zhang Yuan's arm, leaving streaks of blood. However, this move made Zhang Yuan even more furious. He casually picked up a chair and smashed it hard against Li Chunhua's forearm. The chairs in the cafe are all made of solid wood and are extremely heavy. This smash did not spare any strength. Crack! It seemed that the sound of a bone breaking was heard. Ah! Ah! The intense pain caused Li Chunhua to let out a loud scream, and after suffering successive heavy blows, she fainted directly. Zhang Yuan's eyes were bloodshot as he said fiercely, "Even if I go to jail, I will waste this hand of yours." At this time, Ning Yuwei's scream sounded, "Senior, watch out behind you." She hurriedly opened the car door and stepped forward to stop him. However, it was already too late. Lu Wei brought a baseball bat from nowhere and swung it directly at Zhang Yuan's head. Bang! The bat hit him squarely on the back of the head. Zhang Yuan stumbled from the blow and only managed to support himself on the table. The excruciating pain in his head made him nearly spasm. "You are looking for death." Zhang Yuan turned around and glared at the stunned Lu Wei. In contrast, Lu Wei was terrified. He is a timid and weak character. Just now, he saw his wife being beaten, and since Zhang Yuan kept his back turned, he dared to sneak up on him. But he didn't know that this person was still able to fight after taking such a heavy blow to the head. As he watched Zhang Yuan approach step by step, his legs felt as if they were filled with lead, and he stumbled back towards the door. "You, don't come any closer. The more nervous you are, the more likely you are to make a mistake." As he backed away, he accidentally stepped on some broken glass on the floor and fell hard. Ignoring the broken glass all over the floor, he continued to crawl towards the door. The sharp glass cut his hands and feet, leaving gashes, but he felt no pain. He now had only one thought, and that was to escape. As long as he ran to his car, he would be safe. Zhang Yuan forced himself to endure the dizziness and slowly walked towards Lu Wei. He could only see his face clearly when he was close. It turned out that this person had been seen before, and it was the man who had asked Zhao Xiaolin to have an abortion at San Mao Dabiazang the last time. What a narrow escape. He sat astride Lu Wei and grabbed him by the collar. He raised his fists and kept pounding his face like rain. Lu Wei had long since been scared out of his wits and had no desire to resist. He could only protect his face as best he could. You dared to hit an old woman? You really want to die. Fight back, aren't you good at sneaking attacks? After a minute, Zhang Yuan's fists went numb, and there were still a few drops of blood on the joints. He counted his new and old grudges together. He gradually went crazy and had even lost his reason. The only thought in his head was to beat this person to death. Just as he picked up the baseball bat and was about to swing it hard at Lu Wei's head, Ning Yuwei embraced him from behind and begged him. "Senior, don't. If you really kill him, you'll be dead too." This cry of warning instantly woke Zhang Yuan up. But instead of putting down the baseball bat, which he was holding in both hands, he smashed it at Lu Wei's shin. Crack! The alloy bat was obviously harder than a human leg bone. In the blink of an eye, the bone shattered. Cold sweat dripped from Lu Wei's face like rain, and a pig slaughtering scream filled the cafe before he fainted. Ning Yuwei carefully supported Zhang Yuan, looked at the back of his head, which was still bleeding, and pressed it down with her hand. Senior, do you still hurt? Hang in there, I'll take you to the hospital right away. I told you not to come here, why didn't you listen? How much money is there in the unpaid salary? Ning Yuwei couldn't stop crying when she was scolded like this, and she said with a grievance. Ning, tomorrow is your birthday, I want to buy you a present, but I've spent all my money, so... The word birthday awakened Zhang Yuan's distant memories. Since his parents passed away, he could hardly remember when his birthday was. He has no friends or colleagues. As for Zhao Xiaolin, she has no idea what day his birthday is. And when they checked into the hotel last time, Ning Yuwei only glanced at the ID card and remembered it. Zhang Yuan's inner softness was once again touched. Forget it, it's not your fault. Ning Yuwei helped him sit down in the chair next to him and whispered, I'm sorry, I will definitely listen in the future. At that moment, the police alarm sounded outside, and a police car pulled up in front of the cafe. Zhang Yuan took out his phone and made a call. Xueyou, I hit someone, please get me a lawyer. After those words, a strong dizziness hit him again. He had been holding on just long enough to not pass out, but at this moment, he finally blacked out and collapsed into Ning Yuwei's arms. The person on the other end of the line anxiously asked, What? Where are you? I'm coming over right now. Hey, Zhang Yuan, are you still there? Answer me. Ning Yuwei took the phone. Senior, we're at the Starbucks on Xinhua Road. Please come help him. As long as he's okay, I can promise to do whatever he wants. Wait, I'll be right there. Chapter 32. If you were the one being bullied, I would do the same. It was the next morning before Zhang Yuan opened his eyes. His head was bandaged and sharp pain radiated from the back of his head from time to time. This was a single room, and Lu Xueyou was sitting on the chair next to him, with her upper body leaning over his bed. Zhang Yuan's hand couldn't help but move, which immediately woke Lu Xueyou up. You're awake? That's great, you don't know how worried I was. Lu Xueyou reached out and waved it in front of his eyes. Do you know who I am? Hurry up and say my name. I said Lu Xueyou, did I get hit in the head or did you? Can you speak normally? It seems that you are fine. Lu Xueyou patted his chest and said, the doctor said that you may have amnesia, or a concussion, or at worst become a vegetable and never wake up in this life. Zhang Yuan smiled, it's not that serious. When I was fighting viciously in the past, I hit much harder than that, and I was fine. You're still laughing. I was worried to death. You actually fought so hard for that little schoolgirl. The car crashed straight into the cafe, as if it were in a movie. I also care about you, and I will feel sad if you get hurt. Lu Xueyou's tears fell as she spoke. What am I going to do if you never wake up? Have you considered me? Asshole. Zhang Yuan tightly gripped her little hand. If the situation were reversed and you were the one being bullied, I would do the same. Damn it, you're making me cry again. Lu Xueyou didn't doubt the sincerity of these words. She knew Zhang Yuan was like this a long time ago. At that time, he stood up for a complete stranger, even though he knew he couldn't win, and ended up being beaten up and bleeding. Not to mention their current relationship, even if it meant losing his own life, she was sure Zhang Yuan would do it. By the way, how was the matter dealt with afterwards? Lu Xueyou told him everything. The people at the police station are waiting for you to give a statement when you wake up, but I've hired a lawyer, who should be here soon, and he'll tell you what to say. I've spoken to lawyer Zhang about your situation, and it shouldn't be a problem. Fortunately, you didn't kill anyone, otherwise it would be difficult to settle the matter. I guess paying some compensation will be enough to put an end to it. You, next time, don't be so impulsive, okay? Zhang Yuan let out a sigh of relief and hurriedly replied, okay, I'll definitely listen to you in the future, okay? Lu Xueyou nodded in satisfaction. Where's Yuwei? She went downstairs to buy breakfast. This junior schoolmate is quite nice, worrying about you and not sleeping all night. Lu Xueyou suddenly said, do you know what she told me yesterday? Hearing this, Zhang Yuan realized a serious problem. His two women had met yesterday. Lu Xueyou was fine, as she had already known about him in advance. But Ning Yuwei had no idea. Zhang Yuan suddenly became extremely nervous, so what did she say? Did you tell her about, well, our relationship? Yes. How could I? She's such an innocent girl, how could she accept it all of a sudden? Lu Xueyou chuckled, you look so nervous. Do you really think she hasn't noticed anything? She's just holding it in. Yesterday, Yuwei came to me and said that if it meant you wouldn't go to prison, she could withdraw and let me become your girlfriend. She was in tears and said she didn't want anything, as long as she could watch you from afar and be happy. I could tell that these words were sincere. What can I say to you? You even went after such a good girl. After Lu Xueyou finished speaking, Zhang Yuan also felt a wave of guilt. Time management guru is not an easy job. These days, he spends a lot of time at Lu Xueyou's place. Sometimes when he calls, he stammers and stutters, afraid of being exposed. Ning Yuwei is simple, not stupid. From all the signs, one can surmise that Lu Xueyou and she are not just friends. But she never said anything, and she was still obedient to him. So what did you say to her? I said that you had several girlfriends, that one more or one less didn't matter, and that as long as she didn't mind, what was the big deal? Zhang Yuan was impatient and shouted, why are you slandering me? Apart from her, I obviously only have you as a girlfriend. Lu Xueyou smiled and said, what's the rush? Isn't it good to test her feelings? Don't you want to know how your little sister will answer? How will she answer? If possible, Zhang Yuan really didn't want Ning Yuwei to be sad and upset. But with Lu Xueyou, apart from the final step, which had not yet been taken, everything else had been done. Unless he was willing to leave her behind, sooner or later he would have to face this hurdle. Zhang Yuan was as nervous as if he were awaiting judgment. Lu Xueyou put away her joking expression and said seriously, she said she could accept it, and you can ask her yourself what the reason is later. You're just a shameless scumbag anyway. Hearing this answer, Zhang Yuan's heart finally felt relieved. No matter what, as long as Ning Yuwei was still willing to stay by his side, then everything was negotiable. He had thought it would be a huge problem, but he didn't expect it to be solved so easily. He had to say that Lu Xueyou had contributed a lot to it. Xueyou, thank you. Lu Xueyou snorted, don't thank me, who told you to recognize me as an asshole too? If we have to talk about order of appearance, I'm the later one, but fortunately you're not a difficult person to get along with. Okay, I've solved all your problems, how are you going to thank me? Zhang Yuan laughed, I'll do whatever you want, I won't bat an eyelid even if you ask me to go through fire and water. So, what about you and Ning Yuwei, have you had sex yet? Zhang Yuan instantly understood what she was asking and was speechless. I'm just curious, it's not like it's a secret. Well, we've done everything we need to do, right? Ah, I didn't realize I was too late. Lu Xueyou clenched her fists and said, then I want it too. Zhang Yuan glanced at her lower body and said, are you sure you can do it? I don't care, it'll be gone when you get out of the hospital. Zhang Yuan had no reason to refuse such a request, and nodded, okay, then discharge him now. Knock, knock, knock. At this time, a knock came from the door. Come in. The person walked up to Lu Xueyou and introduced himself. Hello Miss Lu, I am the group's attorney Zhang Shan. Mr. Zhang, this case will be handled by me. Zhang Yuan glanced at him. Lawyer Zhang was very tall, almost 1.9 meters. He wore black-framed glasses and had a gentle appearance, but it was unclear whether he had any real talent. However, as the acting lawyer for the Huitong Group headquarters, he should be good at his job. Chapter 33, the biggest problem has been solved. Now let's get down to business. Zhang Shan cut to the chase. I've reviewed the surveillance footage from the cafe, and I'd like Mr. Zhang to describe in detail what happened at the time. After Zhang Yuan had finished telling the story in minute detail, Zhang Shan fell into deep thought, and after a moment said, I've also reviewed the hospital's diagnosis report. The person in question, Li Chunhua, suffered a broken right arm, and Lu Wei suffered a broken lower leg, as well as multiple soft tissue injuries to the face. Both have undergone surgery and are recovering well, and it will not have a significant impact in the future. Judging from the forensic evidence, injuries of this severity are generally classified as minor. As for you, Mr. Zhang, you suffered a serious head injury, which could be serious or not. If you continue to experience dizziness and unsteadiness, and the cause cannot be determined, it is likely to be classified as a serious injury. Zhang Yuan could understand this simple hint, and he nodded. Zhang Shan continued, the whole conflict was caused by Li Chuanhua's initial assault and continued violence against Ms. Ning Yuwei, which can be seen clearly on the surveillance footage. As for Mr. Zhang, you saw your girlfriend being beaten and, in a moment of panic, mistook the accelerator for the brake and crashed the car into the cafe out of control. As for what happened afterwards, it was all because Mr. and Mrs. Lu Wei wanted to continue the violence and had no choice but to resist. Of course, the facts also prove this. When you were trying to stop Li Chunhua, her husband Lu Wei attacked from behind, causing you to suffer a serious head injury. Zhang Shan finally concluded. Therefore, in this case, you and Ms. Ning are the victims. All your actions were in self-defense, and it can't even be considered a mutual fight. May I ask Mr. Zhang, do you choose to settle out of court, or do you want to pursue criminal liability against the other party? After Zhang San finished speaking, not only was Zhang Yuan stunned, even Lu Xueyou beside him didn't know what to say. Lu Wei and Li Chunhua were beaten to within an inch of their lives and had confessed half of their lives. And Zhang Yuan, apart from having a bandage wrapped around his head, was fine. How could he pursue criminal liability against the other party? No wonder they say that lawyers rely solely on their mouths, and they can make black seem white. This skill of avoiding the important points and dwelling on the trivial is truly brilliant. Seeing that Zhang Yuan did not reply, Zhang Shan continued, personally, I suggest that it is best to choose an out-of-court settlement. After all, there is a lot of controversy in this case, and after careful consideration, it is likely that you will not get a good deal, and it will take too long. Huitong Group still has some influence in Shanghai City, and it can exert appropriate pressure to turn a criminal dispute into an ordinary civil dispute. After all, the other party was not seriously injured, and as long as they do not insist on appealing, the police station generally will not intervene forcibly. Although Zhang might not care about the compensation of several 100,000 yuan, it is best to avoid making a big deal out of this. Zhang Shan looked at them and said slowly, do you understand what I mean? Without waiting for Zhang Yuan to respond, Lu Xueyou answered, then we'll listen to lawyer Zhang. But will they just comply? Zhang Shan rarely showed a smile. The other party also hired a lawyer, but that person is a former student of mine. Next, the police from the police station came to the hospital room to take a statement. Zhang Yuan followed the instructions of his lawyer and answered everything without missing a beat. After the police left, Ning Yuwei arrived at the hospital room with breakfast in hand. Seeing that Zhang Yuan had already woken up, she ignored Lu Xueyou and threw herself into Zhang Yuan's arms. Senior, I was so worried about you. Lu Xueyou saw this and shrugged, walking out to make room. That Yuwei, it's my fault, I shouldn't. Don't say anymore, you're a good person, I can. She couldn't continue with the rest of her sentence, but Zhang Yuan understood what she meant. Ning Yuwei choked and said, I'm afraid I will never meet someone like you in my life who will fight for me so hard, even though I hate you for being two-faced and for hiding other women from me. But I can't live without you. If you're not here, it's like the sky has fallen for me. Why are you so good to me? Zhang Yuan just hugged her tightly and let out a light sigh. After a while, Ning Yuwei lifted the millet porridge and tested the temperature. Are you hungry, senior? I'll feed you breakfast. I'm not hungry, but I'm a little thirsty. I'll go get some water. When Ning Yuwei got up, Zhang Yuan pulled her down again and pointed at her red lips. That's what I want. Senior, you're like this, and you still want. Today isn't my birthday? I don't want any other gifts, just a kiss. It's not too much to ask, is it? Ning Yuwei nodded lightly, then leaned over and kissed him. Zhang Yuan enjoyed it very much. There were no accidents in the fight, and both women never left his side. Could there be anything better than this? Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the other ward was not so friendly. Lu Wei's lower leg was in a cast, and his face was bandaged in many places, looking quite miserable. His wife, Li Chunhua, was not much better off. Her hand was also fixed in a cast, and she could only lie flat on her back in bed. She could not even roll over, and any movement caused her excruciating pain. I will make him pay. Lawyer Qian, what did the police say? Has that little bastard been arrested? This lawyer Qian Wen, as he was called, was wearing a sharp suit and holding a notepad in his hands as he flipped through it. I'm afraid this case won't be as optimistic as you two think, so please be prepared. However, before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Li Chunhua in a stern voice. What kind of preparation are you talking about? We were both almost beaten to death by him, and we still can't get him sentenced? Also, that bastard actually drove his car at me. Are you blind? If you're not up to the task, then find someone else. I don't believe that after being beaten up like this, we can't bring the murderer to justice. Qian Wen gave Li Chunhua a disgusted look. If his mentor hadn't told him to take on this case, he would never have gotten involved. You can tell the quality of a person just by the way they speak. This kind of person deserves to be beaten up. I can responsibly tell you that it is not you who have to sue Mr. Zhang for assault, but rather you should pray that he does not sue you. Please get this straight. What? Lu Wei angrily asked, why? Can't you see what a state I'm in? How can he sue us? Qian Wen said expressionlessly, although you both seem to have suffered more serious injuries, they are at most only minor injuries. But the blow you dealt to Mr. Zhang left him in a coma. If there are any incurable after effects, then it is a serious injury, and that is enough for a conviction. Furthermore, according to the other side's defense lawyer, you are also suspected of sexual harassment and attempted kidnapping of Ms. Ning, and they have witnesses to testify to this. With both offenses, you cannot escape a few years in prison. Lu Wei turned pale after hearing this. He knew exactly how heavy the sneak attack was. And he never hid his intention to harass Ning Yuwei. Almost all the staff in the cafe knew about this incident, and even the chat records could be used as supporting evidence. Then Qian Wen said to Li Chunhua, and you, Ms. Li, you were the one who started this conflict. No matter how it developed afterwards, you are mainly responsible for it, and you could be sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison. If you weren't both injured, you would already be in detention. Do you understand? Li Chunhua shut up, and her attitude was no longer as arrogant as before. Hearing the word sentence, she was genuinely fearful. Qian Wen saw the two of them look terrified and smiled slightly. If you two still think I am not up to the job of defending you, then find someone else. But I don't think there is a law firm in the entire city of Shanghai that would be willing to take on a case with no chance of winning. Chapter 34, What a responsible lawyer you have found. The couple, both of whom were not highly educated, had no more doubts in their minds after hearing Qian Wen's serious words. This is the way the world works, whoever strikes first is in the wrong. Zhang Yuan is now seriously injured and unconscious, while the two of them, apart from looking a little miserable, are actually not in any danger. Lu Wei even thought in horror that if they really killed the person, would they have to pay with their lives? Therefore, he believed Qian Wen's words even more. No, Lawyer Qian, how could we not believe you? We were just speaking out of anger, so please don't take it personally. Li Chunhua chimed in, yes, your law firm is the most famous in Shanghai City, and Lawyer Qian is also very capable. What do you think we should do to turn the situation around? Qian Wenha closed his notebook and said solemnly, okay, in that case, I'll be frank. Tell me, I'll comply with whatever request you make. The key to you not being prosecuted is to obtain Mr. Zhang's forgiveness, otherwise it's useless to say anything else. Ah. But he's still unconscious, isn't he? How can we obtain forgiveness? If Mr. Zhang doesn't wake up in the short term, then we can only obtain forgiveness from his family first. Family? Li Chunhua thought about apologizing to the little girl Ning Yuwei and felt very reluctant. She subconsciously felt that it was really embarrassing for her, an upper-class noblewoman, to have to apologize to such a penniless and powerless student. Even if she had hit the wrong person, she was not at fault. She had no remorse at all. Lu Wei didn't think about it as much, and said with gritted teeth, okay, I will apologize to her in person. As long as I don't go to jail, I will do anything. Qian Wen continued, there's one more thing. The other party will definitely ask for compensation. The amount will be determined by the medical assessment, but based on the current situation, it will definitely not be small. Of course, if the other party asks for an unreasonably high amount, I will also argue my case. Please rest assured. Okay, I'll go and talk to his attending physician to get a better understanding of the situation. The couple smiled. Thank you, Lawyer Qian. Please keep us informed. When Qianwen left the ward, the two of them were still marveling, saying that they had really found a responsible lawyer. After Qianwen left the room, he turned a corner and went directly to Zhang Yuan's side. After seeing Zhang Shan, he respectfully bowed. Teacher. How is it? With your abilities, you should have taken care of it over there, right? Fortunately, I have not failed. The two master and apprentice smiled at each other and didn't say anything else. When Qianwen returned to the ward where Lu Wei was, he was followed by Zhang Yuan and Ning Yuwei. Are you okay? The moment he saw Zhang Yuan, Lu Wei subconsciously shrank into the quilt. He already had psychological scars. Although it was good news that Zhang Yuan had woken up, he was still scared. Qianwen said, since the parties involved have met, you can talk first. I'll wait outside. If you have any questions, just call me. By the way, I'd like to remind you that since Mr. Zhang suffered a head injury, the attending physician said that his injury is far more serious than it appears. Lu Wei and his wife nodded numbly. Looking at Zhang Yuan, who looked as solemn as water, Li Chunhua gave a smile that was even uglier than crying and said, Mr. Zhang, we were in the wrong in this matter. I apologize to you and Ms. Ning. Lu Wei followed suit and said, yes, we apologize. We are sorry, both of you. Facing such insincere apologies, Zhang Yuan simply ignored them. If it weren't for the fear of squatting in, how would the couple bow their heads? Yuwei, how did she hit you in the beginning, and now you go hit back? Ning Yuwei froze for a moment, hesitating to go forward. But thinking about being slapped indiscriminately by Li Chunhua last night, Ning Yuwei's anger also rose in a straight line. If Zhang Yuan had arrived just a little bit later, what would have happened? She wondered sometimes. She was unassuming and kept to herself, so why did people bully her? Was it because they saw her as a weak woman with no one to protect her? In the past, she would have had to swallow her anger and take the abuse. But now, with Zhang Yuan backing her up, she could finally let out the pent-up emotions inside her. She looked at the vicious face and raised her hand high. Pop! This slap contained Ning Yuwei's pent-up resentment, and it was really not light. The force of the slap made her palm tingle slightly. Li Chunhua's face instantly turned blood red. I'll kill you, you bitch. Thinking that her original intention was to seek forgiveness, she had to swallow the words that were about to escape her lips. Fine, I'll admit to this slap. Can you forgive me now? Zhang Yuan coldly replied, are you bargaining with me? No, you may not have understood the situation, you are not in a position to do so. What else do you want? Yu Wei's anger had somewhat subsided. Zhang Yuan pointed at the bandage on his head and asked, what about mine? How should that be counted? Chapter 35, your cafe wasn't bad, so I'll reluctantly take it over. Lu Wei couldn't help but mutter, you're not fine? If they really had to compare their miseries, the two of them would look much more miserable. Both of them were confined to their beds, unable to move with thick casts on their heads. In contrast, Zhang Yuan looked like nothing had happened to him. If it weren't for the bandage wrapped around his head, Lu Wei would have even thought that the blow yesterday had missed the mark. Severe concussion. Isn't that serious? Zhang Yuan took out a medical certificate and slammed it in Lu Wei's face, saying sternly, this was just issued by the hospital, take a look for yourself. After the couple glanced at it, their faces immediately turned ashen. Suspected severe concussion, recommended re-examination. At the beginning, Qianwen had explained to them that in a situation like this, the forensic appraisal would most likely be classified as serious injury. And the two of them had only broken bones, which would heal after a few months of recovery. If Zhang Yuan really wanted to pursue legal responsibility, the two of them would definitely not escape prison, and it would be normal to go to jail for 3 to 5 years. Lu Wei suddenly became anxious and kept saying, brother, let's discuss this. As long as you don't prosecute us, we'll do anything. Li Chunhua echoed, yes, we'll pay compensation. Just tell us how much you want. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan laughed coldly. The level of education of these two people is indeed worrying, and they were easily intimidated. Can't you see the two big words suspected on the diagnosis report? It is very difficult to get a hospital to issue a confirmed diagnosis, and no one dares to take responsibility for it. But it is undoubtedly much simpler to just say suspected to the attending physician. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, okay, since you are willing to compensate, then there is something to discuss. How much are you prepared to pay? After saying this, Zhang Yuan directly pulled a chair over and sat down, leisurely looking at his phone. Lu Wei and his wife, on the other hand, were quietly discussing the matter. Wife, how much do you think is appropriate? The other party was seriously injured, so I think compensation will be necessary. Li Chunhua frowned and said sternly, don't open too much at first, let's try it step by step. Then let's start with 10,000 yuan, and see how he reacts. If that doesn't work, we can add more. Okay. After discussing it, Lu Wei shouted, brother, we are both at fault in this matter. As a token of our sincerity, we have decided to give you this amount. Do you think that's okay? Then he pointed a finger at Zhang Yuan. Zhang Yuan looked up and laughed. Only 1 million? You're just going to pay off the beggar? I have a serious concussion, and I'm in constant, excruciating pain. I might not be alive tomorrow. What can I do with this little money? The couple looked embarrassed. They swallowed the words that were about to escape their lips. If they really said they were only going to give 10,000, the man might fly into a rage on the spot. After all, with a brain injury, it was not surprising that he would do anything. It would be more responsible to die in this hospital if you are not careful. 1 million is really the best we can offer, and we don't have much cash on hand, so we have to borrow it from all over. Really? But what does that have to do with me? I'm the one who's the victim, understand? Lu Wei gritted his teeth and said with determination, so how much do you want to settle for? Your cafe is not bad, so I'll reluctantly let you give it to me. If Lu Wei wasn't tied down by the caste, he probably would have jumped up on the spot. Relying on you reluctantly? Is that even human language? He spent almost 3 million yuan buying the shop, buying the facade, joining the franchise, and so on. This is a bit too much. He shook his head like a rattle, saying repeatedly, No. I mortgaged my house and car to buy that shop. It hasn't been open for long, and without it I'll have nothing. Zhang Yuan laughed again, coldly saying, as I said, what does it matter how much you put in? I am a reasonable person, I really can't bear to part with it. I won't force you, but I will see you in court. With that, he opened the door and pulled Ning Yuwei to get ready to leave. The two husband and wife shouted in a hurry, wait. Zhang Yuan glanced back, looks like you've changed your mind? Lu Wei's face was full of bitterness, brother, please see if we can still discuss this. That shop is really important to us, without it we will have no income at all. No discussion. If it's fine, if not, forget it, don't waste my time. In fact, Zhang Yuan did not really need to get the cafe. The stocks had already been cashed out, and now he really did not lack money. It was just that scum like Lu Wei and Li Chunhua would continue to do evil if they were not taught a harsh lesson. Impulsiveness always comes at a price. Seeing Zhang Yuan's firm attitude, Lu Wei's face showed the expression of someone who had just died. If he doesn't agree, he will definitely have to go to jail. Just thinking about this made his anus tighten involuntarily. Forget it. After weighing the pros and cons, he decided to pay the fine to avoid disaster. You can earn money again if you lose it, but how can you survive if you are arrested? Spending even one day in jail is torture. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan also knew that it was settled, and he quickly walked towards the outside, and his voice echoed in the air. My lawyer will come to sign the contract later, I hope you won't be ungrateful. A few minutes later, Zhang Shan entered the ward. He shook his head silently after seeing the expressions of the two men. He had been briefed by Zhang Yuan before coming, so he naturally knew the outcome of the negotiations. This is really ruthless. These days, the compensation for a death is only a little over 1 million yuan. Not only did Zhang Yuan get away with nothing, he also got a 3 million yuan cafe. What's more, the couple can't do anything about it. It's really a loss for not having an education. What's the saying? When a person's IQ does not match their current wealth, wealth will inevitably be redistributed in some form. This is exactly the situation at hand. At the same time, Zhang Shan secretly reminded himself that people like Zhang Yuan can only be friends, never enemies. At this time, Lu Wei and his wife were numb, and they hastily signed the transfer contract without even reading it carefully. At this point, the cafe changed hands. However, it didn't matter whether they read it or not, no matter what Zhang Yuan asked for. They had no bargaining power. On the other side, Zhang Yuan put the contract in Ning Yuwei's hands. After a cursory glance, Ning Yuwei exclaimed in surprise. "Senior, you made a mistake. Isn't this the transfer contract for the cafe? Why is my name written here?" "Yes, it's for you. All the money you make in the future will be yours. But this is a bit too valuable." Zhang Yuan waved his hand. "It doesn't matter how much it's worth, it's yours anyway, and I didn't spend a penny on it." He already felt guilty towards this girl, and he didn't feel bad at all about giving this away. Besides, he would only give more in the future. Chapter 36 What 1 million? You'll die if you don't brag about it. Ning Yuwei whispered, "But I don't know how to run a business, I'll lose money." "You won't lose money, that shop already has a mature business model, just do what you did before." "I won't have much time to go to the shop after school starts." Zhang Yuan laughed. "You see, the proprietress of every shop personally goes to work and hires people to do it. In that case, why don't you promote that Zhang sister to manager and let her take charge of all matters? If you really don't want to run this cafe, then you can sell it. I still say the same thing, you can do whatever you want in the future, and you won't have to worry about money anymore." After Zhang Yuan said this, Ning Yuwei nodded. "I'll give it a try." The leap from a part-time worker to a boss is not an easy one, and at the moment she still finds it hard to accept. Zhang Yuan took her hand and said, "Yuwei, I said I would let you live a happy life. Although I am not a good person in terms of relationships, at least in terms of material life, I will never let you lack for anything." Zhang Yuan's head was still bandaged, and the way he spoke seriously made him look a little comical. However, Ning Yuwei's eyes were red. Just because he was being bullied, he came to her rescue without hesitation. Even if such a man has shortcomings, they are tolerable. I'm not as materialistic as you say. Even if you, senior, have nothing, I am willing to follow you." She hugged Zhang Yuan tightly and murmured, "Senior, you are too good to me. As long as you don't leave me, I won't give up." At that moment, the door opened and Lu Xueyou walked in. "Oh, looks like I came at a bad time." Ning Yuwei hastily let go of her hand and greeted her in a low voice, "Senior sister." Zhang Yuan asked, "How is it? No more trouble, right? Have lawyer Zhang and the others left?" "They've left. He said if you have any more trouble in the future, just call him directly, you've added his contact information anyway." Lu Xueyou exclaimed in amazement, "I can't believe you were so ruthless. Was it too much?" "Not at all." Lu Xueyou clenched her fists. "This is how you deal with scum like this, you have to make them lose everything, be left with nothing. Whether it's you or Yuwei, I can't guarantee anything else, but I can promise that you won't be bullied in the slightest." Both women nodded, feeling a sense of security with a man like Zhang Yuan behind them who wasn't afraid of anything. "I shouldn't have any problems, right? How long before I can be discharged?" 2 or 3 days. The doctor said it would be safer to observe for a while. "Okay then." After the serious business was over, the three of them looked at each other, and the atmosphere became awkward instantly. Ning Yuwei hurriedly said, "You guys talk first, I'm going to the bathroom." Lu Xueyou looked at her back and laughed. "She's quite shy. You think everyone is like you, with such a thick skin. Can I be as thick-skinned as you? A scumbag who has both arms wrapped around you. Where is the scum? Flirting and then dumping is the scum." Zhang Yuan laughed. "Being sincere with everyone like me, never leaving anyone's side, is the most rare quality." Lu Xueyou gave him a sideways glance. "I beg you, have some face, okay, really, your face is thicker than a city wall." "Really? Then I want to feel which one is thicker." Zhang Yuan reached out and gently pinched her pretty face. Lu Xueyou pouted her lips, as if waiting for something. Zhang Yuan immediately understood, cupped her head and kissed her red lips. Both matters have been perfectly resolved, and Zhang Yuan is in a great mood at the moment. "I want to be discharged from the hospital now." You really don't care about dying, do you? What's the saying? To die under the peony tree is to be a romantic ghost? Anyway, I'm not ready yet, go find your junior high school girl." 3 days later, Zhang Yuan was finally discharged from the hospital. The bandage on his head had also been removed, and if you didn't look closely, you couldn't see any obvious scars. The Porsche had not been hit that hard, just a little paint chipped off the front, and it had now been repaired as good as new. Room 508, Dormitory 3, Shanghai University of Finance. Zhang Yuan smiled as he looked at the balance on his bank card. Just now, Lu Xueyou had transferred the money from the cashing out of the stocks. The huge sum of 200 million in cash has solved his urgent problem. 200 million, ordinary people can't earn that much wealth in a lifetime. It just lies cold on the card. Next, just enjoy life. Yuwei, what's your bank card number? Send it over. What's wrong? Why do you ask? Didn't I borrow money from you? Now the investment has paid off, so I'm returning it to you. Ning Yuwei kept shaking her head. No, you already gave me a cafe, so there's no need to pay you back. Besides, our current relationship. The cafe won't be able to make much money for a while, and school is about to start. Don't you have to pay tuition? Zhang Yuan stroked her hair and said softly. I'm rich now, just do as I say and send me the card number. Ning Yuwei couldn't argue with him, so she just did as she was told. A few minutes later, she said in surprise, Senior, did you transfer the wrong amount? What do you want 1,000,000 yuan for? It's 1,000,000 yuan, spend it however you like, after paying the tuition fees, buy some clothes and cosmetics, whatever you like. It's not that Zhang Yuan didn't want to give more, but the transfer was not considered spending on the opposite sex. It had been almost a month since she obtained the system, and the accumulated spending amount was a pitiful 160 yuan. During this time, either Ning Yuwei or Lu Xueyou paid for the food and drinks. Now it was finally time for him to make his move. Ning Yuwei still shook her head and said, Senior, this is too much, I can't take it, I'll transfer it back to you. You also know that I can't be faithful in a relationship, so don't refuse the money I give you, just accept it with peace of mind. But why do I feel like I'm being supported by you? Zhang Yuan laughed and said, just think of it as support. There's one difference, though. It sounds pretty shameless, but I still want to say that I love you. Okay, I'll take it. Ning Yuwei was a young girl in the bloom of youth, so of course she wanted to dress up. In the past, she had been forced to be reluctant to buy clothes. She could only bury these wishes deep in her heart. Now with Zhang Yuan's support, all of these can be realized. Although it goes against her original intention, things have already happened like this, and it is impossible to make Zhang Yuan focus on her. The most important point is that she has long been unable to live without Zhang Yuan. Put it another way, it is quite good to accept these from Zhang Yuan, otherwise he will also find it hard to rest easy. Thank you, Senior. Silly girl, there's no need to thank me. I'll just give it to you when the million is gone. Don't save it for me. Ning Yuwei snickered, I won't be ungrateful then. At that moment, the dormitory door was pushed open, and two girls, each dragging a suitcase, walked in. What 1 million? Don't you die if you don't brag about it. Chapter 37 Shopping. The one speaking was a girl walking in front of them, not very tall, less than 1.6 meters. She had heavy makeup on her face, which looked fine at a glance, but who knows what she would look like without it. Her clothes were also quite nice, and it looked like she came from a well-off family. After entering, she continued to beep. I said, Ning Yuwei, who is this person? Don't you know this is the girls' dormitory? The girl who came in after her only glanced at Zhang Yuan and didn't say anything, but her face didn't look good either. Wu Na, this is my boyfriend. He'll just sit here for a while and then leave. So what if he's your boyfriend? How can you bring him into our dormitory? Tell him to leave quickly. Zhang Yuan was going to ignore it, but this woman really had a big mouth. It was not uncommon for boys to help carry luggage to the girls' dormitories when the semester started. Even the dormitory matrons generally ignored it these days. And from what Ning Yuwei had heard, this Wu Na often brought her boyfriend to the dormitory and stayed for half a day. They never said anything about it either. Zhang Yuan snorted, is the dormitory just for you? Wu Na's face flushed with contempt, and she yelled, why are you so unreasonable? This is the girls' dormitory. What are you scheming to stay here? Do I need to say it? I have no interest in you at all. You should look in the mirror more often and not think too highly of yourself. You, despicable. Ning Yuwei knew Zhang Yuan's temper well, and she was afraid that Zhang Yuan would start a fight if he didn't like what she said. The consequences of hitting someone at school were really serious. She hurriedly said, Senior, don't pay any attention to her. Okay, whatever you say. Where do you want to go? Ning Yuwei thought for a moment and said, let's go to Shanghai LFS. I've always wanted to go there before, and I just happened to have time today. Seeing this Wu Na enter, Zhang Yuan had long since no desire to stay here. Arguing with a woman, whether you win or lose, is embarrassing. It just so happened that Ning Yuwei made this suggestion, which suited his heart's desire, and he had long wanted to go and see it for himself. It just so happened that he could spend some money, killing two birds with one stone. However, Wu Na did not have that foresight, and thought that Zhang Yuan was afraid, so she mocked. Wow, I didn't think that Ning Yuwei knew about LFS. Everything in there is imported and expensive. Can you afford to buy anything there? Oh yeah, when we first walked in, I heard someone say that they gave away 1 million yuan. What a braggart. Ha ha. Zhang Yuan laughed contemptuously and walked out with Ning Yuwei. Seeing that he completely disregarded her, Wu Na became even more angry. She said to the girl who came behind her, Qianqian, let's go to LFS and have a look. Zhou Qianqian looked up and said, you're not thinking of going over there to tease him, are you? Is that really necessary? It's not that. I set my sights on a watch last semester, but it cost over 8,000 yuan, and I never had the money to buy it. Now that I finally have the money, will you go with me? I'll buy you coffee, okay? Wu Na laughed. What if we run into Ning Yuwei and her loser boyfriend? We can have some fun. Okay. The two then went straight out the door, and in the hallway they happened to bump into Su Yun. Where are you going? Is Yuwei in there? She went out with her boyfriend. Wu Na casually replied, oh yeah, are you going to LFS? Maybe we'll run into them. As soon as she heard about Ning Yuwei's boyfriend, Su Yun's mind immediately conjured up the image of a young and handsome face. Although she didn't know why Zhang Yuan hadn't contacted her in the past 20 days. She didn't give up. In her opinion, this kind of rich young man was likely to forget her in the blink of an eye. Su Yun was still confident in her appearance, and it would be nice to have the opportunity to show her face and make a deeper impression. The three then hailed a ride-hailing car and hurried to the LFS in Shanghai. On the way, Wu Na said, Su Yun, let me tell you a joke. Ning Yuwei's boyfriend actually said he gave her 1 million, and said to give more if it wasn't enough. Is this in Chinese currency? This is ridiculous. If money was that easy to make, there wouldn't be so many poor people in the world. Su Yun couldn't laugh after hearing this, and even felt a bit of bitterness in her heart. She was convinced that this was definitely true. Anyone who can afford a top-of-the-line Parima would not joke about something like this. At the same time, a feeling of jealousy rose inexplicably. If only Zhang Yuan's girlfriend were me. Shanghai LFS is not far from the University of Finance and Economics, just a 20-minute drive. After Zhang Yuan parked the car in the underground garage, he took Ning Yuwei and walked up. When they arrived at the clothing area, the two casually found a store and walked in. The salesperson Zhou Yan immediately came forward and said, hello, welcome to Prada. In fact, luxury stores like this one require you to wait in line to enter. One salesperson cannot serve multiple customers at the same time. The reason for this is said to be to give customers a better shopping experience, but whether this is a gimmick or not is anyone's guess. Zhang Yuan and his party arrived relatively early, and since there were not many customers in the store, they were able to skip this step. Let's take a look at the women's clothing. Zhang Yuan pointed at Ning Yuwei and said, you take a look and see what you think. Zhou Yan did not show any signs of impatience at Ning Yuwei's plain clothes. She said enthusiastically, okay, this lady, please follow me. You have fair skin and a tall figure, so I suggest a slim-fitting top and a long skirt. This will accentuate your waistline and create a better figure proportion. She took out a long, dark skirt and a short-sleeved shirt and handed them to Ning Yuwei. You can try this on, it should look good. Ning Yuwei was a bit nervous as it was her first time in a luxury store like this, and she was only willing to try it on after Zhang Yuan pushed her into the fitting room. After a while, the door to the fitting room opened. She walked out with a slight blush on her face. This look almost made Zhang Yuan's eyes pop out, and he could no longer take his eyes off her. Ning Yuwei's figure was already tall and lanky, and this way of dressing made her proportions even longer. The low-necked shirt made her cleavage visible, and her slender waist matched the loose-fitting long skirt, shaping the whole figure incisively and vividly. If she matched it with a pair of high heels, it would be perfect. Senior, do you like it? It's so pretty, I'll take it. But I don't think it looks like a student anymore, is it a bit too mature? It's fine. You can wear this when you go out, and buy some other clothes for studying. Ning Yuwei had never worn clothes like this before. They were the most ordinary clothes imaginable. In her impression, only those students who liked to dress up the most would wear clothes like this. Although she really liked this outfit, she shook her head. Senpai, try on some other clothes. This is too expensive. Do you like it? Yes, I like it, but... Zhang Yuan smiled and called over the salesperson. What's the price of this set? Zhou Yan said tentatively, Mr. Zhang, these two are new items that Prada launched this year. The long skirt is 16,800 yuan, and the shirt is 9,800 yuan. The price is a bit high, but it's definitely worth the money. Look at the way your girlfriend looks in it, I'm jealous. Zhang Yuan interrupted directly, okay, I'll take this set, and I'll choose some other things. By the way, I also recommend a pair of high heels. Chapter 38, Spending Money Like Water. Zhou Yan then realized that this young man surnamed Zhang was actually a rich second generation. As a guide in a luxury goods store, she had seen too many customers who ran away at the mere mention of the price. There were also the kind of bosses who looked rich but were actually stingy. They would insist on finding fault with something that was clearly very nice, and despite all the persuasion, they would refuse to buy it. But Zhang Yuan made his decision without even blinking. A total of more than 20,000 yuan in clothes is no small amount. He is a deep and hidden talent. Seeing that he still needs to match other things, Zhou Yan becomes even more enthusiastic, for fear that this big customer will run away. Okay, Mr. Zhang, I will take your girlfriend to pick out some shoes, please have a seat over here. Although Ning Yuwei feels that this is very extravagant, as long as Zhang Yuan has made up his mind, she will not refuse. Subsequently, she tried on several different styles of clothes, and Zhang Yuan kept nodding. As expected, anyone who looks good will look good in anything. Zhang Yuan didn't waste any time, and without even bothering to ask the price, he asked the salesperson to pack it up. In the end, he bought 4 or 5 outfits and 2 pairs of high heels, spending a total of about 200,000 yuan. Looking at the system panel, he saw that the cumulative consumption value, which had been stagnant for nearly a month, had suddenly spiked. He felt equally good. But even if he didn't spend money as if it were nothing, the amount was still nowhere near 100 million. Ning Yuwei whispered, Senior, really, that's enough, we can't take any more. Although she liked the clothes, she still felt sorry for Zhang Yuan. 200,000 yuan, she had never spent that much money in her entire life, not even half of it, and it was gone in less than half an hour. Okay, let's go look at something else. Really, don't, I know you're good to me, there's no need to waste it. This is not a waste. Look how good you look. As my woman, you only need to dress up nicely every day, and you don't need to worry about anything else. Zhang Yuan took her hand and walked, saying that they would also go look at some bags. Zhou Yan came up to them and said, Mr. Zhang, we also sell bags at Piedala, with all kinds of trendy styles. Would you like to consider them? As a mature shopping guide, she would not let go of this opportunity when she heard that this high-quality customer still had the intention to buy. Bags are not like clothes, they can cost tens of thousands of yuan, and the commission is not insignificant. Zhang Yuan shook his head, no, I want a LV bag. Okay, LV is right next door, just turn left when you leave, and have a nice shopping experience. Zhou Yan thought for a moment and said, Mr. Zhang, can you leave a contact method, so that I can give you a copy of any small gifts the store has in the future? Forget it, I don't want to bother. When he reached the door of the store, he said, I'll leave these things with you for now, and I'll come back to get them when I leave. Okay, I'll keep them for you. Welcome again. After the two left, Zhou Yan took out her phone and took a photo of the pile of clothes. She sent it to her best friend Xiao Lily, who worked as a salesperson at Vacheron Constantin. Lily, I just closed a big deal. I sold 200,000 yuan worth of goods in just half an hour. That rich kid didn't even ask about the price. I've never seen anyone so generous. Really? You're killing me. I haven't sold a single watch today. There are a lot of people looking, but no one is actually buying. By the way, did your client just now say he wanted to buy a watch? No. Even if someone wants to buy it, they won't listen to my recommendation of the brand. Okay, poor JPG. Then Zhang Yuan and the other person went to the LV counter and picked out a delicate little bag for Ning Yuwei. The price was quite affordable, only 158,000 yuan. It wasn't that Zhang Yuan liked the LV brand, but it was the bag that Zhao Xiaolin had taken out at the cafe last time that he still remembered vividly. In the past, he only felt a deep sense of powerlessness when faced with a 28,000 yuan bag. But now, he can buy something more expensive than that without hesitation. There is a full 200 million yuan in the card, which is only a fraction of the total. Looking at that long list of cold numbers, he doesn't feel anything when he swipes them. Ning Yuwei carefully cradled the small bag worth more than 100,000 yuan in her arms, afraid of knocking it over or bumping it. Zhang Yuan laughed when he saw this, saying, "You bought it to use it, so just buy another if it breaks." He then threw away the bag and stuffed Ning Yuwei's phone and keys into it. "Senior, I also want to buy you some clothes," Ning Yuwei said. Zhang Yuan naturally didn't refuse when he saw that his sister was willing to reciprocate. With 1 million in cash, Ning Yuwei was considered a little rich girl. They then went to Versace and bought a few suits. Zhang Yuan also had a good figure, with a good height and a well-proportioned body. After changing into the expensive clothes, he looked even more handsome. He almost made the Versace salesgirl lose her concentration. But looking at Ning Yuwei next to him, he couldn't help feeling inferior and didn't even dare to ask for her contact information. "Senior, have we bought enough? Shall we go back?" Zhang Yuan glanced at her smooth wrist and said, "Let's get a watch. An empty wrist doesn't look good." "That's enough, no need." "You're not listening again, are you?" Ning Yuwei had no choice but to nod helplessly. When they passed the product counter, the sharp-eyed Zhou Yan immediately saw it and asked, "Mr. Zhang, would you like us to take your things to the underground garage? I'll go check the watches again, and you can leave these men's clothes here with us, and we'll take them together next time." "Okay." As she watched the two of them walk off in the direction of the watch area, Zhou Yan immediately took out her phone. She sent a message to Xiao Lily. Xiao Lily was currently entertaining a few customers, but she was running out of patience. The customers were all students, and the other two were fine, they didn't say much after they came in. But the girl named Wu Na kept looking at the entry-level watch she was holding, and kept complaining about not paying. She kept asking for a discount. Could a small salesperson like her make decisions about discounts? If it weren't for her professionalism, she would have wanted to yell at her. "Madam, since this watch is of good quality and inexpensive, there is only one left in stock in the store. If you like it, please hurry." This is what the sales assistants in every store say. They obviously have plenty in stock, but they insist that they are out of stock. Wu Na said with disdain, "It's just hunger marketing. I've seen through this tactic a long time ago. If you don't believe me, I won't force you. Fine, take your time to think about it. Tell you what, if you can get me 8,000 yuan, I'll take the watch. I'm sure you can make this small concession, can't you?" "Sorry, madam, I don't have that authority." Wu Na angrily said, "It's just a small cut of the commission, what's the big deal? Watches are all more or less the same, it's just that the ones sold in the boutiques are more expensive." Hearing this, Xiao Lily's patience was exhausted. What kind of person is this? How rude. She forcibly took the watch back from Wu Na and placed it on the counter again. Although selling an entry-level watch would also get her a small commission. But she would rather not earn this money than waste any more words. "What do you mean? Why are you putting it away? I didn't say I wasn't buying it." At that moment, Xiao Lily's phone rang. She didn't bother to consider whether Wu Na would be offended and directly checked the message. "The second-generation rich guy surnamed Zhang wants to buy the watch. He's on his way to your side, so hurry up and welcome him." "Thanks, and I'll buy you dinner when it's done." Chapter 39, Giving Things Away. After putting down her phone, Xiao Lily hurriedly walked outside the store. She saw a young handsome man walking slowly with a woman by his side. She was already sure that this man was the rich second generation that her best friend had been talking about. "Hello, Mr. Zhang, I'm Xiao Lily, the Vacheron Constantine salesperson. Would you like to take a look at the new watches that have just arrived in our store?" "You know me?" Zhang Yuan asked in surprise. "The salesperson who just served you at Prada is my sister," she told me. She hurriedly said, "We definitely didn't mean to violate your privacy, we just want to invite you in to take a look. It doesn't matter if you buy or not, I will try my best to serve you both." In fact, Zhang Yuan's original intention was to go to Patek Philippe to have a look. After all, the brand's reputation and other aspects are better than Vacheron Constantine. But the salesperson in front of him was so enthusiastic, and it was not good to turn them down right away. After all, Vacheron Constantine was also a world-famous brand, and it was unlikely to be bad. "Okay, let's go in." Xiao Lily felt like she had won a battle, and was ecstatic inside. Customers like this who casually spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on clothes basically never leave empty-handed once they enter the store. At this time, Wu Na ran over angrily and asked, "What's wrong with your sales assistant? I was here first, so why is she talking to other customers? Get your manager here, I want to complain about you." "Sorry, our manager is not here. When she comes back, you can complain as much as you like." Now I need to serve our VIPs, so please excuse us. Xiao Lili turned around and said, Mr. Zhang, Ms. Ning, please follow me. These are all the new watches released this year. You. Wu Na was about to lose her temper when she saw Zhang Yuan and the other person behind her. She exclaimed in surprise, It's you guys? Zhang Yuan didn't even bother to say a word to this woman, and followed Xiao Lili to the front of the counter, looking at the watches on his own. Seeing that Zhang Yuan and the other person had their hands empty, Wu Na couldn't help but sneer. You've been here for so long and you haven't bought anything. So you've come here to broaden your horizons, right? What a shitty shopping guide. And you call yourself a VIP? What a lack of discernment. Su Yun, who had accompanied her, also saw Zhang Yuan at this moment. After a moment of hesitation, she mustered her courage and walked up to him. She looked at Zhang Yuan with feigned surprise and held out her hand, saying, Senior brother, we meet again. Do you remember me? Zhang Yuan shook hands with her and laughed, You're Su Yun, right? You have a good memory, brother. Then she noticed the bag in Ning Yuwei's hands and said, Wow, the latest LV bag, Yuwei, did you just buy it? Yes, my senior bought it for me. This bag is not cheap. Before we came here we also went to the LV counter to look at it. It seems to cost more than 100,000, Yuwei, can I touch it? Of course you can. Ning Yuwei handed the bag over, and Su Yun couldn't stop playing with it. Zhang Yuan looked at this girl with deep meaning. When they just shook hands, she actually took the opportunity to hook her fingers in the palm of her hand. She dared to do this in front of Ning Yuwei, and her courage is really getting bigger and bigger. At this time, an unharmonious voice sounded again. Wu Na looked at the LV bag with contempt and said, It's just a fake, it looks like it's a few hundred yuan from a street stall. The price of this bag is 158,000 yuan at the counter. Do they look like people who can afford it? They're not even ashamed to show off with this kind of thing. Su Yun angrily said, How dare you say that? This is obviously an authentic product. You just don't know good quality goods. Her relationship with Wu Na was just so-so. They usually just greeted each other when they met, and this time they happened to be together at the Shanghai LFS. Seeing that Wu Na had actually belittled Zhang Yuan, she retorted directly. Where did you say I don't know what's good? How could I mistake this fake thing at first glance? You said you had $1 million to spend, and you bought a fake product, and you wouldn't spend a penny when you went out for a stroll. Hey, Ning Yuwei, what kind of boyfriend have you found? In the future, don't say you know us, I'm ashamed. Even a clay figure has its limits. Ning Yuwei was about to speak when Zhang Yuan stopped her. He laughed and said, According to your thinking, it's embarrassing to go shopping and not buy anything. Let me ask, what did you buy? Hearing this, Wu Na shouted at Xiao Lili. Who said I didn't buy anything? Whoever it is, wrap up that watch and I'll take it. Can you buy a watch for over 8,000 yuan just like that? If you're poor, just admit it, and stop pretending. Xiao Lili didn't want to sell it to Wu Na, but she was a customer after all, and she certainly couldn't refuse such a request. She reluctantly took out the POS machine and said, Please swipe your card to pay. Wu Na, who had just made up her mind, hesitated again. She held the card in her hand, looking as if she wanted to swipe it but didn't want to. Beep. The bank card passed over the POS machine and a receipt was quickly issued. But the person who paid was Zhang Yuan. Wu Na was certainly not narcissistic enough to think that Zhang Yuan was paying for herself. She loudly questioned, What do you mean? You like it, just buy it again, it's not like it's the only one. Xiao Lili, who saw the scene, was very relieved. She said with a smile, I'm sorry, this style is really the only one left, and it now belongs to Mr. Zhang. Ms. Wu, you can look at something else. Wu Na was furious. This watch was one of the most attractive models under 10,000 yuan. She could not bear to look at anything lower than this, but could not afford anything more expensive. You are bullying people. Obviously, I liked it first, and I will definitely complain. Ms. Wu laughed. Of course, when buying something, you have to pay first. You kept hesitating when swiping your card, so it is no wonder someone else got it first. Even if you go to our headquarters to complain, I won't be punished. Wu Na also knew that she was unreasonable, and she didn't argue anymore. She just muttered. It's only a few thousand yuan watch, do you think I really like it? Even if you give it to me for free, I still think it's too cheap. Everyone present could see that she was being stubborn, but they were too lazy to point it out. At first, she looked like she liked it very much, but in a matter of moments, she changed her tone. She said to Ning Yuwei again, "Hey, your boyfriend is putting on a brave face, but this purchase might have used up his salary for months. Don't you feel bad?" Ning Yuwei had never noticed before that Wu Na was not in her right mind. She muttered, "What a nutcase. Ha, I'm looking forward to it more and more. I wonder if your boyfriend will still have money for food." "Don't come to me for money then." Xiao Lili respectfully handed the watch to Zhang Yuan. "Mr. Zhang, the watch is already wrapped. Do you need anything else?" After receiving the watch, Zhang Yuan did not put it on Ning Yuwei. Instead, he handed it to Su Yun next to him. "Here you go." He also whispered in Ning Yuwei's ear, "This is too cheap, I'll just give it away. I'll buy you a better one later." Ning Yuwei nodded lightly. During this time, her relationship with Su Yun had become much closer. Plus, Su Yun had just spoken up for her, so it was no big deal to give her a watch. She had previously spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, which had raised her expectations. A watch that cost only a few thousand yuan seemed like nothing, and she didn't feel as bad about giving it away as she had imagined. "Senior, brother, this watch, you really gave it to me?" A huge sense of joy filled Su Yun's heart, and she was afraid that Zhang Yuan had said the wrong thing. More than 8,000 yuan, no doubt a huge sum for a college student. She had no relationship with him, so why would he just give it to her? Zhang Yuan waved his hand nonchalantly. "Yes, it's for you. If you want it, take it. If not, just throw it away." I want it, I want it." Su Yun eagerly took the watch, as if she were in a dream. If Ning Yuwei wasn't there, she would have really wanted to throw herself into Zhang Yuan's arms at that moment. Chapter 40: Buying a Watch. Wu Na's face turned green when she saw this scene. She had saved up for months and asked her parents for a lot of money before she could finally buy the watch she had longed for. And Zhang Yuan gave it away as soon as he got it, without any remorse. If Su Yun was his girlfriend, it would be fine, but she was not even remotely related to him. This move made her lungs explode with anger, and for a moment, she felt an urge to vomit blood. There was another person who had not spoken up, and that was Zhou Qianqian, who had come with him. She also stood up at the moment, her eyes wide as she looked at Zhang Yuan. By now, she understood everything. Zhang Yuan was not some poor loser, he was clearly an extremely wealthy local tyrant. Then she glanced at the car keys in Zhang Yuan's hand, and realized that the Porsche that had been parked downstairs in front of the dormitory was also his. At the moment, she felt the same emotions as Su Yun. Why isn't I his girlfriend? Zhang Yuan didn't care about other people's expressions and said again, "Pick me a better watch for my girlfriend." Okay. Xiao Lili also looked at Ning Yuwei with envy. She should be very happy to have such a wealthy boyfriend. She took out a delicate watch from the counter and said, "You can try this one, the Yiling Goddess 8005 F000 or B498. This watch has a diameter of 37 mm, a thickness of 10.08 mm, is made of 18K5 in pink gold, and is set with 58 round diamonds on the bezel. The crown is set with a curved moonstone, the opalescent silver dial is complemented by a wrinkled pattern, and it is matched with an off-center circular moon phase display in the upper right corner, giving the whole watch a sense of luxury and quality." Ning Yuwei lost the courage to try it on as soon as she heard about all the diamonds. "Sir, let's get a cheaper one," she said. Xiao Lili laughed and said, "Ms. Ning, don't worry. This watch is not expensive. It only costs 315,000 yuan, which is not much more expensive than the LV bag you have in your hand." Zhang Yuan looked at the watch carefully. He had to admit that the workmanship of something worth hundreds of thousands of yuan was indeed exquisite. Although there are quite a few diamonds set in it, it doesn't look messy and is very pleasing to the eye at a glance. It really matches Ning Yuwei's overall temperament. Please try it on for her. Okay. Unexpectedly, this watch looks even more outstanding on the hand. The dial of the watch, which sparkles brightly at Ning Yuwei's wrist, contrasts with her delicate and smooth skin, which further enhances her noble and elegant temperament. The strap is like a bright ribbon wrapped around her arm, light and agile without losing its elegance. Zhang Yuan made his decision after just one look. Okay, this one. Xiao Lili excitedly packed up the watch. Su Yun, who was standing nearby, looked at the watch in her hands, which cost just over 8,000 yuan, and instantly felt uninterested. She couldn't be jealous. A watch costing more than 300,000 yuan is very luxurious, but Ning Yuwei was really happy. She looked at Zhang Yuan's wrist and saw that he wasn't wearing anything, and said to Xiao Lili, "Do you have any better watches for men here?" I'd like to take a look. Of course we do. Please come over here, both of you. This one is from the 4Cs series, made of 18-karat gold, and costs about 400,000 yuan. Mr. Zhang, you can try it on. Zhang Yuan glanced at the watch and shook his head. This local tyrant gold style is a bit too nouveau riche, and is suitable for middle-aged people in their 40s. Xiao Lily immediately noticed his expression and changed another one. However, after looking over and over, Zhang Yuan still didn't see a watch he liked. It wasn't until he walked to an independent counter in the middle of the store that he stopped. A men's watch was displayed in the glass case. Xiao Lily introduced, Mr. Zhang, this is the Vacheron Constantin Heritage Collection 88172000P9495 watch. It is equipped with a manual mechanical movement and the case is made of 950 platinum, which is currently the most expensive metal used in watch bodies. In addition, the watch also has a display for the date, day, and month. It also has a perpetual calendar, tourbillon, skeletonized movement, and other functions. It is water resistant to 30 meters and is both practical and luxurious. Since this watch is really too valuable, our store only has one of these. This watch is priced at 5,051,000 yuan, and you can enjoy free lifetime maintenance after purchase, which is definitely excellent value for money. Hearing the offer of over 5 million, several people present gasped. Zhou Chanqian and Su Yun looked at the watch in a daze, so surprised they couldn't even speak. At this price, they wouldn't dare dream of doing this. It was Wu Na who, although she could tell that Zhang Yuan was rich, obviously didn't believe that Zhang Yuan would really buy the watch. Hundreds of thousands and millions are completely different concepts. Spending so much money on this thing is like having a brain FCK. Ning Yuwei quietly tugged Zhang Yuan's sleeve and blushed, saying, Senior, if you want to buy this, I won't have enough money. Silly girl, I won't let you pay. I'll pay for it myself. He turned his head and said, Take it out and let me try it on. Xiao Lily suppressed her inner joy and opened the glass cabinet door with excitement. If someone else tried on this watch, she would need to apply to her superior. After all, such a valuable watch will inevitably be worn out if you touch it and I touch it. But Zhang Yuan spoke up, so she saved that step. For a local tyrant like this, if he is interested in trying it on, he definitely has a desire to buy it. As for the price, Xiao Lily could also tell that it was not a problem at all for Zhang Yuan. If she successfully sold this watch, she wouldn't have to work this month. Mr. Zhang, how's the tightness of the strap? Do you need it loosened a bit? Xiao Lily leaned almost right in front of Zhang Yuan's hands, and over again, carefully adjusted the comfort of the fit for him. From a service perspective, there really wasn't a single fault to be found in any area. Of course, she wouldn't do anything like the trick of cupping her hands. If she offended him, it would be more harm than good. Here's the mirror, how does it look? Zhang Yuan looked at the watch. The silver-white body was paired with a black strap, and the hollowed-out design made the inner mechanical structure clearly visible. It is a bit expensive, but acceptable. Money is just a bunch of numbers to him now. It only costs 100 million to activate the system, and another 100 million can be used as pocket money. Okay, how much is it together? Xiao Lily looked at Zhang Yuan incredulously and muttered, Mr. Zhang, have you made up your mind so quickly? It seems like I'm asking for more than I need to. Someone of your status surely doesn't care about a few million. I'm sorry, I'm just a little excited. If you add your girlfriend's model, it'll be 5,366,000 yuan in total. Please wait a minute, I'll go ask the store manager if I can give you a discount. Zhang Yuan naturally didn't stop him. Why not save a little if you can, he's not stupid. Chapter 41, he really looked cool when he swiped the card. Soon, Xiao Lily returned. Mr. Zhang, the price I applied for you is 5.3 million yuan. Although there is not much discount, I really tried my best. Wu Na couldn't help but mutter after hearing this. Why can he get tens of thousands off, while I won't even discount a few hundred yuan? This is clearly bullying people. Xiao Lily looked at Wu Na like she was an idiot and sneered, if you can also spend more than 5 million, you can get a discount too. It's really eye-opening to see someone who can't afford anything but still picks fault with everything. You. What, you want to complain about me again? Go on, go on. Xiao Lily, who was about to close this big deal, was not at all afraid of this set. She could also see that this woman and Zhang Yuan didn't get along very well, and maybe humiliating her a bit could still improve their relationship. Zhang Yuan waved his hand and said, Okay, swipe your card. Hearing the words swipe your card, her heart finally settled. As the POS machine spit out the receipt, the transaction was officially complete. At this moment, her favorable impression of Zhang Yuan was bursting. Even if Zhang Yuan was short and ugly, the way he swiped the card was enough to make up for any shortcomings. Not to mention that Zhang Yuan was good-looking in the first place. But then she looked at Ning Yuwei next to her and extinguished the foolish thoughts that were stirring. In terms of both figure and appearance, she was no match. Zhang Yuan then brought up the system panel. Accumulated spending for the opposite sex, 681,760 yuan, 100 million yuan. The activation condition has not been met. It's only a little over 600,000 yuan, which is far from enough. Then he figured out why the amount was 8,600 yuan more. When he saw the watch on Suyun's wrist, he realized that it was counted. Tonzi is really a smart person, and his calculations were accurate. He clearly distinguished between his own spending and spending on women, and there were no loopholes to be found. Let's go back. Okay. Ning Yuwei turned back and said, Suyun, are you still shopping, or do you want to go back with us? Suyun was just worried about not finding an opportunity, so of course she agreed. Okay, I won't be rude. Yuwei, even if you didn't say anything, I would still want to hitch a ride with you. Taxis are so hot, I don't want to take one anymore. We also bought some clothes next door, you have to help carry them. Of course, hurry back to school, let me see if the clothes you bought look good. The three of them then went directly to the Prada boutique and picked up their stored items. Wu Na, who was still at Vacheron Constantine, muttered. Look at Ning Yuwei, she really brags about having a few stinking bucks, as if she's afraid that no one knows, and she's so great for marrying a rich man. Although Wu Na said this, the sourness in her tone could be smelled from afar. Shanxian, let's take a taxi and go back, we'll ignore her in the future, and that Xieshi, she's annoying too, we'll just go against them in the future. However, Zhou Qianqian was not as indignant as expected. She hesitated for a while and said, You go back first, I have some things to do, I'll leave later. Okay, let's go for barbecue tonight. After Wu Na left, Zhou Qianqian pondered for a moment in place, then walked in the other direction. Zhang Yuan and the others, carrying bags and packages, took the elevator to the underground garage. As they were about to start the car, they suddenly heard a voice calling out. Wait for me. When they got closer, they realized it was Zhou Qianqian. She trotted over to the Porsche and revealed an embarrassed expression. Senior, can you take me back too? Wu Na has gone to do other things. Zhang Yuan smiled knowingly at the girl who had come on her own initiative. She was impressed by his wealth. It wasn't that she would come over to him like Su Yun, who had simply given him a wink. It was likely that she had seen him casually give Su Yun a watch. It made her a little bit jealous. She thought that if she got on good terms with Ning Yuwei, she would have the same kind of unexpected happiness in the future. Zhang Yuan couldn't say that he had a good impression of Zhou Qianqian, but he didn't think badly of her either. She was a pretty quiet girl, not very talkative, and not as snobbish as Wu Na. Her appearance was just so-so. She wasn't stunning at first glance, but she was definitely not ugly, and she was considered pretty in terms of her size. Although Zhang Yuan had no intention of having anything to do with this girl, she was after all in the same dormitory as Ning Yuwei. If he could get her on Ning Yuwei's side, it would be 3 against 1. Then Wu Na's life would probably not be so good. That feeling of being excluded and isolated was very uncomfortable. Thinking about this, Zhang Yuan laughed and said, Of course you can, get in the car. Zhou Qianqian carefully opened the back seat door and got in. During the drive, Ning Yuwei said, Senior, you've met all the people in our dormitory, what do you think? Oh, no, there's Xieshi, we haven't met yet. As soon as she heard Xieshi's name, Suyun was unhappy and muttered. What's there to see in her? It's better if you don't meet her, senior brother. She's not very good looking and she likes to seduce men. Ning Yuwei was unhappy and said. That's not true, Suyun, don't say that, Xieshi is obviously very pretty. And she's also very nice to me. That's true. Suyun didn't refute this opinion, which was rare, and she continued, If I were in the same dormitory as you, I would also be nice to you. Maybe I should talk to the school and switch dormitories with Xieshi? No. Ning Yuwei pouted, If we're going to switch, we should switch with that person. Although she didn't name the person, the others in the car knew exactly who she meant. She had deliberately picked a fight with Ning Yuwei many times, and although she was simple and kind, Ning Yuwei could also be quite stubborn. Halfway through the journey, Zhang Yuan's phone rang. Everyone fell silent, afraid of disturbing him. The phone connected, and Lu Xueyou's voice came through. Where are you? I just left Shanghai LFS. Why? Don't forget our promise from the other day. The class reunion is tonight, and you said you'd go with me. Okay, I'll pick you up then. No, you can just go. I have a surprise for you. I bought another sports car, the one I just mentioned. I can drive it over this afternoon. Oh. Don't you want to know what kind of car it is? What's the point? You'll find out when you see it. What a boring man. I'm telling you, the car is registered in your name. Why would you buy a car in my name for no reason? I like it. When I get tired of this car, I'll give it to you, and I can buy a new one. Today I want to see the top speed of this sports car. Hey, take it easy. Although there are fewer cars at the party place, don't do anything reckless. I know, I'm hanging up, see you later. Until the phone hung up, the car once again became full of laughter. Although the call was not put on speakerphone, Suyun and Zhou Chanxian could both hear that it was a female voice. It was not clear what was discussed, but one thing was certain, Zhang Yuan and that girl were very close. Strangely, Ning Yuwei was not angry at all, and she did not even seem to want to pursue the matter. Chapter 42. It is rare to find someone in their 20s with a car worth over 200,000 yuan. Speaking of sports cars, Zhang Yuan said, Yuwei, if you have time, you should also apply for a driving school license. After you get your license, I'll buy you a car, and you can choose whatever you like. No need, senior, I usually don't go anywhere, so I don't need a car. You'll need one sooner or later, and your brain might need to pass the test a few times, so you should get it early. Ning Yuwei protested quietly, I'm not stupid. Okay, if you're not stupid, then go get your driver's license and prove it with action. Okay. When the two girls in the back row heard this, they couldn't help but feel their teeth ache. Zhang Yuan's offer to let her pick whatever she liked must be worth more than 7 figures. If only this person were me. After dropping the others off at the dormitory, Zhang Yuan was ready to leave. He planned to go pay off all the online loans he had previously borrowed. Although he had borrowed more than 400,000 yuan, it had been less than a month, so there wasn't much interest to calculate. Of course it was cost-effective to pay it off early when he had the money. Then we'll go up first. Ning Yuwei and the others stood outside the car, carrying the clothes they had just purchased. Suyun also waved her hand and said, Thank you, senior brother, for the watch. I really like it. Okay, if I have time, I'll come to school again. Next time, you can come to our dormitory and hang out, there's definitely no annoying people. Zhang Yuan smiled and said, Okay, we'll talk about it later. Zhou Chanxian, on the other hand, just looked at Zhang Yuan with a complex expression, and several times she tried to say something, but she couldn't find the right words. It wasn't until the Porsche disappeared from view that she regretted it. When she first saw Zhang Yuan, she just thought that he was okay looking. Influenced by Wu Na, she also thought it was not good for a man to appear in the girls' dormitory. Therefore, she did not give him a good look. However, when she saw Zhang Yuan throw away a large sum of money, her mentality completely changed. Someone who casually spends millions has already far surpassed her class. That is an unattainable existence. This kind of rich young master casually leaking a little from his fingers is a huge fortune. Just like Suyun, she got a watch that cost nearly 10,000 yuan for free. She could have made a good impression on Zhang Yuan, but Wu Na spoiled it. Thinking about this, she couldn't help but feel a little resentful towards Wu Na. She made up her mind that when Zhang Yuan came to the dormitory again in the future, she would find a way to change his impression. As the few of them were about to go upstairs, a light blue car came speeding up. It was not known whether the driver was deliberately trying to be cool, but the car came to a stop in front of the three of them before it braked sharply. By the time it came to a stop, it was only 1 or 2 meters away from them. The driver's door opened and a boy got out, smiling at Ning Yuwei and saying, Yuwei, it's been a long time. This is the new car I just bought. Do you want to go for a drive? At this, a few girls walked out of the building and exclaimed at the blue car. Wow, is this a Xiaomi SU7? The Gulf blue color is so beautiful. I've only seen it online before, but today I finally saw the real car, and it really is very pretty. They say its shape is like a knockoff Porsche, and I don't think the real thing looks that pretty. Exactly. The girls chattered on, and the boy listened, his heart pounding, as if he were basking in the limelight. His name was Yang Hui, and he was a student at the University of Finance. He was also one of Ning Yuwei's suitors. His family is not poor, and during the summer vacation, he begged his parents for a long time before they finally agreed to buy him this Xiaomi SU7. There are not many students with cars at school. A car that costs more than 200,000 yuan is not cheap. In fact, it is. This car gets a lot of attention when driven out. Every time it is parked on the roadside, it attracts countless people to gather around and discuss it, just like today. This makes Yang Hui feel that his car is in no way inferior to a Porsche. With this car, I'm sure I can win Ning Yuwei's heart. What do you say, Yuwei, do you want to come for a ride? Ning Yuwei shook her head. No, I have something to do, thanks. Then she turned and walked towards the stairs, and Yang Hui saw this and stopped in front of her. I've been chasing after you for a whole year, and even bought this car for you, just so that I don't have to squeeze onto the bus when we go out. I'll be good to you, Yuwei, will you give me a chance? However, these heartfelt words only moved him. Ning Yuwei's expression was slightly impatient. Classmate, please move aside, we want to go up. Why? Why did you reject me so heartlessly? I can buy you whatever you want, and being my girlfriend must be the happiest in the world. Yang Hui said almost pleadingly, whatever your wish, I can fulfill it for you. Yuwei, please give me a chance. Seeing that he was not giving up, Suyun walked up to him and said, how can you be so shameless? She has clearly refused you, but you just won't stop talking. Besides, Yuwei already has a boyfriend, and compared to him, you are nothing. Yang Hui was almost knocked into the girls by trying to look cool, which made Suyun very unhappy. Now he was still here, blocking them from leaving. These words she said without sparing any face. What's more, she was telling the truth. In terms of looks or wealth, Yang Hui was no match for Zhang Yuan, not even in the slightest. You have a boyfriend? Yang Hui felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He muttered, you were single before the holiday. Rainy, tell me, you don't have a boyfriend, do you? Ning Yuwei nodded. Suyun was right. I do have a boyfriend. Now, will you move out of the way? No, it's impossible. I don't believe it. Suyun continued. What's impossible? We've met her boyfriend, and he just left. I advise you not to be delusional. Yuwei doesn't even look at you. After the series of blows, Yang Hui was also annoyed and shouted. Then tell him to come over, I want to see what's not better than him. As the school year began, more and more people came to register. Yang Hui's impassioned words just now attracted a lot of onlookers. Campus courtship and Millet SU7 are all current hot topics. For a while, the dormitory was full of students downstairs, and even the dormitory manager's aunt poked her head out to watch the fun. Ning Yuwei is usually quite low-key, but as the campus beauty of the University of Finance, she brings her own aura wherever she goes. The crowd whispered. Ning Yuwei has a boyfriend too? Doesn't she usually ignore all those suitors? I think Yang Hui is quite good. He's good-looking and rich, and perfectly matches my criteria for a husband. If only he were after me. Any hesitation for even half a second is disrespectful to this SU7. What are you thinking? With your looks compared to Ning Yuwei's, you're in a different league. Yuwei, just ask your boyfriend to come here, and let him see for himself where he lost. Yes, I'm also very curious, the man who took the most beautiful girl in our school, is he really so extraordinary? I guess he should be passable, otherwise the two of them wouldn't be a good match. But whether he is as rich as Yang Hui is another matter, I guess it's hard. It's really rare to find someone at this age who owns a car worth more than 200,000 yuan. Chapter 43, that's it, I can't stand it either. Seeing so many people stopping and gawking, Ning Yuwei didn't want to stay for a moment. Unfortunately, the hallway was full of people, and there was no gap left. And Yang Hui heard that many people in the crowd were talking to him, and his confidence was also quite high. Ning Yuwei is pretty and good, but I'm not bad at all. It must be her so-called boyfriend who used sweet words to deceive her heart during the holidays. If only he could call that bastard over and expose his true colors in front of everyone, then he would have a chance. Thinking about this, he couldn't wait and said, before he goes too far, you should call him over. I think I can match up to you, and I come from a good family. If you follow me, you will be happy. Upon hearing this, Suyun burst out laughing. First, Rainey's boyfriend is very busy and has no time to come here and fight with you over me. Second, I won't comment on how he looks, but since you won't give up, take a look at this. She lifted Ning Rainey's wrist and showed off the watch. This watch alone costs over 300,000 yuan, which is quite a bit more expensive than your car. Tell me, can your family background compare to his? What? A watch that costs over 300,000 yuan. Everyone rubbed their eyes. When they saw the sparkling diamonds and the Vacheron Constantin logo, they couldn't help but gasp. Although it was hard to tell from a distance whether it was a fake, she dared to show it off in public, so it couldn't be a poor imitation. Then they looked at the exquisite shopping bag in Ning Yuwei's hands, which had a striking Prada logo printed on it. It was all luxury goods, and this pile of them must be worth $1 million or $2 million. Anyone who can spend hundreds of thousands of dollars on her must be rubbing Yang Hui in the dirt. At this moment, everyone had a rough idea of Ning Yuwei's mysterious boyfriend's financial resources. Even if this rich playboy looked like a piece of shit, he was still much better than Yang Hui. There was no doubt that college students in this era were really that materialistic. Yang Hui, on the contrary, laughed when he heard this. Sure enough, it was just as he had guessed. That bastard had fooled her with these knockoffs to win Ning Yuwei's favor. He would believe that a man would spend thousands or even tens of thousands of yuan on a woman. But casually spending hundreds of thousands of yuan was simply impossible. He said loudly, "Yuwei, you must have been cheated. These things are all high-quality imitations and are actually worthless. I know a friend who specializes in these things. The same watch can be had for just 300 yuan. If you don't believe me, I can have him send one over. You'll know for sure just by looking at it." After Yang Hui had finished speaking, he looked at Ning Yuwei expectantly. It seemed as if he could already see her taking off the watch and dropping it to the ground. Then she would throw herself into his arms. However, Ning Yuwei's reply shattered his dreams. "Even if it is fake, he gave it to me, and it has nothing to do with you. Please don't stand here, it will only make it more embarrassing." "Why?" "Obviously, I am only being sincere." Yang Hui covered his chest, feeling as if his heart had broken into pieces, and even breathing was extremely difficult. Zhou Qianqian looked at Yang Hui like he was an idiot, adding the final blow. "We watched as Yuwei's boyfriend bought this watch, and even paid for it in front of us. If this is all a lie, then Shanghai LFs can close down." Before the crowd could digest what Zhou Qianqian had just said, a car honked its horn. Drip, drip. The onlookers made way, and they saw a black Porsche slowly approaching and pulling up next to the Misu 7. The window lowered, and Zhang Yuan stuck his head out. "Yuwei, I think my bank card is in your bag, can you hand it to me?" Seeing Zhang Yuan come back, Ning Yuwei's face bloomed with a smile like a flower. Yang Hui, on the other hand, felt his heart sink when he saw her joyful expression. Even the sky seemed to have turned gray. This smile and frown had only appeared in his dreams. Why is this person not me? Ning Yuwei quickly ran to the car, found the bank card in her bag, and handed it over. "Senior, it seems I have it." After receiving the card, Zhang Yuan asked, "Is something wrong? Why are there so many people gathered here?" "Nothing, it's just that there are more people at the beginning of the semester, and the traffic is blocked in and out." "Okay, I'll go first. If you miss me, just call, no matter what time it is, got it?" Ning Yuwei obediently nodded, "Yes, I know, you go ahead and get busy." Then Zhang Yuan drove away again, muttering as he left, "With so many people watching, I thought someone was going to jump off a building." As for Yang Hui, who was standing in front of the building, he never once paid him any attention. He didn't even look at him twice. Su Yun and Zhou Qianqian almost couldn't hold back their laughter when they heard his mutterings. No one might have wanted to jump off the building before, but you came here so casually, and maybe someone's will to live was completely shattered. Everyone watched as the three-stage tailfin of the Paramount unfolded, and it roared away with the accelerator. Then look at the Xiaomi Su 7 in front of you. I originally thought that the appearance was good, and all aspects of the car were quite to my liking. Suddenly, I feel that it is just so-so. A car that costs less than 300,000 yuan is not comparable to a car that costs nearly 3 million yuan. The difference is not just a little. Although there are always people on the internet joking that the Su 7, in terms of both performance and appearance, is in no way inferior to a Porsche. If you really put the two cars together and let them choose, any fool would know how to choose. After seeing Zhang Yuan, or rather, after seeing Zhang Yuan's car, people made up their minds about the watch and other luxury goods. There was no doubt that they were all authentic. People who could afford such luxury cars would not cheat people with fake ones. As for the new LV bag in Ning Yuwei's hand, the price was also astronomical. Envious and jealous stares fell on her. Why did she have to have all the good things in the world? It's fine that her boyfriend is rich, but he's also so handsome. Can you give me a break? You don't know that once your standards are raised, it's hard to look at anything less than that. Yang Hui is that chestnut. Even the girl who said at the beginning that he was very well off has shut up at this moment. The way people look at him is like they're looking at a clown. No wonder Ning Yuwei can't look at him, and even I can't look at him. This farce finally ended because Zhang Yuanli left. The crowd gradually dispersed, and Ning Yuwei and the others returned to the dormitory safely. As soon as she entered the door, she saw a slender hand reach out to her, opening its palm towards her. Pay back the money. Chapter 44, Forming Small Groups. Ning Yuwei laughed and said, Okay, I'll pay you back right away, just let me put my things down first, okay? Xiaxi pouted her lips and said, You actually took advantage of my absence to go shopping at LFS and bought so many things. She looked through the bags and sighed, Yuwei, that loser is really good to you. Look, this, how much is all this? I've never seen someone so rich before. It's not as bad as you say. He's my boyfriend. Okay, whatever you say. I have a friend who wants to ask, does your boyfriend have any brothers or younger brothers? No. Xiaxi was not yet convinced and continued, if there is really no one, then a sister or a younger brother would do, and they could get along. Ning Yuwei looked helpless, there is really no one, oops, Xiaxi, can you be serious? Xiaxi once again spread her hands, that's quick, pay me back. I lent you 1,000 at the beginning, and now you're paying me back 100,000. I'll let it go, otherwise I've been wasting my time on you. Give me your card number. She took out her bank card and handed it over. Unexpectedly, Ning Yuwei really opened the app and entered the amount of 100,000. This operation stunned Xiaxi, and she snatched her phone away while she was entering the verification code. No, you really gave it to me. Of course, without your 1,000 yuan, I might have to go hungry. You have been so good to me, so this is nothing. Looking at Ning Yuwei's expression, which did not show any deception, Xiaxi suddenly felt her eyes become a little moist for some reason. You, what can I say to you, can't you be more sensible? 100,000 is not a small sum, it's not something you can just give away, do you think I'm a loan shark? She still seemed uneasy, and she added, I know that Zhang Yuan is good to you, but don't think I'm being nosy. You are pretty, but how many years does a woman have in her youth? Once his novelty wears off, it's hard to say if he will still be as good to you as he once was. You'd better save up more money, so you won't regret it in the future. Xiaxi, my senior, is fine. I'm just saying. Take it or leave it. I've met too many rich playboys like him. They're all the same. She closed the bank app and handed the phone back. Just give me back the 1,000 and buy me a cup of coffee, that's all. Don't give me a penny more. By the way, are you still working at that cafe on Xinhua Road? Ning Yuwei whispered, that cafe, my senior bought it for me. She didn't tell Xiaxi about Zhang Yuan's fight for her at the cafe the other day. After all, it wasn't a glorious act, and there was no need to spread it to everyone. That's why she changed the wording. The result is the same anyway. What? Xiaxi looked incredulous. The cafe was worth millions, and he just casually bought it and gave it away? Ning Yuwei took out the contract from her locker and opened it in front of her. Seeing it written in black and white, she had no choice but to believe it. It turned out that Yuwei's boyfriend had thought about the future. With a store like this in his hands, even if she didn't do it herself in the future, she could just collect the rent and be assured of a life of food and clothing. At this moment, she really envied Ning Yuwei. But it was just envy, nothing more. It was better than anything else that Ning Yuwei would be able to live well in the future. Let's go, show me your cafe, I want to drink you bankrupt, I want to try all the most expensive ones. As long as you're not afraid of getting fat, drink as much as you want. Ning Yuwei tilted her head and said, Qianqian, do you want to come with us? After returning to the dormitory, Zhou Qianqian quietly sat on the bed. She appeared to be playing with her phone, but was actually listening to their conversation with her ears pricked up. When she learned that Zhang Yuan had given the cafe to Ning Yuwei, she was even more determined in her thoughts. Zhou Qianqian looked up, slightly surprised, and asked, Can I go too? Of course, we're in the same dormitory. At that time, when Zhang Yuan was willing to let Zhou Qianqian get in the car and come back with him, Ning Yuwei already understood what he was thinking. In a 4-person dormitory, the only person she really hated was Wu Na. Although Zhou Qianqian usually got along well with Wu Na, she never embarrassed her. Therefore, she was also happy to deepen their relationship. Xia Shi directly pulled the two of them outside. Hurry up, finish your coffee and go to the food court for dinner. Today you must ruthlessly take advantage of this little rich girl. Ning Yuwei also persuaded her. This is our dormitory's first small gathering at the beginning of the semester, Xianxian, you definitely have to attend. Okay then. The three were just about to go out when they ran into Wu Na, who had just returned from the Shanghai LFS. She blocked the doorway and asked, Xianxian, didn't you have something else to do? How come you're back before me? However, Zhou Qianxian just glanced at her and didn't respond. Wu Na hadn't realized what was wrong and continued. Help me make the bed. I haven't even unpacked my suitcase yet. After that, I'll treat you to something to eat. Xia Shi was getting impatient. Hey, can you move? We can't get out if you're blocking the door. Why can't we get out? I see. Some people are as fat as pigs, so it's no wonder they can't get through. Xianxian, do you agree with me? Wu Na was usually mean and sarcastic, but Xia Shi was no pushover. She thought that this time, Zhou Qianxian would definitely help her trash Xia Shi as she had done before, so that she could take some verbal advantage. She just didn't expect the situation to suddenly change. Zhou Qianxian frowned and said in a disgusted tone, Wu Na, it's really quite unrefined of you to speak of others in this way. No, you actually. Wu Na stared, thinking she had heard it wrong, unable to speak. Exactly, I really don't know how such a person with no quality got into the school. Forget it, Xia Shi, don't get involved with her, let's go. Subsequently, a few people pushed Wu Na aside and walked straight out. She, who had stayed in place, still hadn't figured out why. The roommates in a dormitory are the people with the closest relationships during college, closer than classmates. However, it is not a good feeling to be excluded from the small group. This time, the college reunion was scheduled to take place in the eastern suburbs of Shanghai City, about 20 kilometers away. A place called the Four Seasons Flower Sea Resort Hotel. At 6 p.m., Zhang Yuan finally paid off all his online loans and turned on the navigation to rush to the eastern suburbs. At the same time, in a large private room at the resort hotel, class monitor Lu Qingji held a wine glass and said to the crowd, It's almost time. Those who haven't arrived yet probably won't be coming, so let's not wait. Chapter 45, Class Reunion. At the dinner table, someone immediately agreed. The monitor is right. It's quite good that so many old classmates could come to this once-a-year reunion. It's not that the monitor has high appeal, but if someone else were to organize it, maybe not even half of the people would come. Lu Qingji was very pleased to hear that everyone was still giving him face. However, he did not show it on his face, and continued. It so happens that our department head Li is also eating here, so I took the liberty of inviting him too. I hope you don't mind. Although this was said in an inquiring tone, it was not a matter of discussion. It was because this department head Li had already taken the seat of honor at the head of the table. No matter what, it was impossible to say no in front of him. It was clearly a gathering of old classmates, where everyone would exchange feelings and tell dirty jokes. What's the point of inviting a department head? Can the atmosphere still be lively? This Lu Qingji, when he was at school, liked to flatter the school leaders. Unexpectedly, he still did the same after entering society. This approach undoubtedly made many classmates quite critical, but they could only swallow their anger. Lu Qingji looked around and saw that everyone was in a taciturn manner, and said, Since everyone has no objections, I'll let them serve the food. Wait. Just as he was about to go and call the waiter, Lu Xueyou spoke up. I remember it's still half an hour until dinner time, so why are we eating early? This. Lu Qingji was momentarily at a loss for words. If it had been someone else, he could have ignored them and found some excuse to get rid of them. But it was Lu Xueyou. Although they hadn't seen each other for a few years, Lu Xueyou had been the school beauty for 4 consecutive years. She had a lot of influence among her classmates. Especially the male students, all of them unconsciously glanced in her direction. They looked like they wanted to look but were afraid to. Even he himself had had those impractical fantasies in his heart. If he could get a glimpse of her, he would be willing to live a few years less. Lu Qingji explained. Xueyou, as students, even if we are out of school, we should respect our teachers and not keep Director Li waiting, right? These are not reasons. I only know that since we agreed on a time, we should keep it. Without trust, people cannot stand. This is what the school teaches. These words immediately gained the approval of several boys. I think Lu Xueyou is right. If we agree to start eating at 6:30, we must wait until then, no matter if any other students haven't arrived yet. Yes, it's not a big deal anyway. We can just chat while we wait. If someone really is delayed on the way, it would be our fault. Lu Xueyou's influence among her classmates was indeed quite high. Not only did the boys support her, but the girls also spoke up. In particular, when Lu Qingji brought up the department head again, they couldn't stand it anymore. They took this opportunity to express their dissatisfaction. Lu Qingji smiled awkwardly. In that case, let's wait a bit longer. I'm sorry, Director Li, for taking up your time and making you wait so long for our little gathering. Li Jinwen raised his hand to adjust his gold-rimmed glasses, and a warm smile played on his face. What are you talking about? I can't ask for more than to spend some time with you vibrant young people. Although he spoke eloquently, no one knew what his true attitude was. This approach undoubtedly publicly humiliated him. However, Lu Xueyou didn't care what Li Jinwen thought. It's been so long since graduation, there's no need to look at the school teacher's face. In terms of social status, the head of the Shanghai University of Finance is not even worthy of holding her shoes. As long as she casually whispers in Lu Zhiyun's ear, Li Jinwen's job is afraid that it will be difficult to keep. The chairman of a listed company with a market value of tens of billions of yuan cannot be underestimated in terms of influence. Getting Li Jinwen fired is as easy as drinking water. Lu Xueyou sat on the chair, bored and pouting. If anyone else had not shown up, she would have ignored it. But it was Zhang Yuan who didn't show up. That bastard, couldn't he have come earlier? After this trivial incident, the atmosphere in the private room once again became lively. A girl named Su Qing, sitting to Lu Xueyou's right, said, Xueyou, what have you been doing in recent years? You never reply to messages in the group. My family arranged for me to go abroad, and I only came back this year. I was wondering why I never saw you. You've been studying abroad for a few years, and your temperament and image are completely beyond the reach of a housewife like me. You got married. Su Qing nodded. Yes, I got married last year. By the way, what about you, are you married? No, I'm not. I just got back, so I'm not getting married anytime soon. Do you have a boyfriend? Lu Xueyou nodded without hesitation. Yes. You're so outstanding, your boyfriend must be very handsome, right? Hee, I was just asking, no other meaning. My boyfriend is very handsome, and you know this person. Just as the two girls were having a heated discussion, Lu Qingji suddenly walked over. He sat in the seat to Lu Xueyou's left. I saw that there was an empty seat here, so I came without an invitation. Ah, Xueyou, Su Qing, what are you two chatting about so happily? Lu Xueyou looked away with some disgust. This seat was reserved for Zhang Yuan by her. But he hadn't arrived yet, so she didn't say much. Su Qing picked up the conversation. Class president, I was asking Xueyou if she has a boyfriend. Why, do you want to hear too? Lu Qingji suddenly looked interested. Of course. Why would you want to ask that? He half joked. You don't know, don't underestimate men's gossip. Su Qing's eyes twinkled. Then you tell me first, do you have a girlfriend? I'll tell you the answer after that. When this question was asked, Lu Qingji hesitated for a moment before answering. No. Really? I seem to have seen a photo of you in your circle of friends. Isn't that girl your girlfriend? Of course not, that's my cousin. I took her out for fun during the summer vacation and took the photo on the spot. Lu Qingji carefully recalled the content of the last post in his circle of friends and found that the actions in the photo were not very intimate. The reason of using cousin can completely cover it up, and he couldn't help but feel relieved. The reason for him to do so was also very simple. Lu Xueyou and his current girlfriend were completely on different levels. In terms of body shape and appearance, she was superior in every way. She was still far ahead. If there was even the slightest chance that Lu Xueyou could become his woman, he would definitely fight for her. As for his current girlfriend, if he dumped her, it would be no big deal. Chapter 46, Don't mind it, just sit down. Immediately after Lu Qingji finished speaking, a male classmate with pointed ears started a commotion. Class president, you're not telling the truth. You brought your girlfriend to the party last year, as if I wasn't there. Lu Qingji yelled, Wang Chang, what are you talking about? That was my ex-girlfriend. I broke up with her a long time ago. He hated Wang Qing for revealing his past at this time. If you can't talk, can't you just shut up? Luckily, he was able to smooth things over, and the impact was not great. Then he said to Su Qing, "Okay, I've explained my situation, now can you tell me the answer?" Lu Xueyou had been listening to their conversation, and by now she understood. From the various reactions of this Lu Qingji, he is undoubtedly a scumbag. What he was thinking was written all over his face. And when he spoke, he deliberately or unintentionally fiddled with the car keys with the 4 circles. It was as if he was afraid that no one knew he had an Audi. It's really despicable for someone like this to still want to hit on me. Su Qing smiled leisurely. Okay, then I will also reveal the answer. Xueyou only returned from studying abroad this year. As for whether she has a boyfriend, that naturally. Lu Qingji couldn't help but feel a little happy when he heard that Lu Xueyou had only returned this year. It's only been a few months, so she can't have met a boyfriend that quickly. It seems like he definitely has a chance. And he happens to be sitting next to Lu Xueyou. When dinner is served, he'll brazenly pour her a few drinks, and the relationship will be closer in no time. Then, through conversation, he can casually reveal his income. He'll definitely be able to easily capture her heart. No matter how beautiful Lu Xueyou is, she's still a woman. Especially after leaving school, she naturally realizes the importance of money. It so happens that he is doing very well at the moment, and money is the least of his worries. Lu Qingji's parents are both executives of a foreign trade company in Shanghai and earn a good income. He himself also went to that company and, under the protection of his parents, is the person in charge of a small project. His annual salary is also around 300,000 yuan. Who else can do this for a college graduate who has only graduated for 3 years? Thinking about this, he could not help but feel a surge of confidence and his heart grew even hotter. I said, Su Qing, what are you stopping for? Speak up. While Su Qing was still being coy, the door to the private room suddenly opened. Zhang Yuan entered with a smile on his face. Hey, it's so quiet in here, I thought I'd come to the wrong place. Then he saw Lu Xueyou sitting across from him at once, and walked straight over, saying to Lu Qingji, Hey, you there, excuse me, I want to sit here. Lu Qingji was very annoyed to be interrupted at this critical juncture. He was especially infuriated to hear Zhang Yuan demand that he give up his seat. Even when they were still at school, he had hated people like Zhang Yuan. Not only did they skip classes and fight, they also liked to oppose him at every turn. Whenever he proposed any kind of class activity, Zhang Yuan would find something wrong with it. He, the class monitor, was made to look bad in public. But this guy had quite a bit of appeal among his classmates, especially the girls, and everyone responded to whatever he said. This made it impossible for him to do anything about Zhang Yuan. It wasn't until the first reunion after graduation that he felt vindicated when he humiliated Zhang Yuan by bragging about his job and wealth. So what if he had a lot of followers at school? When you enter society, it's all about whether you have a background and whether you can make money. Of course, no matter how much Lu Qingji resented Zhang Yuan, he would never show it in front of so many classmates. He laughed and said, You didn't come last year, and I thought you wouldn't come this year either. I was so busy organizing this party that I almost passed out, and I forgot to save your seat. I was negligent. Then he shouted outside, Waiter, bring a chair in. Zhang Yuan, however, said leisurely, Since you said it was your oversight, just give up your seat. Upon hearing this, Lu Qingji's face suddenly fell. He had already given him a way out, but he was still so ungrateful. How could this blessed seat be for him to sit in? Old classmate, you came late, so you probably don't know. The seating arrangements have already been made beforehand, so how can they be easily changed? You will have to squeeze in at the door. Zhang Yuan raised his eyebrows, Really? Even the seats have been arranged in advance. If someone didn't know, they'd think we're in a leadership meeting. Lu Qingji also knew that this reason was untenable, but he didn't want to just let it go. Everyone knows the truth in the saying the one closest to the water gets the moon first. He glanced at Lu Xueyou without being noticed. Seeing her slightly frowning eyebrows, he knew she was a little angry. He was reassured. It turned out that she didn't want Zhang Yuan sitting next to her either. That's a good reason. Zhang Yuan, I'll be honest with you, it was classmate Lu Xueyou who invited me to sit here. After all, we haven't seen each other for so long, and we both want to catch up. He made a knowing expression, as if there were some things that I didn't need to point out. Zhang Yuan almost couldn't help laughing out loud. Has this person's brain fried, or is his self-perception a bit too good? Lu Xueyou was angry, that's true. But the reason for her anger is something Zhang Yuan can guess with his toes. It's nothing more than her being a little grumpy because she arrived late. The more likely reason is because Lu Qingji is occupying the seat and refusing to leave. Then let me ask her, is that okay? Do you need to ask? It must be like that. However, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Zhang Yuan. Classmate Lu Xueyou, do you mind if I sit here? Lu Qingji also looked to Lu Xueyou for help. Although he had just made up that conversation, he thought that Lu Xueyou would definitely not undermine him. What could a little punk like Zhang Yuan possibly compare himself to? However, Lu Xueyou's answer was destined to disappoint him. No, you can sit. Lu Qingji was dumbfounded when he heard these words. This is not the right script. Didn't she hate Zhang Yuan? Why is this happening? She's being so straightforward, so the invitation and all that was just nonsense. Lu Qingji once again experienced the feeling of being embarrassed in public. Even many of the male students present felt remorseful. If I had known it was so easy to get a seat next to the goddess, I would have done it too. Chapter 47, A Sycophant, Don't Flatter Yourself. Well, since you heard it, please. But Zhang Yuan didn't even give him a chance to speak, and directly grabbed him by the collar and dragged him over. Facing such a rude approach, Lu Qingji was completely powerless to resist. He sheepishly straightened his clothes. He found that it was even more embarrassing to just stand there. After looking around, he could only run and sit on the small bench that the waiter had just moved in. The small bench was a little lower than a normal seat. This made him, who was not tall, even shorter among his classmates. After Zhang Yuan sat down, he quietly held Lu Xueyou's soft hand with his right hand. I'm a little late because of traffic, are you angry? Luckily, I specially saved a seat for you. If I had known, I wouldn't have defended you. See how you can get out of this. Zhang Yuan smiled apologetically and said, You've been so good to me, I'm sure you won't. Humph. Lu Xueyou was huffing and puffing, but after Zhang Yuan sat down, she used the tablecloth as a cover and quietly stretched her leg over and rested it on Zhang Yuan's foot. Of course, no one but the two of them could tell about this little move. At this time, Su Qing poked her head out and greeted Zhang Yuan over Lu Xueyou's shoulder. Zhang Yuan, it's been a long time. It has been quite a while, a year or two. I heard you got married last year, right? I was too busy at the time to even go to your wedding. I know you're a busy man, and I understand if you don't have time. I was just busy, there wasn't really anything going on, but busy is a bit of an exaggeration. Su Qing is a veteran, and she can easily pick up on these kinds of jokes. She chuckled and said, My old classmate is still so witty. Let's stop chatting for now, and I'll invite you to our home some other day. Sure, we'll talk again if we get the chance. The two ended the conversation after a few casual words. In fact, even Zhang Yuan wanted to continue chatting, but he couldn't. Lu Xueyou was about to strangle the soft flesh at his waist. She spoke in a low voice, She's married, do you still want to hit on her? You don't understand, young wives have their advantages. What's the saying? Youth doesn't know the good of young wives. Mistaking young girls for treasures. Ah, stop pinching, it hurts. Su Qing suddenly cast a suspicious glance in this direction when she suddenly heard Zhang Yuan exclaim. Then she lifted the corner of the tablecloth and, unsurprisingly, saw their little actions. Good, Xueyou, so your boyfriend is Zhang Yuan. She put a hand on Lu Xueyou's shoulder and whispered. You're not very nice at all. You wouldn't even say it just now. No wonder, I said why would you let him sit here? Lu Xueyou also blushed when she was discovered by her classmate. How could she not say it? She just didn't have time. Su Qing teased, If I yell, believe it or not, you will be killed by the stares of those male classmates. I'm fine, I like to see their envious stares. Maybe I can even eat more rice. Ouch, you're still as thick-skinned as ever. Never mind, I'm too lazy to say anything more, so as not to make Xueyou complain about me. The party was delayed a bit due to Zhang Yuan's arrival, and it was now past 6:30. Everyone was hungry and grumbling, and they didn't pursue the topic of whether Lu Xueyou had a boyfriend or not. The waiters kept entering the private room with various dishes on their trays. More than 20 classmates sat around a large dining table, which was really a bit crowded, and they couldn't even find a gap to serve the food. After looking around, they noticed that the seat Lu Qingji was sitting in had a gap in the headrest and was near the entrance. It was the perfect place to serve the food. So dish after dish passed over his head and was served on the table. He looked very miserable. But he couldn't complain, as he was about to suffer internal injuries from holding it in. After the food was finally served, he immediately got up and raised his glass. Today is the annual reunion of our class from the Department of Finance and Engineering. Before we raise our glasses, I propose that we first toast to Director Lee. After all, without his guidance, we would not have graduated successfully, and we would not have achieved what we have today. Come on, let's fill up our glasses. Whoever doesn't drink is not giving Director Lee his due. After he finished speaking, all the classmates agreed. Even the cups of the female students were filled to the brim. After hearing what everyone else said, the few girls who didn't want to drink had to drink. However, there was one exception. That was Lu Xueyou. Zhang Yuan knew that she didn't drink at all. When she had just started school, she had drunk a glass of beer and couldn't even walk steadily. Not to mention white wine. He poured Lu Xueyou a cup of tea, thinking that a toast together would be enough. However, when everyone stood up and finished their drinks, Lu Qingji refused. He half joked. Classmate Lu Xueyou, if I'm not mistaken, you're drinking tea, right? Zhang Yuan laughed and replied. She can't drink alcohol, so a toast with tea is enough to show her respect. Seeing Zhang Yuan stand up and speak for her, Lu Qingji seemed to have found a breakthrough. The scene of being humiliated was still fresh in his mind. He was not a person with a big heart, and he had to find a way to save face. If classmates were to toast each other, drinking tea would be fine, but this toast was to Director Lee, and there was no way he would agree. Director Lee's kindness to us is comparable to the nurturing love of our parents. Without him, we would not be here today. Even if you don't drink alcohol, it is not too much to toast with a cup of wine. Hurry up and change it to white wine. Can't you see that everyone else has already done so? Zhang Yuanben was already grumpy, and when he heard Lu Qingji preaching again, he still spoke in a reprimanding tone. His anger was rising. What's wrong with you? Does it matter if someone drinks tea or wine? If you want to propose a toast, you should do it yourself with the whole bottle, but you have to drag others along. You're really meddling like a dog with a mouse. Lu Qingji also yelled, You. How can you talk like that? Isn't that what you should do as a student? You're such a brownnoser, stop being so full of yourself. You're downright disrespectful and unreasonable. At this moment, Li Jinwen, who was sitting at the head of the table, also looked over here. The eyes under the gold-rimmed glasses clearly showed displeasure. Just now, Lu Xueyou refused to serve the food until the time was up. Now, while the other students were drinking, she was the only one holding a cup of tea. All of her actions clearly showed that she didn't take herself seriously. He cleared his throat and said, Qingji, forget it. Nowadays, some people have already left school, and I'm afraid they no longer recognize me as the director. Chapter 48. You know you're ruining our fun, so why don't you just go now? Seeing everyone's attention turned towards him, Director Lee continued. A person's character can only be revealed when they enter society. It would be great if everyone respected their teachers like Lu Qingji. There's no need to force people to do things they don't want to do. The main thing about your class reunion is to have fun and drink. I've already disturbed your mood here, so you don't need to pay any attention to this old man. I'm already very happy to be able to see you young people again, so I'll just eat a little, chat with you, and leave later. As he listened to Li Jinwen's strange words, Zhang Yuan's anger soared to the top. He raised his hand, pointed at Li Jinwen, and said coldly, You know you're ruining our fun, so why don't you just piss off? It's our class reunion, so what the fuck do you care? You've got a cheek showing up, and you're going on and on about nothing. Who the hell do you think you are? After these words, the entire private room fell silent, as quiet as you could hear a needle drop. The first reaction of the crowd was actually a word of relief. It was so damn satisfying to curse. Although this kind of cursing is not right in terms of emotion or reason. But Li Jinwen's approach was really a bit excessive. For someone who doesn't drink a drop of alcohol, substituting tea for wine would already show your intentions. But he was helping Lu Qingji, a butt kisser, and every sentence was accusing Zhang Yuan and Lu Xueyou of being uncouth and disrespectful to their teacher. Who could stand that? If Li Jinwen really was their teacher, it would be fine. But he was nothing, not even teaching a public course. Who is he to accuse others? Calling him a teacher is an insult. Although everyone was thinking this, only Zhang Yuan dared to say it out loud. He was a real pain in the ass in college, and his personality hasn't changed at all. After hearing this, Lu Qingji slammed his wine glass down on the table. Zhang Yuan, do you not recognize your former teachers after leaving school? He said, blushing. In the past, this kind of behavior would be considered insulting your teacher and betraying your ancestors. Director Li is very busy, and I had a hard time inviting him here, and you dare to use foul language with him. Zhang Yuan sneered, did I ask you to invite him? Why is his name not on the list in the group? If you were going to pay for this reunion, it would be fine, but you're not. Using everyone else's money to do yourself a favor is only something a brownnoser like you would do. Zhang Yuan was not wrong. The reunion was going to be on a pay-as-you-can basis. Although the cost would not be much higher with one more person. It would still come out of the pockets of the classmates, and it was not possible to let Li Jinwen pay. If Li Jinwen had behaved himself, Zhang Yuan would not have cared. But he had to act like an old man, standing on the moral high ground to accuse others. Who gave him the face? Lu Qingji was even more exasperated and said, why are you so petty over such a small amount of money? It's only a small matter. If you're so generous, then go ahead and pay the bill. You can invite whoever you want. I don't have a problem with that. Lu Qingji was at a loss for words. The food at this resort hotel is not cheap at all. This table of food alone is easily worth several thousand yuan. Add a few bottles of Flying Tiger Moutai, and it's going to be at least 10,000 to 20,000 yuan. It's not a small amount. It's not that he can't afford it, but he doesn't want to be a fool. Su Qing also stood up and said, I think Zhang Yuan is right. If you're treating, you can invite whoever you want. But you didn't even ask anyone, and you just took it upon yourself to invite Director Li. Who made all this money? Lu Qingji didn't expect anyone else to come out and argue against him. He was already in the wrong, so he quickly changed the subject. Anyway, Zhang Yuan, it was wrong of you to scold Director Li. Hurry up and sincerely apologize to the director, and maybe he can forgive your ignorant behavior. Lu Qingji, as the monitor and the initiator of this gathering, still has a few fans. A classmate yelled. The monitor is right, Zhang Yuan, you just have to drink 3 cups as punishment and apologize sincerely. Director Li is a generous person and I don't think he will hold it against you. I suggest that at the next gathering, we should screen people more carefully and not invite just anyone who happens to be around. On the other side of the table, Li Jinwen could not believe that someone had actually dared to scold him. As the head of the finance department at the university, he had not encountered anything like this for many years. Even the students who had already reached high positions in society treated him with respect. Although I don't know what they think behind my back, at least they can get by on the surface. He waved his hand to suppress the sound of the argument in the private room, and forced himself to hold back his anger, instead putting on an appearance of not caring. This student named Zhang Yuan, may I ask where you work and how much you earn? Of course, I don't mean anything by this, it's just that you're being too stingy about the money for the party, so I'm guessing your income is probably not high. Before Zhang Yuan could say anything, Lu Qingji snickered. He's either working at the bottom of a small company or delivering takeout. Director Li, you probably don't know, but at a previous gathering, his shabby appearance made me. I wanted to give him a few $100s to buy a decent outfit. Li Jinwen laughed, Qingji, we're all classmates, there's no need to talk about people like that. After all, it's only been a few years since graduation, what good job could he find? But then again, you have impressed me. You are young but already earn hundreds of thousands of yuan a year. You work for a good company like Huitong International Foreign Trade Company, and your future is limitless. After a few years of hard work, you will become a senior executive and earn millions of yuan a year. Lu Qingji was overjoyed to hear this. Li Jinwen had revealed his income. Looking at the envious glances his classmates threw at him one after the other, his vanity was fully satisfied at this moment. He also glanced at Lu Xueyou slightly provocatively, as if to say that she had no vision. Now you can always see the gap between Zhang Yuan and yourself, right? Then he put on a humble look and respectfully said to Director Li, No, it's all because of your good teaching, otherwise there would be no achievements today. Li Jinwen said to Zhang Yuan in a teaching tone. Zhang Yuan, you should be able to see the gap now. If you want to succeed, you must learn to behave. Arrogance and foul language won't get you anywhere in this society. He then looked at Lu Xueyou, as if he were imparting some valuable advice. In this regard, you too should learn from Lu Qingji. You should be more open-minded. Chapter 49. At this time, it only takes 600 years. Watching the two of them sing in unison, Zhang Yuan really wanted to say that he admired them. No wonder they are the department heads, they are really good at sophistry. No matter what kind of awkward situation they are in, they can quietly shift the conflict. They didn't say a word about whether it was appropriate to come to the party, but instead mocked themselves for being poor and powerless, and for not knowing how to behave. As for the fact that he had just been scolded, it did not affect his face at all. Not caring about these things instead showed his magnanimity. He, Li Jinwen, was still the same university director who stood above everyone else. This is the current state of society, where the farts of the rich are fragrant. Sure enough, after they finished talking, some of the students looked at Zhang Yuan with a touch of disdain in their eyes. What right did a penniless person have to accuse Director Lu? If they belittle Zhang Yuan in front of him, they might be able to gain his favor. Just like Lu Qingji, they might get the chance to soar. Zhang Yuan, Director Li was right to say that you are arrogant and conceited. You don't have the slightest bit of the traditional virtue of respecting teachers and the way of the world. You should leave on your own. You are not welcome at this gathering, and don't even think about coming back. Yes, being able to dine with Director Li is an opportunity we would kill for. Zhang Yuan heard the words of the crowd and his face remained calm. He then asked, "Since you say that in order to succeed you must first learn to get along with people, then you must be a so-called successful person. May I ask, how much do you earn?" Without mentioning the high end, it's still easy to make 100,000 a month. Zhang Yuan impliedly said, "It seems that university teachers are well paid." Young man, you're thinking too simply. I don't just rely on a fixed salary. Even if the salary at the university is high, it's only a few thousand yuan a month. Director Li laughed and continued, "At my social status, there are always many companies inviting me to give lectures and train new people, and this income is the bulk of my income." Lu Qingji interjected in time. "It so happens that our company has reached a long-term cooperation with Director Li, and the remuneration for a lecture is quite substantial." Why, what do you want to know this for? Do you want to report the director for corruption? Let me tell you, all of this is legal and compliant. Zhang Yuan didn't say anything in response, but tilted his head and asked Lu Xueyou, "Is that trading company owned by your family?" "Yes." "Then tell them to get lost." Lu Xueyou nodded. Even if Zhang Yuan didn't say anything, she had already wanted to do that a long time ago. This was no class reunion. With a snob like Lu Qingji around, how could they possibly have fun? No wonder Zhang Yuan didn't want to come in the first place. Li Jinwen over here saw the two of them whispering to each other and secretly felt a little pleased with himself. With such a high monthly income, it is unlikely that a brash kid like this will ever reach the top. Now, you two know that you still have to work hard, right? It's fine for young people to go down the wrong path, but the key is not to go down it forever. Okay, I'll pretend that what I said earlier was just careless words. Let's all sit down and continue. Lu Qingji yelled again. Teacher really understands the big picture, and just this amount of tolerance is worth a lifetime of learning for me. If it were me, I would never forgive them so easily. You two, go and fill up the glasses and solemnly apologize to Director Li. Zhang Yuan just smiled contemptuously and didn't say anything. Lu Xueyou couldn't hold back anymore and spoke up. I didn't want to hurt your feelings, I just wanted to catch up with my classmates. But at this point, it would be wrong of me to hide it anymore. Do you know how much Zhang Yuan has earned in the past month? Everyone looked up, their eyes full of disbelief as they gazed at Lu Xueyou. She said leisurely, if we calculate based on Director Li's annual income of 2 million, at this time of year, it would take 600 years. 600 years. What a concept. Some students even took out their phones to do the math. However, the result surprised them beyond words. 12 billion. This is a number they would never dare dream of. I didn't realize that Lu Xueyou had such a strong ability to adjust the atmosphere of a party. Yes, I believe that 10 to 20 million is possible, but 1.2 billion is obviously unrealistic. Is it possible that she wasn't even talking about Huaxia currency? Obviously, the crowd didn't believe a word of it. Only Su Qing glanced thoughtfully. During college, she and Lu Xueyou had been in the same dormitory. She had some idea of Lu Xueyou's family background. The best things were all hers, from food to clothes. Once, she saw Lu Xueyou's bank card message by accident, and she was shocked. The balance was in the 8 digits. She realized that her roommate was a true rich girl. In that case, what Lu Xueyou said with conviction was very likely true. At the moment, she looked at Zhang Yuan with a little more enthusiasm. This old classmate, who doesn't show any signs of wealth, is so rich. If I had known, I wouldn't have gotten married so early. Lu Qingji laughed sinisterly. It seems you know Zhang Yuan very well. How did you know he made such a huge sum of money? He deliberately emphasized the word huge and his tone was full of sarcasm. Lu Xueyou smiled wryly, then stood up and took Zhang Yuan's arm. Of course I know, because he is my boyfriend. The crowd was shocked again and again. The shock caused by this news was even greater than the previous 1.2 billion. After all, the wealth of more than 1 billion was just casually mentioned, and no one could confirm it. But the boyfriend thing is absolutely true. She announced it in front of a large crowd, and no one will say anything about this. It's over. I didn't expect the goddess in my dreams to still be taken by someone. My heart aches. Although these male classmates felt sorry for her, they did not take any extreme actions. At most, they looked at Zhang Yuan with a bit of jealousy in their eyes. But Lu Qingji was different. With the announcement of Zhang Yuan and Lu Xueyou's relationship, his previous behavior of occupying the seat like a clown seemed even more ridiculous. Looking at the smiling yet not smiling looks from the girls across from him, he was so embarrassed that he could have picked a 3-bedroom house with his toes. Now he has completely let go of his unrealistic fantasies about Lu Xueyou. All that's left is resentment. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingji let out a loud laugh. No wonder you defended him so much, it turns out he's your boyfriend, that makes sense. But I think you should stop joking, you're making me so happy I can't eat. How can he make 1 billion? I think it's more like a ghost note. There's a limit to flattery, understand? Li Jinwen's expression was also full of disbelief. Qingji, you guys had a good class reunion. What do you mean by ghost money? It sounds so inauspicious. Yes, the director is right. I apologize to everyone. Hearing the two of them start again, Lu Xueyou smiled and said, Really? After hearing what I'm about to say, I'm afraid you won't be able to laugh. Chapter 50, I forgot that the car was mine. Lu Qingji, I can tell you that you don't have to go to work from tomorrow. Unexpectedly, he didn't care after hearing this and sneered. Oh? According to what you mean, are you saying that the company wants to fire me? Do you know what kind of company I work for? It's a subsidiary of the Huitong Group, so are you saying that you can influence their decisions? Lu Xueyou, I think you're obsessed. You're fine with finding a small-time thug like Zhang Yuan, but you've actually started talking nonsense. That's really laughable. Lu Xueyou held up one finger and said leisurely. If you haven't been notified of this news within 10 minutes, I'll be your surname. Ha ha ha. Lu Qingji laughed loudly, what a big shot, who do you think you are? Then I'll just wait here and see if the company will fire me. These old classmates present had more or less heard of the Huitong Group. Several of its subsidiaries were involved in the financial industry. Everyone had graduated from a finance university and knew quite a bit about it. The Huitong Group was definitely a presence to be reckoned with. Not to mention that there was an investment company in Shanghai City that ranked among the top 3 in the industry. Lu Xueyou was pretty and came from a good family. But it is unlikely that she can influence the decisions of the Huitong Group. The big words have already been said, and if she can't get out of this situation later, she'll be embarrassed. Just as everyone is holding their breath and waiting for an answer, the waiter pushes open the door to the private room and asks in a low voice, Is the black Porsche parked outside the store yours? If so, could you please move it? A customer's car is blocked in. As soon as he heard the words black Porsche, Zhang Yuan didn't even think twice before taking out the car keys and throwing them to the waiter. Just park anywhere, I don't want to go. However, the waiter hesitated, wanting to say that the car looked very expensive and he didn't dare move it. If he bumps it, it will cost more than a few years' salary to repair. But he couldn't disturb the guests too much, so he finally nodded reluctantly, okay. Unexpectedly, Zhang Yuan's small action caused many of his classmates to daydream endlessly. The words Porsche already explained a lot. The cheapest car from this brand costs hundreds of thousands of yuan. And Zhang Yuan can own it. This is no small person who is at the bottom of society. So is what Lu Xueyou just said about making over 1 billion yuan true? The two people with the most difficult expressions on their faces were Lu Qingji and Li Jinwen. They had just been singing in unison, laughing at Zhang Yuan's arrogance, but in the blink of an eye, they had been slapped in the face. Su Qing had sensed Zhang Yuan's strength earlier and was not at all surprised. She eased the atmosphere by saying, "Zhang Yuan, you're not bad, you can even afford such an expensive car, lend it to me to drive sometime." "Sure, any time." Some other students also deliberately or unintentionally engaged Zhang Yuan in small talk and tried to get close to him. This made Lu Qingji very unhappy, and he muttered, "Humph, it's just a Porsche, what's so great about it? You talk as if no one can afford it. A bunch of country bumpkins who have never seen the world." 1 minute later, the door to the private room was pushed open again, and the waiter who had just left came back. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry, sir, but it seems that car isn't yours. I stood next to it and pressed the key, but it didn't respond." Poof. Lu Qingji spat out his saliva as soon as the waiter finished speaking. "Haha, Zhang Yuan, is that so-called car key of yours a lighter? You're something, using a lighter to impress people, and you're still shameless even after being exposed? I've never seen such a funny scene in my life, thank you so much for broadening my horizons." No one else expected that even a simple move of a car could be so full of twists and turns. After hearing Lu Qingji's words, Wang Zhan looked at Zhang Yuan's eyes and couldn't help but show contempt again. With this, he can still make 1.2 billion. What a joke. If you really want to show off, just rent a luxury car. Just as a few male classmates opened their mouths to mock. The manager of the resort hotel hurried over and bowed slightly to the crowd. "Everyone, I'm really sorry, we just checked the surveillance camera, and this gentleman's Porsche Panamera is parked in a very good spot and is not blocking anyone." The lobby manager looked at Lu Xueyou and said, "It's this lady's Porsche 918 that needs to be moved a little." When the words Porsche 918 were said, everyone in the private room petrified on the spot. A car of this level belongs to the sky-high luxury car category, and it is at the top of that level. Only 918 were produced worldwide. Due to its limited edition status, it has already been discontinued. The current market price has soared to nearly 20 million. You can't even rent this model. Without billions of dollars, who would dare touch this thing? Lu Xueyou took out the car keys from her bag and handed them to the lobby manager. "I'm sorry, I forgot that the car was mine. Could you please move it?" Since she had just bought the 918, she hadn't thought about it when the waiter first came in. She had indeed forgotten about it. "Madam, why don't you move it? I'm afraid if I don't do it right and I hit it, I can't afford to pay for the repairs." The lobby manager obviously knew more about cars than the waiter and knew the value of this car. But she knew even better that even if she knocked off a small piece of paint, she couldn't afford to pay for it with her current salary. "It's okay, it was a gift from my boyfriend. He's very generous, and he won't make a fuss over a little thing like this." Lu Xueyou didn't say that to inflate Zhang Yuan's value on purpose. She had previously cashed out 1.5 billion in stocks, and she still had 1 billion in her hands. In her opinion, no matter what she bought with this money, it would be equivalent to a gift from Zhang Yuan. "That's fine then." The lobby manager carefully took the car keys and backed out. Until this moment, the atmosphere in the private room was eerily quiet. A car worth tens of millions of dollars, can you just forget about it? No one would treat it like their ancestor. There is no one else who would completely take it lightly. The way everyone looked at Zhang Yuan's car again made their faces turn pale. Lu Qingji, who saw the scene, was ashen. The 20 million Porsche 918, not to mention that he can't afford it, even if his parents put all their belongings on the line, they still wouldn't be able to afford it. Why has this bastard Zhang Yuan suddenly become so rich? He has actually trampled on everyone in terms of wealth. Just now, he was still laughing at people for using lighters to show off, but in the blink of an eye, his own face was about to be swollen. In an instant, he had the urge to escape from here. But, thinking of what Lu Xueyou had said earlier, an ominous feeling crept up. It can't be true, can it? Chapter 51, Utterly Ridiculous. No matter how rich Zhang Yuan is, he can't compare to the Huitong group. He can't possibly influence any of their decisions. It's definitely not going to happen. At this moment, the phone rang without warning. Seeing the name on the display, Lu Qingji was so surprised that he couldn't help but gape. It was Hong Yuanfang, the CEO of the foreign trade company. He was responsible for all matters big and small in the company and had absolute power of speech. He had been in the company for 2 or 3 years, and had only met the CEO a few times and had not spoken a word. Even his parents had to be careful in the CEO's presence and did not dare to make a sound. Such a world-shaking big shot had actually saved his mobile phone number. And he called after work in his personal time. Lu Xueyou felt flattered. Was this the beginning of his rise to the top? He cleared his throat and walked to the corner to answer the phone. Hello, President Hong. Hong Yuanfang's voice on the other end of the line was emotionless. Your name is Lu Xueyou, right? Yes, this is Lu. What can I do for you? Whatever the difficulty, I guarantee I can complete it. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Xueyou declared his loyalty. In his opinion, such a big shot definitely doesn't like subordinates who shirk responsibility. However, Hong Yuanfang's next words left him momentarily speechless. From now on, you have been dismissed from the company, so you don't need to come in tomorrow. What? Lu Xueyou held the phone in a daze, as if he had been struck by lightning, and even his arm went numb. After he recovered, he hurriedly said, President Hong, let me explain, that's not what happened. You don't need to explain to me, and I don't want to hear it. You just need to know that I'm not calling to ask, but to inform you of the outcome of your company's handling of this matter. My parents are both company. Hong Yuanfang interrupted, do you think your parents can protect you? You've offended someone you shouldn't have, understand? President Hong, I really didn't. Beep beep beep. Lu Xueyou's words were cut short as the phone was hung up. At this point, he already understood that there was little room for things to turn around. Even if his parents were both senior executives, they could not sway the CEO's decision. It's you. Lu Xueyou angrily ran up to Zhang Yuan, pointed at his nose and asked. I have no grudges against you, why do you have to go so far? Give me a reason. A reason? It's just that I don't like you, the brown noser. Does that count as a reason? You. Lu Xueyou glared at him with clenched teeth, his whole body trembling with excitement. But after a moment, he smiled again. Zhang Yuan, I admit you're amazing and I admit you're rich, but do you think I'll be left with nothing after the company fires me? I'll tell you, my parents are both veterans of that company and they make over $1 million yuan a year. He looked around the private room at his old classmates and said, even if I live a life of idleness and wait for death, I can still live a more comfortable life than 99% of the people, so what can you do to me? Hearing this, these old classmates lowered their heads. Those born with a silver spoon in their mouths never have to worry about the necessities of life. Lu Xueyou only needs the support of his parents to be able to choose to lie down and relax. Some people are born in Rome, while others are born to be slaves. Although this is quite hurtful, it is an indisputable fact. However, neither Zhang Yuan nor Lu Xueyou could have imagined that there would be a pleasant surprise. Looking at Lu Xueyou, it was as if he were looking at an idiot. In just a few minutes, he was able to get the CEO of a foreign trade company to call and notify the dismissal of an employee. Hasn't he realized the seriousness of the problem? If he can simply fire you, can't he simply fire your parents? And he stupidly introduced himself, showing off. Is he not dying fast enough? Looking at the envious expressions of the crowd, Lu Xueyou sneered. It's just that I have a few friends in the Hong Yuanfang, so what's there to be proud of? He has a lot of power, so what? I'm telling you, unless the directors of the Huitong Group say so, my parents' status is as secure as Mount Tai. Ha, if you're so capable, then kick my parents out of the company too. Lu Xueyou smiled and said. Then as you wish. She once again held up a finger, 10 minutes, if I don't get this message, I'll still take your surname. When she finished speaking, the atmosphere in the private room was once again eerily quiet. Firing two veterans of a listed company at the drop of a hat sounded like a joke. But those who had witnessed the previous scene could not help but feel a sense of foreboding. Lu Xueyou sneered. Lu Xueyou, do you think it's great to have a rich man? There are many things in this world that money can't buy. Do you know who my parents are? They are on friendly terms with the chairman of the group company. Next time, do some research before you make a big deal out of nothing, or you'll just look ridiculous. Really? Zhang Yuan looked at him with a half smile. Do you know the last name of the chairman of your group? Lu Xueyou didn't understand the meaning of these words at first. His first reaction was, could it be that Lu Xueyou also knows the chairman? If that was the case, it would indeed be a bit of a problem. But that was about it. Her parents had been working for the company for more than 10 years, and their relationship with the group chairman was closer than Lu Xueyou's. A few classmates seemed to realize something and looked at Lu Xueyou with wide eyes. The male classmate Wang Cheng pointed at his phone and yelled, I know, it's the surname Lu, the full name is Lu Xueyou, you can find information on Baidu. Then he glanced at Lu Xueyou and muttered, you can't be. Wang Qing swallowed his saliva quietly and didn't say anything else. But everyone present understood. It turned out that she was the daughter of Chairman Lu of the Huitong Group. This is a genuine rich girl. She just hid herself at her school and no one found out for 4 whole years. This is too low-key. The ridiculous thing is that the whole family of this Lu Qingji works at her family subsidiary. Not only does he cling to this big thigh, he actually dares to shout at her. Without a cerebral thrombosis in 10 years, you can't do this kind of thing. If you're not expelled, who will be? You really brought this on yourself. His originally quite good family situation is a complete joke compared to Lu Xueyou. With the flick of a finger, she can reduce his family to dust. Chapter 52, Since you can't keep up with the times, go back and rest. Lu Qingji, who had come back to his senses, was full of disbelief. At the same time, another voice in his heart kept telling him, it's just a coincidence that they have the same surname. There's no way that such a coincidence could happen in the world. He muttered to himself, no, it can't be true. Whether it's true or not, you'll find out in a moment. As soon as Lu Xueyou finished speaking, his phone rang again. Only this time it displayed his father's name. He hesitated for a long time before daring to answer. Hello, Dad. You animal, what have you done? Lu Jun on the other end of the line scolded him. Your mother and I have just been laid off by the group, do you know that? And the decision was personally made by the group chairman. You offended the wrong person, and you went and messed with the daughter of that person. That's someone even the group chairman has to be careful with and smile politely to. Lu Qingji whispered in self-defense, Dad, I really didn't mean it. If I had known her identity in advance, I would never have done it. It was better if he didn't say anything, but the moment he opened his mouth, Lu Jun's anger flared up even more. How many times have I told you to be low-key in what you do and don't flaunt your wealth? If you had listened to even one word, you wouldn't have come to this. Why the hell did I give birth to such an asshole? Get your ass back here now. After hanging up the phone, Lu Qingji felt like his heart was breaking. He left the private room in a daze without even saying goodbye. His family may seem prosperous on the surface, but in reality, they even bought their house in MOD with a mortgage. Once the whole family loses their jobs, where will they find the money to pay the nearly 100,000 monthly mortgage? He couldn't even imagine living like that, having to rent a place to live. How he wished that time could be turned back an hour. He would definitely lick those 2 statues of Buddha to submission. But reality would never give him the chance to regret. After Lu Qingji left, the atmosphere in the private room once again became lively. Everyone gathered around Zhang Yuan and the two of them chatted and laughed, their faces oozing with servility. However, at the moment, there was still one person inside who looked uncomfortable. Li Jinwen really wanted to sneak away, even if it meant losing face. But he knew exactly what he had said earlier. If he left without repairing the relationship, he was afraid that his future would not be so good. Not to mention that the cooperation with Huitong Foreign Trade Company would definitely have to be cancelled. That was a huge amount of income. Thinking about this, he walked over with a smile, holding a wine glass and saying, I never thought that our University of Finance would be full of hidden talents. Classmate Zhang Yuan's ability to make money is so terrifying, and he has truly set a good example for many of his classmates. Classmate Lu Xueyou has such an amazing family background, but he is humble and low-key, and is also worth learning from. Lu Xueyou laughed after hearing this. It seems that Director Li's attitude has opened up? Hearing this, Li Jinwen's eyes twitched unconsciously. The words he used to admonish the two of them had been returned to him intact. He still didn't dare to refute even a single word. But it was also very difficult for him to just let him bow his head and admit his mistake. After all, he was already at an advanced age, and he couldn't afford to lose face. He thought for a moment, and said tactfully, A person's ideas are not set in stone. Seeing that both of you are so outstanding, I have realized that my previous views have unconsciously fallen behind the times. You are truly awe-inspiring, awe-inspiring. As the head of the finance department at the university, Li Jinwen had gone as far as to admit his mistake in a roundabout way. But Lu Xueyou didn't care about that. She clearly remembered that this old man had said that she and Zhang Yuan were uncouth. She had never been treated like that before. You said that since you can't keep up with the times, just go back and rest. Li Jinwen suddenly became agitated and asked in a slightly panicked voice. Lu Xueyou, what do you mean? Very simple, all future lectures and training with Huitong Foreign Trade Company will be cancelled, and no company in the entire Shanghai city will invite you again. Li Jinwen was furious after hearing this, so angry that his beard stood on end. He had originally bowed his head and admitted his mistake in the hope of retaining this job, but he never expected Lu Xueyou to be so unforgiving. Although giving lectures for companies is the main source of income, it is not essential to survive. The school's apparent salary is only 7,000 to 8,000 yuan, but when various subsidies, performance, etc. are included, it adds up to 20,000 to 30,000 yuan a month. The worst that can happen is that you save a little in the future. Having figured all this out, his tone of voice became strong again. I advise you two young people not to be too arrogant, because sooner or later you will suffer. As the saying goes, leave a way out for future encounters. I'm sure you've heard it before. No one can predict what the future will hold. Maybe after the big rise, there will be a big fall. We'll just have to wait and see. After delivering his harsh words, Li Jinwen walked directly out of the private room. However, Lu Xueyou's muttering made him stop in his tracks. I may not be able to predict what will happen to me in the future, but I can guess what will happen to you, Director Li. I don't think you are qualified to be the head of the Finance University's department. I will tell my father about this. What did you say? Nothing, since I told you to go back and rest, then rest completely and don't do anything else at school. Since Director Li is so good at making money, he must be able to get by anywhere. Lu Xueyou was originally planning to cancel the lecture and just give him a little lesson. But the old man was still acting like an educator, talking endlessly about high principles. This made her unable to tolerate it. Do you really think there's nothing we can do about you? Li Jinwen's low, hoarse voice came. Do you really think there's no mercy? This is not a matter of mercy. I emphasize again, I feel that your qualities are not suitable for serving as a university director, and you will only mislead the students. At this moment, Li Jinwen only felt a surge of hot blood rushing to his head, and his vision became blurry. He believed that once Lu Zhouyun got serious, it would definitely happen. Facing the powerful influence of the Huitong group, even the school leaders could not withstand the pressure. If he was fired, the future would be bleak. He was an old man in his 50s, and no private enterprise would hire him. It seemed that the only job left was to be a janitor. But things had come to this, and he understood that even if he begged for mercy on his knees, it would probably not change the outcome. After standing in the same place for a few seconds, he laughed angrily. He just said 3 nice words and slammed the door. When he got to the corridor outside, he seemed to hear some loud students in the private room yelling. It was obviously a gathering with the AA system, but they ran away without even paying their share. With this kind of behavior, how can they be the director of the club? They are worse than dogs. Hearing this, Li Jinwen couldn't hold back anymore. His old eyes swam and he fell to the ground. Chapter 53, This is how a party should be. With the departure of Lu Qingji and Li Jinwen, those in the private room who had initially agreed with them and opposed Zhang Yuan felt a burning sensation on their faces. After sitting there for a few minutes, they could no longer stay, and one after the other, they excused themselves. After a short while, there were only 15 people left at the party, and there were only 6 male classmates left. These were the ones who had a better relationship with Zhang Yuan. After talking for so long, the food had cooled. Zhang Yuan shouted outside, "Waiter, please bring us a new table." Su Qing laughed, "There's no need for that, it hasn't been touched much, it's still edible." This table of food must have cost a few thousand yuan. Su Qing looked at it and felt a little sad. "It's fine, there's no one else here, so you can order whatever you like, it's on me." "Zhang Yuan, you keep your word, then I won't be polite." "Of course." "Waiter, bring the menu." Su Qing took the menu, casually ordered 2 or 3 dishes, and handed it to the others. She said she was not being polite, but in fact the prices of the dishes she ordered were moderate, and she was not trying to rip off Zhang Yuan. Several classmates looked through the menu, hesitating as to what to order. They wanted to order something they had never tried before, but they were worried about what Zhang Yuan would think. In the end, they ordered less than 10 dishes. Seeing this, Zhang Yuan directly called the waiter and asked, "What are the specialty dishes here?" "Sir, our specialties are braised abalone with supreme golden soup, conpoy and white jade soup, pan-fried foie gras with truffles, and braised sea cucumber with black truffles." As the waiter rattled on, Zhang Yuan waved his hand to interrupt and said, "Just order 10 dishes of these." "Okay, sir." Hearing these words of arrogance, the way everyone looked at him became complicated once again. These dishes are the kind that you know you can't afford just by hearing the names. And Zhang Yuan didn't even bother asking about the prices, he just waved his hand and made the decision. That's right, for someone of his stature. A meal that costs tens of thousands of dollars is probably equivalent to buying a bottle of drink on the side of the road. I wish I could be as carefree as him all the time. When these high-end dishes were served, Zhang Yuan tasted them first, and the others dared to use their chopsticks only after him. After a few glasses of wine, there was laughter again in the private room. This gathering finally returned to what it should be like. But the topic of conversation basically revolved around Zhang Yuan and Lu Xueyou. Old schoolmate, can you tell us a little bit about how you made more than 10 billion in a month? I'm thinking, even if you rob a bank, you have to rob several banks in a row to make that much. Wang Chang, you little brat, don't pry into these things. People must have their own methods, how can they easily tell you? Zhang Yuan laughed, and there was nothing he couldn't say. He made his money from the stock market. Wang Qing immediately exclaimed. Could it be that you bought the stock of Hongyun Technology Group? I know that stock, it's been all over the financial news these past few days. It's true that the stock was doing well, but after 17 consecutive trading days at the daily limit, it suddenly plummeted, causing the price to plummet. Those who bought at high prices are now firmly trapped, and I guess they are regretting it. Zhang Yuan has not paid attention to the situation of Hongyun Technology Group since closing all his stocks. Hearing what the others said, he realized that after he had just cashed out, the group had a major problem. Fortunately, I was not fooled by its trend at the time and chose to act decisively. Otherwise, not to mention making money, I would have lost the 300 million that Lu Xueyou gave me. In the final analysis, Brother Tonzi is still awesome. However, he is also considered to have courage. After learning about the stock trend, he made the right decision. The system did predict that piece of information. Since then, that translucent light screen has never appeared again. If he had just invested the 8,000 odd yuan in his pocket, he would only have 40,000 yuan now. He might not even be able to afford this meal. Old classmate, if you managed to make so much money in this market, did you buy at the bottom and cash out at the top? Yes, I didn't expect my luck to be so good. I invested 300 million yuan and somehow made 1.2 billion. These words from Versailles caused a moment of silence. Only a fool would believe this. Anyone who really believes that you can make a fortune in the stock market just by luck must have been up on the roof several times. If you don't have a little insider information, who would dare to throw billions and billions of capital into it? Old classmate, to be honest, I still admire you. Even if I had your luck, I simply couldn't come up with a principal of 300 million. Zhang Yuan laughed and said, I'm ashamed to say that the 300 million yuan came from Lu Xueyou. The group fell silent again. Suddenly, they felt that the food in their mouths was no longer appetizing. So, you two are a perfect match, making a killing in the stock market, while we are only worthy of eating dog food. No wonder the rich just get richer and richer. No matter how hard the poor work, they can only struggle to make ends meet. They are already starting from a huge disadvantage. Of course, if you can find a girl like Lu Xueyou, a girl who is the apple of heaven, as a friend. That is also Zhang Yuan's ability. No one else can envy him. Wang Qing, seeing that you know so much about this stock, did you buy it too? Wang Qing looked bitter, clenching his fists and saying, I was the one who bought it before the last trading limit, and now I'm stuck. This stock is green and panic-inducing. Brother, you are my dear brother, please take care of your poor little brother. At 9 o'clock sharp, Zhang Yuan and his friends arrived at the third floor of the hotel, a karaoke bar called Huanggushangshi, after finishing their meal. The luxurious VIP room in this karaoke bar could seat more than 20 people, and the decoration was also very exquisite. This class reunion was not just a simple meal. The original intention of arranging a holiday hotel in such a remote suburb was to carry out some activities in the evening, and then stay here for a night and have fun. As the most popular entertainment venue for reunions during university, the group was naturally no stranger to karaoke. With a slight buzz from the alcohol, everyone took the microphone and howled. Zhang Yuan sat on the sofa nearby, smiling as he watched his old classmates let loose. He wasn't particularly interested in singing, and hadn't sung once since graduation. Xueyou, why don't you go sing for fun? I remember you used to sing really well. So what would you like to hear? Anything, as long as you sing it. While they were talking, some classmates started heckling, asking Lu Xueyou to sing a few songs. So she simply took the microphone and started requesting songs. Just as Zhang Yuan was sitting back, leisurely drinking his beer, he suddenly smelled a faint fragrance. Su Cheng sat down next to him, holding a wine glass. Chapter 54 Only Your White Moonlight. Old classmate, you were so popular at the dinner table that I never got the chance to have a drink with you. Zhang Yuan filled his glass and raised it up. It's not too late now. The two clinked glasses and drank in one gulp. Zhang Yuan is one of those people who can drink a lot, and he hasn't stopped at all during the meal. Even if he drinks a mixture of whitened beer, he can handle it with ease. Su Qing's drinking capacity is obviously not as good. At the moment, her head was already feeling dizzy. She filled her glass again and laughed. When are you planning to marry Xueyou? You must remember to invite me to the wedding banquet. Well, that hasn't been decided yet, but I won't forget you old classmates anyway. You said it, if I forget, I won't let you off. The two clinked glasses again, and Su Cheng took the lead and drank it all in one go. This really impressed Zhang Yuan. As far as I remember, you didn't seem to drink much either. Not bad, you've improved in just a few years since graduation. Su Cheng shook her head, looking helpless, and said, There's nothing I can do. There are countless company parties every year. For a small employee like me, there's no way I can do whatever I want. When you encounter an unreasonable leader, if you don't do what they want, they'll make your life difficult right away, and there's nowhere to air your grievances. This is the current state of the workplace, and the only way to survive is to compromise. This remark undoubtedly resonated with Zhang Yuan. He also went to work for a period of time after graduation. No matter what company, no matter the size. The workplace is full of pua. People who work hard and get things done are unknown, while those who flatter and brown-nose get on better and better. This is also the reason why I hate people like Lu Xueyou so much. Zhang Yuan also finished the beer and refilled it again. So, what does your husband do? He is just a small-time civil servant. On the surface, he seems to have a good life, but in reality, he is in a similar situation to me. No matter what orders his superiors issue, he has no choice but to obey. Su Cheng sighed, Old classmate, I don't have your kind of strength, and I don't have Xueyou's good family background. No matter who you are dealing with, you can just turn the tables. You can live recklessly and carefree, without having to care about anyone's feelings. For someone like me, even losing my temper is sometimes a luxury, but you would never understand. This is the tragedy of the little people. Since I don't have the strength to resist, I can only accept things with resignation. Of course, I'm just chatting with you casually, I don't mean anything else, so don't think too much about it. What Zhang Yuan didn't say was that if he hadn't received the blessing of the system, he might not even be as good as her. He could also understand Su Cheng's mentality. At school, perhaps everyone is equal. Once you leave school, there are significant differences in social status. Lu Xueyou, who lives in the same dormitory, is the daughter of a group company with a market value of tens of billions. He himself has a terrifying ability to make money. Class is immediately highlighted. She wasn't seeking help when she said all this. She was just taking advantage of their old friendship to vent her grievances. I think you. Zhang Yuan just wanted to give her some advice, but he noticed that Su Cheng's head was swaying. Then his body leaned over and he leaned on his shoulder. Under the influence of alcohol, he fell asleep. After all, they were classmates, so he didn't push her away. It would be mean not to even lend her a shoulder. But this was not a long-term solution. If Lu Xueyou saw it, it would inevitably lead to unnecessary misunderstandings. The dim environment of the karaoke bar was easy to make people imagine things. The spotlight above emitted a neon light, shining in the private room. It changes colors every now and then. It's also very noisy. Zhang Yuan felt very guilty at the moment. Although he and Su Cheng were innocent, this posture was too ambiguous. He glanced at Lu Xueyou. He saw that she was facing away from him, staring at the lyrics on the screen and singing along. The surrounding classmates were playing cards or drinking. No one paid any attention to this side at all. He felt slightly relieved. Then he looked down at Su Cheng's profile. Looking down from this angle, the curve of her elegant collarbone was exquisite like jade. Su Cheng's appearance was not top-notch, only above average. But her figure was superb. I didn't notice it before. Su Cheng was only a little drunk after all, she hadn't really fallen asleep. As Lu Xueyou finished singing a song, there was a burst of enthusiastic cheers in the karaoke room. She raised her head again and said apologetically. Sorry, old friend, I got a little drunk and fell asleep. It's okay, it's pretty late, I was dozing off too. Then both of them looked calm again and started chatting and laughing again. From their conversation, Su Cheng and her husband had bought a house in Shanghai City after getting married, and they were doing quite well. Although they were not from a wealthy family, at least they were getting by. But every family has their own problems. No one but themselves knew whether their relationship was good or not. That scene just now was just a minor incident. It didn't matter what Su Cheng was really thinking. Lu Xueyou hadn't even tasted it yet, so she wouldn't dwell on it at this time. Then Lu Xueyou returned to the sofa. How was it? Was my singing good? It was as beautiful as ever. Didn't you see that I almost beat my hands up? Lu Xueyou's sparkling eyes twinkled as she asked slyly, so what song did I just sing? It seems to be a song I've never heard of, I don't really know its name, but it was really well sung. Zhang Yuan, what the hell does he know? When Lu Xueyou sings, he doesn't listen to a word. Humph, the song title is even displayed on the screen, but you didn't even look at it. Lu Xueyou pouted and turned her head. You were just looking at my back, weren't you? Okay, I'll sing a song for you as penance. And I want to sing it together. Whatever, just go ahead and order it. Many of the students saw the two protagonists of this gathering take the stage. Once again, there was a loud cheer. As for the songs, Zhang Yuan didn't know many, and most of them were old tunes. Lu Xueyou obviously knew this as well. After much deliberation, she chose a song called As Long As You Are Here. From then on, they need not be separated by heaven and earth and love, but can meet again under the same sky, moon and sun. As long as there is you in my life, everything changes. It's okay. Let all the shooting stars meet at any time. The people in the private room looked at the backs of the two and all felt that this was a match made in heaven. Only Su Cheng, inside, was far from as calm as she appeared. The party didn't officially end until 12 o'clock. Although the activities were simple, just eating and singing. But isn't a party all about catching up and deepening relationships that have been neglected for years? Everyone was drinking and chatting. It felt like they had gone back to their university days. Su Cheng waved from the doorway of the private room. I'll be going too, Zhang Yuan. Thanks for today's hospitality. Why are you going home so late? It's not close to the city. My husband is driving here to pick me up. He's waiting downstairs. Okay, let's get together again sometime. Promise me, when you and Xueyou have time, you'll both come to my place for a visit. I'm a good cook. Lu Xueyou also laughed, I'll definitely have to try your cooking. After a brief goodbye, Su Cheng twisted her waist and slowly walked down the stairs. After many classmates had gone home or gone to their hotel rooms, the entire karaoke room was left with just Zhang Yuan and Lu Xueyou. So, how was the class reunion you'd been looking forward to? It was okay. Anywhere you are, it's never boring. Seeing that Zhang Yuan was still staring straight ahead, Lu Xueyou huffed and said, Still looking? Everyone's already gone. Do you want to go after them and give them a hug? Where was I looking? If I was going to look, I'd be looking at you. Zhang Yuan put his arm around her waist, which was just the right size. You're so pretty, only a fool would look at someone else. What's the use of being pretty if you don't have the kind of capital that someone else has? But that's not going to feed you, as long as it's suitable. Lu Xueyou pouted her lips and gave him a dirty look, maybe it can really feed you. Zhang Yuan was speechless. Hey, do you know that you are the white moonlight in the hearts of all the male students at the University of Finance? Do you have to be so dirty? I'll just be your white moonlight. Lu Xueyou glanced at him askance and said in a provocative tone, Do you want to kiss me? Chapter 55 No one can replace her. Zhang Yuan couldn't help but sigh. This white moonlight doesn't seem that white after all. Back when I was studying, I just thought she was pretty but didn't have any airs. She could take any joke. I never sensed any other feelings from her. Until we met again. He found that he couldn't read this girl's mind at all. But Lu Xueyou was really too good to him. He knew that she was not the only woman, but she still threw herself at him without hesitation. She didn't get angry when she saw him flirting with Su Cheng. At most, she got a little jealous, but she didn't even need to be appeased. With her looks and family background, she could find any kind of man. But she happened to fancy a penniless guy like himself. Zhang Yuan couldn't figure it out after much thought, and perhaps the only explanation was the word fate. In fact, the reason Lu Xueyou fell in love with him was simply because on the first day of university, Zhang Yuan had bravely stood in front of her. Even though he was beaten up that day and had a bloody head, he never complained to her afterwards, and he never asked for anything in return. This was a trivial matter for Zhang Yuan, which she probably forgot after a few days, but she could remember it for the rest of her life. Such a man can be poor, not handsome, and not capable. But he is never a loser. In her heart, Zhang Yuan is the most special person in the world. No one can replace him. Lu Xueyou saw that he didn't reply for a long time and stamped her foot. Hey, what are you daydreaming about? If you don't want to, I'll leave. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan didn't say anything else. He hooked the door of the private room with his foot and kissed Lu Xueyou's red lips directly. After a while, she whispered. I saw all those little gestures you made just now. I told you didn't have eyes in the back of your head, how did you know? It's obvious you were too engrossed in it yourself, I even looked back a few times. Zhang Yuan was instantly filled with embarrassment. What? I didn't do anything, I just lent you a shoulder. An explanation is just a cover-up, but it's fine, would she dare to do that openly? Lu Xueyou's unpretentious personality endeared her to Zhang Yuan. Everyone has left, let's go upstairs and get a room to rest. Lu Xueyou nodded, secretly looking forward to it. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. Zhang Yuan booked the presidential suite at this hotel. It cost 38,000 yuan a night. It was a bit expensive, but the amount of money was just a number to him now. Entering the suite, the first thing that catches the eye is the spacious and bright living room. The luxurious furniture is arranged in an orderly manner, and the soft lighting makes the whole space seem extraordinarily warm. The suite has a separate study, bedroom, and living room. The bedroom is furnished with a soft king-size bed, with white bedding spread out on top. The dark blue curtains and various exquisite decorations on the walls create a peaceful atmosphere. The whole house is equipped with modern home technology, such as a surround sound system and an intelligent voice-controlled temperature control system. There is also a personal butler on call 24 hours a day, who can solve most problems. After locking the door, Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to hug Lu Xueyou and kiss her again. Lu Xueyou pushed him away with disgust, saying, "You smell like alcohol, you stink, go wash up first." In the bathroom, Lu Xueyou was carefully cleaning herself with the shower head. At this moment, Zhang Yuan couldn't help but think. If those classmates knew that the goddess in their hearts was in this state, I'm afraid they would kill themselves. He dismissed his distracting thoughts and asked solemnly, Xueyou, you also know what kind of person I am, and I can't give you a unique relationship. Are you sure you won't regret it? Lu Xueyou said angrily. You bastard, if I wanted to regret it, I would have done so a long time ago. Hearing this, Zhang Yuan completely let go of his worries. Under the soft lighting, the surface of the bathtub reflected a warm, hazy hue. The water rippled slightly, like soft silk dancing in the wind, sending out ripples. Rose petals as bright as blood are scattered on the water's surface, floating up and down with the ripples. The rising steam carries a faint, tranquil floral fragrance, adding a few more intoxicating notes to this quiet space. The entire surface of the bathtub is like a flowing scroll. It lies there quietly, yet it seems to have endless vitality and energy. You're lying. Where did I lie? You seem to be still. She had not finished speaking when Lu Xueyou covered her mouth. Although there was no one else present, they still felt shy discussing this. In a fit of anger, Lu Xueyou bit his chest hard. Instantly, 2 neat rows of teeth marks appeared. Don't tell anyone, do you hear me? You're like a dog, if you won't tell, just don't tell, and you bite. Zhang Yuan laughed and teased, are you trying to transfer the pain to me? Yes, let you experience it too. Even the position is wrong. Lu Xueyou looked straight at him, revealing 2 cute little fangs. Are you, for sure? Zhang Yuan inexplicably felt a chill, and waved his hands repeatedly, no, I was just joking. Chapter 56, The Aura of the 20 Million Luxury Car. It was almost 2 a.m. Zhang Yuan, with the beautiful woman in his arms, fell asleep after a while. After a while, he felt Lu Xueyou tickling him. It's late, why aren't you sleeping? Zhang Yuan, I just realized a big problem. Zhang Yuan woke up instantly upon hearing this. He hurriedly asked, what's wrong? Lu Xueyou said shyly, well, will I get pregnant? So that's what this is about? Zhang Yuan closed his eyes again and replied listlessly. Don't worry, you can't get pregnant during your safe period. What's a safe period? Lu Xueyou looked puzzled. Is your period every month accurate? Lu Xueyou nodded. Do you mean menstruation? It seems to be pretty accurate. Have you heard of the first 7 days and the last 8 days? After this little tussle, Zhang Yuan also lost his sleepiness, so he simply explained. The 7 days before and 8 days after menstruation are the safe period, and generally speaking, you cannot get pregnant during this period. I see. Wait a minute, why do you know so much, even about things that I, a girl, don't know? Lu Xueyou took a bite from the other side of his chest and said, hurry up and tell me, did your little schoolmate teach you that? She? I'm afraid she knows even less than you. So, could it be that you have another woman on the side? No, don't frame me, there really is no one else but you two. Humph. Zhang Yuan had messed around with Ning Yuwei before, and he had also researched the matter with all his heart. He could only say that it had something to do with Ning Yuwei, but she didn't teach him. If you really don't feel at ease, just take a pill tomorrow morning. Lu Xueyou pouted, refusing to take the pill. If I really get pregnant, I'll just give birth. You don't know how many times my father has said that he would be so happy if he could bring a grandchild home. Zhang Yuan was left with a head full of black lines after hearing this. Happy my ass, I'm lucky if I don't chase him around with a knife. Zhang Yuan, I want to have a girl, and when the time comes, I'll dress her up in the most exquisite clothes, just like a doll. How dare you think that's enough? I haven't even finished yet. When she looked over, Zhang Yuan had already fallen asleep like a dead pig. 10 o'clock the next day. Zhang Yuan woke up slowly. When he opened his eyes, he saw Lu Xueyou sleeping. Her soft hair covered her side face. Even when she slept, the corners of her mouth were slightly curved, as if she had had a good dream. Until this moment, Zhang Yuan still felt like he was in a dream. The most beautiful girl in the eyes of countless classmates has really become his woman. During those years in college, how he wanted to hug her and take a bite. He also fantasized about holding her hand and strolling together on campus. But he never mustered the courage, and even that thought was buried deep in his heart, for fear of being seen by her. If it weren't for going to Financial Street and accidentally meeting her, perhaps he would have missed her for life. After sleeping for 7 or 8 hours, Zhang Yuan lay stiff. Unfortunately, Lu Xueyou was like an octopus, with her arms and legs hanging all over him, so he couldn't even roll over. Zhang Yuan thought that she should get more rest, so he held still as best he could. It was really uncomfortable to be awake but forced to lie still. After a little while, he couldn't hold back any longer. He reached out his finger and pinched the end of Lu Xueyou's hair. Then he playfully scratched her pretty face. Don't mess with me, I still want to sleep. This series of little actions obviously woke her up. Lu Xueyou gave Zhang Yuan a disgusted look as she watched the fire in his eyes. Wait a minute, I'll have the butler send something up. After making the call, just 10 minutes later, there was a knock on the door in the living room outside. Zhang Yuan ran to the door in his bathrobe. Hello, Mr. Zhang. The exclusive butler bowed and said, this is the food you ordered, it's here for you. Just put it inside. After pushing the trolley in, the butler bowed again and said, if there is anything else you need, just let me know. I won't disturb you anymore. After the butler left, Lu Xueyou walked over and took out a black plastic bag from under the trolley. Seeing Zhang Yuan's exaggerated expression, Lu Xueyou couldn't stop laughing. Half an hour later, the two of them finally arrived in the living room and set the delivered food on the table. The hotel had thought of everything, as each dish had been insulated. The true appearance of the food could only be seen after the layers of insulation were removed. Even after such a long time, it was still steaming hot when opened. The dishes were also exquisitely arranged, which made them look appetizing. Lu Xueyou cut up a steak and carefully served it to Zhang Yuan. After all, she is the daughter of a wealthy family, and her every move is graceful. This grace is not something she puts on, but something she was born with. If Zhang Yuan were to cut the steak himself, he would just use the knife and fork to slash at it. How is it? Is it delicious? It's okay, you try some too. Lu Xueyou frowned after taking a small bite and wrinkling her nose. It's not very fresh, and it's not a professional restaurant, so it's just okay. Don't be so picky. When you're hungry, you'll eat anything. This steak is nothing compared to the real thing in France, the birthplace of steak. That's true. Lu Xueyou was used to being pampered, but she really didn't have the temper of a spoiled brat. After a brief grumble, she still enjoyed her meal immensely. After checking out, Zhang Yuan opened the system panel again. Accumulated spending for the opposite sex, 747,760 yuan, 100 million yuan. Requirement for activation not met. He roughly calculated that the cumulative amount had increased by more than 60,000 yuan. This was because Lu Xueyou had been with him the entire time during this gathering. The system had taken all the expenses into account. After checking out, the two went to the open-air parking lot outside the hotel. The Porsche 918 that Lu Xueyou had just mentioned was parked in the parking space with the front facing outwards. Although this resort hotel is located in a remote area, it is doing a good business. The small parking lot is basically full. However, there is no parking on either side of this 918. This is probably due to the aura that comes with a 20 million luxury car. She took out the key and unlocked the car, saying playfully, "You don't know how hard it was to buy this car. Most of the ones on the market are used cars driven by other people, with high mileage. I asked my father, and he contacted several acquaintances before we managed to buy this new car with less than 50,000 kilometers. We had it specially transported from Yanjing yesterday morning." Chapter 57, a beautiful, high-quality used car. Every man has a dream of owning a luxury car. Zhang Yuan is no exception. Although the 3 million yuan Porsche Panamera is already the ceiling in the minds of ordinary people, it is undoubtedly a far cry from this 918. The large air intakes are like the huge mouth of a fierce animal, devouring the air in front of it. The streamlined contours and sharp headlights complement each other. The carbon fiber rear wing is raised high, as if an eagle is about to take flight. The most recognizable feature is still the pair of large exhaust pipes, located at the back of the body and surrounded by the carbon fiber shell. Below the two exhaust pipes is the 4.6-liter V8 engine with a power of 608 horsepower. Lu Xueyou smiled as she watched Zhang Yuan staring intently. "What do you think? Is it good looking?" "It's built with money, so of course it's good looking." "Then you can take it and drive it." "I don't want it anymore." "No, are you sick? You only took it out for a spin yesterday and now you don't want it anymore?" Lu Xueyou looked at the sports car with a disgusted expression. "It's nice to look at, but it's really hard to drive. The seats are hard, and there's no lumbar support, so after half an hour of driving, my back aches. The view from the seat isn't good, and the chassis is even too hard, it can make you dizzy when you go over a speed bump. Anyway, I drove it once and never wanted to touch it again. Besides, the car is registered in your name, so you don't have a choice if you don't want it." Zhang Yuan was speechless. What Lu Xueyou said were the common problems with supercars. This type of sports car was born for the racetrack, so naturally it is not as comfortable as an ordinary sedan. This young lady is really something, buying it directly without asking in advance. She found she didn't like it and gave it away. In terms of arrogance, it seems that he is still far from Lu Xueyou. But this is exactly what Zhang Yuan had in mind. A supercar may not be easy to drive, but it is cool. The 918's extremely high appearance value can hide any flaws. He had long wanted to buy a sports car for fun, and now he has picked up a ready-made beauty boutique used car for free. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but look at the Panamera again. It is also a veritable beauty boutique used car. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt like he was being supported by this girl. He really wanted to ask, "Do you have a system or do I have a system?" He had only spent more than 700,000 yuan on the opposite sex during this period of time, while Lu Xueyou had spent 20 million in one go. There was no comparison at all. "I'm going to buy a more comfortable car, so I'll take the payback first, and you can come and get it when you have time. Then just take this car directly, what's the point of all this fuss?" "No." Lu Xueyou gave him a cold stare, "Not knowing if you've done anything inappropriate in the car, I don't like it. It's not fair, the car isn't very spacious, how can I do it?" "Well, you never know, if it's a woman with a smaller figure, it's not impossible." After hearing this, Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a tingle of excitement, as if it wasn't impossible to give it a try. One night, he could take Ning Yuwei to the wilderness and have some fun. After all, that girl was the easiest to please. Subsequently, Lu Xueyou opened the door of the Pamei and got in. Zhang Yuan was a little worried when he saw this and said, "Hey, can you drive?" If you really can't, don't force yourself. I'll take you back. It's no big deal. It'll be fine in a couple of days. I'll go first. Okay, drive carefully. After starting the car, Lu Xueyou gave him a little wave. What are you doing? Zhang Yuan bent over and stuck his head into the car, and was immediately embraced by Lu Xueyou. Then she pressed her red lips against his. As their lips parted, she bit him hard on the lips. Remember, don't ever leave me behind, do you hear me? Zhang Yuan nodded vigorously. I won't. After getting a satisfactory reply, Lu Xueyou gave a smile. Then, she quickly drove away from the resort hotel. Zhang Yuan then drove the 918 leisurely towards the city. This plug-in hybrid car accelerated incredibly quickly. When the accelerator was pressed, the engine immediately roared with passion. At the same time, the electric motor intervened, and the two worked together. The feeling of the car pushing from behind is something that even the Porsche Panamera can't match. As for driving comfort, it's not as bad as Lu Xueyou made it sound. In short, it's definitely not a difficult car to drive. He had already opened the convertible top before, and as the car got faster and faster, the strong wind filled the car. Even though it was midday, it didn't feel very hot. However, there was now a problem in front of him that needed to be solved urgently. He already had 2 cars, so where was he going to park them in the future? What's more, this 918 is a plug-in hybrid, so a charging pile is a must. He can't just drive such an expensive car around to charge it. And, judging from the character of that Lu Xueyou girl, he expects there will be a steady stream of luxury cars coming his way. He must buy a house. Thinking this, he dialed Ning Yuwei's number. Yuwei, what are you doing? Ning Yuwei was very surprised and answered, Are you back from the party, senior? I'm eating at the food court outside the school. Well, I'm on my way back, I'll be there in about half an hour. Have you had lunch yet? Do you want to come over? We've just ordered, it hasn't started yet. Ning Yuwei said carefully. There are just a few of us from the dorm, you've met them all before. If you have other things to do, that's fine, I understand. Listening to her careful tone, she was afraid of upsetting her. Zhang Yuan couldn't wait to rush to her side. Then send me your location and I'll come over. MMHM. Ning Yuwei put her phone down after sending her location. Suyun tentatively asked, Yuwei, is your boyfriend coming? Sorry, I was going to treat you all to dinner, but he suddenly called. If you don't mind, I'll treat you next time. Suyun waved her hand repeatedly, saying it was fine, as she was familiar with him anyway. Xian, what about you? Zhou Xian smiled slightly, I'm fine too, the more the merrier. Suyun looked at her expression and immediately realized that something was wrong. According to her usual habits, classmates definitely don't like outsiders joining them at dinner. Not to mention a man. But as soon as she heard that the person was Zhang Yuan, she didn't even utter a word of opposition. Instead, she looked vaguely expectant. It seems that this competitor is not an ordinary one. Suyun smiled meaningfully, I can't tell, Xian, you also like being in the thick of things. Zhou Qianxian's cheeks suddenly flushed, and she stammered, Yes, I like it quite a bit. Chapter 58, Sharing a Table. The 3 of them ate at a Chinese restaurant called Li Ji Fan Pu in the food court. This restaurant was popular with the students because of its good food and reasonable prices. Today was the last day of vacation before the start of the semester. The restaurant was full of people. When Ning Yuwei and the others arrived, there was only one large table left for 10 people. The waiter, in an attempt to keep the customers, still seated the 3 of them there. Just as they were chatting, a woman in her 30s came over and said to Suyun with a smile. Su, can you do me a small favor and talk to your friend about splitting the table? Sister Lu, it's not that I don't want to help you, but I'm not treating this meal, and besides, I don't want to sit at the same table as a stranger. This Sister Lu is the proprietress of the restaurant, and Suyun used to eat here a lot. Over time, they got to know each other and could hold a conversation. If it was some other favor, she would help, but naturally she was unwilling to share a table. Besides, Zhang Yuan was going to come later, and it would be embarrassing to have other people there. Sister Lu laughed and said, Look, there are 2 rows of sofas at this table. You can sit on one side, and the other side is far away, which is equivalent to 2 small booths. By the way, it's just one girl dining here, so it shouldn't have much impact on you. Hearing that it was just a girl, the 3 women's resistance diminished a lot. Moreover, the table was indeed quite large, so they ordered a few dishes. Even less than half of the space on this large table was occupied, so they felt a little embarrassed. Su-yun and this Lu sister after all have some friendship. She did not reject it outright, but instead tilted her head and said, "Yuwei, what do you think?" Ning Yuwei's first reaction was whether Zhang Yuan would mind when he arrived. If he didn't like it, then he would not agree to anything. But after thinking for a moment, she felt that Zhang Yuan should not care about multiple girls, so she nodded and said, "Okay then. Thank you for understanding, I will give you a discount later." A little while later, Sister Lu led a woman about 27 or 28 years old to the table. "I have already spoken with them, you just need to sit across from them." But when the woman wanted to refuse, Sister Lu said again, "Oh, Ting, don't be picky, there are just too many people here today, just make do with what you can get. I'll go and hurry up the kitchen and get your food out as soon as possible." In the end, Zhang Ting nodded. After sitting down, she first looked at the three people across from her, Ning Yuwei. She was instantly amazed. They all looked like students, and they were all good-looking. They were all top-notch beauties, and it would not be an exaggeration to say that they were 1 in 100. Especially the girl sitting in the middle, with her painted eyebrows and eyes, rosy cheeks, and exquisite features that could be called perfect. She smiled slightly apologetically at the group, as if to say hello. Then she sat quietly on the sofa, her eyes constantly fixed on the entrance to the restaurant. Meanwhile, Ning Yuwei and the others were also sizing up the uninvited guest. This person was wearing a capable professional outfit, and a silk scarf was tied around her neck. The name tag on her chest read, New Century Real Estate Company, Zhang Ting. It turned out that she was a young lady selling real estate. This Zhang Ting is also very attractive, with willowly curved eyebrows and a pair of bright, clear eyes. Upon closer inspection, there is also a hint of sadness in her expression. This sadness is not deliberate, as if she has just experienced some great grief. This kind of expression is most likely to arouse a man's pity. This makes Su Yun-dun feel a sense of alarm. If Zhang Yuan sees this later, who knows what might happen. However, even Ning Yuwei didn't say anything, and she was even less qualified. But someone Zhang Ting's age should have already gotten married. The threat was much smaller. It wasn't even as big as the one next to her, Zhou Chanshan. After about 5 minutes, a middle-aged man with a plump figure walked into the restaurant. After the man entered, he looked at the noisy lobby and his eyebrows unconsciously furrowed. Zhang Ting immediately got up when she saw this and waved, saying, "President Wang, over here." Wang Weiguo smiled at her, then slowly walked over with his briefcase. When he saw that Zhang Ting was not the only one at the table, his eyebrows bunched together. His face was full of displeasure. "I'm sorry, Mr. Wang, I'm a little late, there really aren't any seats here. Let's just eat something casual, and next time I'll choose a nicer place." However, Wang Weiguo's brows did not unclench, but instead he accused. "Is this how you treat your customers at New Century? This is a bit shabby. You should know that people who want to treat me to dinner have to book a month in advance. If it weren't for your sincerity, I would never have agreed to this." Zhang Ting whispered in her defense, "Mr. Wang, a small staff member like me cannot claim the entertainment expenses at the company, so please understand." "That's outrageous." He was about to find fault with her, but then he glanced at Ning Yuwei and the other two. After taking a closer look, he suddenly changed his tone and said with a smile, "To be honest, this place is pretty good too, with a nice environment. Zhang has a good eye for things." Then he tentatively asked, "Zhang, are these your friends? Why don't you introduce them?" Zhang Ting said with a slight embarrassment, "No, we just sat together at the same table, and I don't know them either." She was afraid that this Wang Weiguo would have an opinion, so she said again, "They were here first, and these little sisters are all very kind-hearted, so please don't mind." Wang Weiguo waved his hand and sat next to Zhang Ting. How could it be? I usually like to make new friends the most. Seeing that she had finally settled this Mr. Wang, Zhang Ting let out a sigh of relief. The customer is the boss, it's really hard to please. However, Ning Yuwei and the others were unhappy. Suyun spoke up, "Didn't Lu say that you were alone? What's going on?" Zhang Ting was surprised, "No, I already told Lu that I wanted to invite a male customer to a casual meal, and I thought you all knew." Suyun snorted, "She didn't say it, if she had known there was going to be a man there, she would have said no matter what." Hearing this, Zhang Ting's face became even more apologetic, and she kept saying, "I'm sorry, I really didn't mean it. Is this okay? No matter what you order, can it be on me?" Do you think I care about that little money? Zhang Tingting stood up and bowed to the group of people, apologizing again. This made Su Yun lose her temper. The others had such a good attitude, and being petty made them look bad. Ning Yuwei had heard Zhang Yuanyan mention several times before that she wanted to buy a house. It just so happened that Zhang Tingting worked in an agency, so she might be able to help in the future. So she said, Su Yun, forget it. This table is relatively big anyway, so let's just eat our food and not disturb them. Ning Yuwei had spoken, so naturally Su Yun wouldn't say anything more. Okay, I'll listen to you. Chapter 59, the first of the 9 great sacred bodies. After the two sat down, this Wang Weigua, although sitting across from them, spoke to Ning Yuwei and the others from time to time. Facing this greasy balding old man, the few naturally didn't even bother to respond with a single word. Subsequently, he also knew that he was asking for trouble, and turned to talk to Zhang Tingting. Zhang, where is your daughter? Why didn't you bring her? I have to go to work, so how could I bring her with me? Besides, the company doesn't allow it, so I have to leave her with my grandparents. If you ask me, it's better for parents to take care of their children. After all, the elderly are getting old, and they can't take care of everything. I understand the reasoning, but there's nothing I can do about it. Zhang Tingting didn't want to dwell on the topic, so she asked. Mr. Wang, we should be able to sign the contract for the villa this afternoon, right? Let's talk about that this afternoon. Let's not talk about it over dinner. I'm not trying to avoid the issue. I received a payment of over 10 million yuan for a project the other day, so let's not talk about it. There's more than enough for a house. When he said this, Wang Weigua deliberately raised his voice so that Ning Yuwei and the others could hear him clearly. He thought that after hearing this, these students would definitely look at him differently. A man who can come up with such a huge sum of money, even if he doesn't bathe in the summer, that's a plus. For the average female college student, this is indeed the case. However, Ning Yuwei and the others are no ordinary students. Having seen Zhang Yuan spend money like water, their horizons have broadened considerably. A mere 10 million really isn't worth a second thought. Wang Weigua watched them chatting among themselves as if they hadn't heard. He couldn't help but frown again. His usual winning approach had failed. Fortunately, Zhang Tingting broke the awkward silence by speaking up. Mr. Wang, you really have energy. I have never seen so much money in my life. Then this contract must be. Wang Weigua waved his hand meaningfully and said, the contract can be signed, and I can even buy you a car and give you a generous monthly living allowance. However, it depends on your performance. Zhang Tingting was silent after hearing this. Naturally, she knew what it meant, as she was already 28 years old. It meant that she would have to be his mistress. She really wanted to pick up her teacup and throw it at the fat, balding man. But reality would never allow her to do so. After calming herself, she forced a smile and said, Mr. Wang, can I think about it some more? Of course, I never force anyone to do anything. But my patience is also very limited, and I don't have much time left for you. You know your situation very well. Your husband has been dead for so long. In today's society, it is extremely difficult to survive without the protection of a man. Zhang Tingting felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. Her husband had been dead for more than a year, and her in-laws had changed their attitude towards her since her son's death. Not only did they forcibly occupy their marital home, they also forced her and her daughter, who was a few years old, out of the house. Facing her powerful in-laws, Zhang Tingting had no choice but to return to her parents' home. Her parents are also getting older, and her mother has a bad back and is bedridden most of the time. She has no choice but to work. Her colleagues know her situation and are even more jealous of her looks. They point fingers at her behind her back. Facing those insulting words, she can only choose to tolerate. After experiencing the beatings of society, sometimes she really wants to find a rich and powerful man to support her. She doesn't ask for much in terms of relationships, as long as she can have a worry-free life and raise her daughter to adulthood, that would be great. This Wang Weigua in front of her could provide for her materially. He was the wealthiest man she had ever met. But in other ways, he was hard to describe. If there were other options, she really didn't want to choose him. Mr. Wang, let's not talk about that now. I'll show you the house this afternoon. Wang Weigua looked as if he were sitting comfortably in his chair, with an imperceptible smile on his face. He knew that with a little encouragement, this woman would be completely his. With a little manipulation, he might even be able to take her home that night. Looking at her pitiful expression, he could hardly suppress the heat in his heart. Their conversation was not loud, but Ning Yuwei and the others could still hear roughly what was being said. Looking at this, Wang Zong's eyes were suddenly full of contempt. Just look at this pitiful appearance and you still want to keep a mistress? Take a piss and look in the mirror. Su Yun even secretly thought Zhang Tingting would be better off being kept by such an old man than Zhang Yuan. At least this flour is not on cow dung. After a while, the dishes that Ning Yuwei and the others had ordered were served. But none of the girls moved their chopsticks. Until the familiar voice came, "Why aren't you eating? Senior, you're here." Seeing that Zhang Yuan had finally arrived, the girls all stood up and let him sit in the middle. On his left was Su Yun, on his right was Ning Yuwei, and Zhou Chanshan sat on the far right. "I've already eaten. You guys just go ahead and eat without waiting for me. I said I'd wait for you, so I won't go back on my word." Zhang Yuan picked up his chopsticks and picked up many dishes Ning Yuwei liked to eat for her. Then he quietly held her hand under the table and said, "You must be starving. Hurry up and eat." Ning Yuwei obediently responded. Although the senior had already eaten, he immediately rushed over because of her casual remark. This made Ning Yuwei feel a strong sense of happiness. "Right, who are these two?" Sun Yun immediately explained the circumstances to him. Zhang Yuan Ben had planned to buy a house, and just happened to have an agent come to the door. It was a coincidence. He then took a proper look at Zhang Tingting across the table. This look suddenly made him think of a nonsensical term he heard on Douyin, the head of the 9 great sacred bodies. Combined with the information he just learned, it made more sense. It just so happened that the occupation matched, and she also sold real estate. Su Qing had already flirted with him lightly, and Zhang Tingting was just too pretty. Now he actually found that he had no resistance at all. Su Yun saw him staring at her without blinking, and she felt a sense of confirmation. Then, as if she didn't believe it, she stuck her foot out and stepped on the toe of Zhang Yuan's shoe. Zhang Yuan glared at her. But she instead gave a mischievous little tongue twist. "This girl's nerve is really lawless. Do you really think I can't control you?" Zhang Yuan simply reached out and slapped her. The effect was also very obvious, and Su Yun immediately retracted that mischievous little foot. Just as he thought he had won a great victory and was about to withdraw his hand, Su Yun gently grasped this palm again. Chapter 60. What is wrong with a girl who just wants to live a superior life? In the past, Zhang Yuan only wanted to find someone he truly loved and live a good life with them. Since experiencing Zhao Xiaolin's betrayal and the system's transformation, his mentality has also changed without him knowing. Add to this Lu Xueyou's unprincipled indulgence and Ning Yuwei's unconditional obedience. It makes him even more reckless. Life is only a few short decades, so why not live it with abandon? He already has 2 women, so he feels ashamed even saying he'll be faithful. He can be a philanderer, but he won't pretend to be faithful. He will be good to the women who are genuinely good to him, for the rest of his life. But he's not opposed to playing the field a little with the women who like his money. He always sticks to one principle: don't let good girls go to waste, and don't waste bad girls. Although he hasn't decided to take Su Yun right away. But this girl's intentions were never hidden. At least it's good to get some interest. After all, he gave her a watch worth more than 8,000 yuan. If you calculate it 400 yuan per time, you can experience it more than 20 times. Of course, a student like Su Yun cannot be measured by that price. At least it's more than enough to buy it once. After all, she is a young girl full of energy. Even if he let go of her hand now, he would not pull it back, but instead, he would hold on to this jade hand tightly. Su Yun's face flushed, and in an instant, even her ears turned red. As for eating, she couldn't eat a bit. Looking at this girl's pretty face, which was flushed red, Zhang Yuan just found it very interesting, and suddenly tickled her palm. Su Yun couldn't help but let out a sound. Ning Yuwei tilted her head and asked, "What's wrong?" "Well, I was going to say that the food at this restaurant is quite delicious." "Then you should eat more. This meal had a little mishap, and I feel bad about it." "No, it's okay." "Well, I mean, next time I'll treat you." Su Yun couldn't care about eating at the moment, so she immediately put down her chopsticks and grabbed the hand that was causing trouble with both hands. At the same time, she put on a nonchalant look on her face, afraid that she would be found out. "You're acting strange today, are you sick?" "I'm a little uncomfortable, but it's okay, I'll be fine after a rest, so you eat." Ning Yuwei didn't think much of it either, and said to Zhou Qianqian on her right. "Qianqian, don't mind it." Zhou Qianqian whispered, "You've been treating us to dinner these past 2 days, I feel bad." When Ning Yuwei spoke, Zhang Yuan withdrew his hand. Su Yun could feel that she had obviously let out a sigh of relief. What Zhang Yuan didn't expect was that she actually leaned over and kissed his side of the face. When the several people looked forward, she once again ate her meal seriously. Apart from her face being a little flushed, she did not show the slightest bit of strangeness. Zhang Yuan could not help but feel amused. Is this a playful person who also likes to eat? Little did she know that at the moment, Su Yun's heart was far from as calm as it appeared. Originally, she was not sure whether Zhang Yuan had any interest in her in that regard. It had been almost a month since he had called. Yet he had never contacted her, and he had not even added her as a friend. As for the watch, it was likely that Zhang Yuan had just given it to her casually. Just as he had said, if he wanted it, he would keep it, and if not, he would just throw it away. It was like $1 that had fallen on the ground, and he didn't even bother to bend down and pick it up. Just this result made Su Yun feel very unwilling. She still wanted more. A complete life change. It wasn't that she coveted Ning Yuwei's status, but from Zhang Yuan's various expressions, it was clear that Ning Yuwei held a very important place in his heart. There was no way she could replace her. She could only settle for second best and become an underground lover, and being supported by him would also be a good choice. However, this was not so easy to achieve. For a rich young man like this, there were countless women who would go after him. If even he had no interest, no matter how hard she tried, it would be useless. It wasn't until just now that his various excessive actions had completely reassured her. It turned out that there was no such thing as a cat that didn't fish. That made it much easier. Since Su Yun had just eaten, she kissed him without even wiping her mouth, and Zhang Yuan only felt greasy on his face. Su Yun took out a napkin and stood up. She leaned over Zhang Yuan's face and put the tissue box in front of Ning Yuwei. "I'll put the tissues here." Ning Yuwei looked up and smiled, "Thank you." While they were talking, she had already silently wiped the greasy lipstick mark on Zhang Yuan's face clean. Zhang Yuan was secretly impressed by this move. It turns out that she's not that bad. Are all women born to act? This ability to improvise on the spot is truly terrifying. However, the more Zhang Yuan looked at this girl, the more he liked her. She has a little scheme, but she knows how to keep her distance. Even when competing for his attention, she does it behind his wife's back. She doesn't even try to take advantage of the situation to move up the social ladder. She has a very clear idea of her position as his lover. What's wrong with a girl like this who just wants to live a privileged life? Zhang Tingting and Wang Weiguo, who were sitting across from them, had seen it all. It was easy to tell that Ning Yuwei was the official girlfriend. Su Yun was the secret lover, and as for the one on the far side, Zhou Qianqian is quite quiet. But she secretly tried to look over here several times, afraid of being discovered. A blush was always on her pretty face. This man really is blessed with good fortune. Zhang Tingting didn't really feel anything about this. She herself had the idea of being supported by someone, so what right did she have to point fingers at others? Besides, the few people were not related, so it was none of her business. Wang Weiguo, on the other hand, was jealous and his teeth were itching. No wonder these schoolgirls don't care about him. If they were just good kids who were focused on their studies, that would be fine, but they're all after the same guy. Except for that Zhou Qianqian, who was a little plain, the other two are the best of the best. It would be hard to find someone of this quality in the whole school. Even the worst one, Zhou Qianqian, is still beautiful compared to others. If she were thrown into the middle of ordinary people, she would still be a beauty. Why isn't it me? It's infuriating. She's just a little younger and prettier than I am, right? What's so great about that? Can she even compare to me in terms of wealth? Humph, what a good for nothing. However, when he looked over at Zhang Tingting next to him, his heart flared up even more. Compared to the women on the other side, she was no worse. Even if he was old and ugly, so what? At least he was able to get this kind of beautiful woman into bed.